Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2024. Lu Yin subconsciously touched his cosmic ring, intending to take out the sky-piercing pillar. With the combined power of many half-ancestors, as long as the corpse god did not interfere, it was possible to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Suddenly, something appeared in his hand. It was a royal scepter that had appeared out of thin air. Lu Yin saw it, and his eyes narrowed. "What's this?" Ni Huang saw it and shouted, "Throw it away." Lu Yin wanted to throw it away, but the scepter was like a part of his body and could not be thrown away. "How do I throw it away?" Kuei Luo and the rest felt their scalps go numb. Ni Huang had been heavily injured by this scepter. Lu Yin hurriedly used the rune lines from the candle to attack the scepter, hoping to cancel out the rune lines. "Can you take the scepter?" A voice sounded in his ears. Lu Yin's body went cold as he stared at the scepter. The scene of Ni Huang being heavily injured kept repeating itself. If even Ni Huang was heavily injured, was he going to die? He had not expected Wang Ho to be able to penetrate the egg's protection. This was the strength of the 12 marquises. All of the half-ancestors stared at the scepter in Lu Yin's hand, almost as if they could see it shatter and turn into a ray of light that pierced through Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin himself had been waiting for this moment, but he had no way of throwing the scepter away. He had already tried to use secret art, but it had been too late to ignite the candle. Was this the end? Under everyone's gaze, the scepter shone brightly and then turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin stood in place in a daze, waiting to be heavily injured. His die appeared in his hand, and he was prepared to roll it as soon as he was heavily injured. He wanted to enter the time-stop space to operate. However, his body was unharmed, and there was even an indescribably terrifying power accumulating within him. This was a power that Lu Yin had never felt before, and he looked at his palm. He had a feeling that he could kill the second Night King with a single strike, as long as he could do so. Wang Ho looked at Lu Yin blankly. How could this be? Ni Huang and the other half-ancestors all stared at Lu Yin. "Brat, how are you feeling?" Kuei Luo asked, his lips parting. He was nervous, afraid that Lu Yin would be killed by Wang Ho. Lu Yin gulped. "I feel great. I've never felt so good before." "Are you crazy?" Lan Xian could not help but ask as she sized Lu Yin up. Even if he died, she still wanted to take some of his blood. Ni Huang was shocked. "You feel great." Lu Yin was confused. "Yeah, it's better than ever. It's very powerful." He then turned to Xia Ji. "I feel like I can kill you with one punch." Xia Ji's face twitched in anger. "I understand now. Most people on this battlefield actually acknowledge that you have the potential to be a king," Ni Huang exclaimed. Everyone looked at him blankly. Ni Huang explained, "That's right. Wang Ho was the sect master of the Rainflower Heavenly Sect during the Daosource sect's era. Legend has it that the Rainflower Heavenly sect master's innate gift was the Void Royal Scepter. No one knows how this scepter came into being, but it's known that it can sense everyone's thoughts within a given region. If the person who wields this scepter is recognized by the majority as having the qualifications to be a king, then that person will have the qualifications to rule over everything. If the person holding the scepter isn't recognized by the majority, the scepter will kill them instead. No one at the same level can solve it. This is the power of the leader of the Yuhua Heavenly Gate. Since the beginning of history, very few people who have been given the scepter by the leader of the Yuhua Heavenly Gate can be recognized. Lu Yin finally understood. No wonder. He gave Wang Ho a strange look. This was the Fifth Mainland. Wasn't using this innate gift against him just asking for a beating? No one in the Fifth Mainland, not even the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland who were his enemies. This had nothing to do with whether they were enemies or not. Even Xia Ji, who wanted to kill Lu Yin, had to admit that Lu Yin had the power to dominate a region. Most of the cultivators on the battlefield were from the Fifth Mainland, and they had heard of Lu Yin's name countless times. Especially since the Fifth Tower had been established, they had to acknowledge his existence regardless of whether they liked it or not. Did that mean that he was Wang Ho's nemesis in the Fifth Mainland? Lu Yin puffed out his chest. Continue. Don't worry about her. She can't do anything to me. Kuei Luo shouted, let's go. The group of half-ancestors immediately reacted and pushed Lu Yin towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Suddenly, the medicine immortal paused. A source box array had appeared around him at some point, trapping him in place. Lan Xian, Drunkard, Xia Ji, and the rest of the half-ancestors were all trapped by this inexplicable source box array. A figure walked out in front of Lu Yin, raised a hand, and pressed it against the egg. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Bai Wuxian. Everyone had forgotten that the bodies of the Fifth Mainland 7 sky gods had all died once, with the exception of Bai Wuxian. Back when the burial garden had been sealed off, the 7 sky gods had been buried along with it. Bai Wuxian had been the only one who had not acted. She had been the one who had caused the Fifth Mainland to lose its peace, always appearing at the most crucial moments. Lu Yin had thought that he could ignore Wang Ho's attack and use the sky-piercing pillar to push the corpse god away and block the entrance to the Starfall Sea. However, he had been too naive. Bai Wuxian was the final barrier at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. She had used her sourcebox array to trap Kuei Luo and the other half-ancestors. This was something that Wang Ho and even an ancient god could not do. Bang! The scene in front of Lu Yin rapidly changed. Thanks to the egg's protection, he was not injured, but his body had been forced back by Bai Wuxian. All of their previous efforts had vanished into thin air. Jiu Yao and the other half-ancestors' hearts sank. It was over. At that moment, the royal scepter appeared in Shui Gui's hand, and Wang Ho's voice rang out. Can you take this scepter? Shui Gui's expression changed, and he tried to fling the scepter away. However, even Ni Huang could not do so, let alone him. The scepter transformed into a ray of light that pierced through Shui Gui's head. A dignified half-ancestor had been killed before he could even activate his inner world. Shui Gui's reaction had been too slow. If he had been able to activate his inner world in time, he would not have been killed in one blow. At most, he would have been heavily injured and trapped in the mind net. Shui Gui's death stunned all of the half-ancestors, and they all looked at Wang Ho with apprehension. Kuei Luo subconsciously clenched his fists, afraid that the royal scepter would appear in his hands as well. Not everyone could ignore such a thing. Lu Yin finally managed to stop himself from being pushed back, but Bai Wuxian's attack pushed him even further away from the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Under normal circumstances, this distance would not have mattered, but at this moment, the path was filled with thorns. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He could not give up no matter what, and he had to try. Suddenly, he heard a panicked shout. Martial Ancestor! The martial ancestor's imprint is gone. There were not many people in the Sixth Mainland who had the qualifications to imprint a martial ancestor, but there were still a few who had done so. They were either former Realmlings, current Realmlings, or cultivators with status in the Sixth Mainland's Daosource sect. However, all of the cultivators who had imprinted a martial ancestor's power level instantly plummeted, and their imprints disappeared. Lu Yin stared blankly as the panicked cultivators were killed by the Corpse King. Disbelieving shouts rang out in his ears. The martial ancestor is dead. The martial ancestor was dead. The martial ancestor was dead. Countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland trembled as they looked at the Starfall Sea in fear. Jiu Yao also stared at the Starfall Sea the moment the martial ancestor's imprint disappeared. His face was unprecedentedly pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ancestor! At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, a figure entered in a panic. It was the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor glanced at the battlefield, but he did not say anything. Instead, he headed towards the outerverse. The 6 mainlands cultivators felt as if the sky had collapsed. They had been able to fight until now because of their firm belief in the martial ancestor and the blood ancestor. They had progenitors fighting outside, so they had not been afraid. They had dared to fight for survival, but at this moment, even the blood ancestor had fled. The entire battlefield darkened. The 6th mainland's cultivators occupied half of the battlefield, and they outnumbered the 5th mainland's cultivators. Their emotions directly affected the entire battlefield. No one could reverse this situation unless the martial ancestor was revived. Elder Chan's face was filled with grief, and his voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Everyone, retreat. That one word represented the 5th mainland's complete defeat. Lu Yin looked at Elder Chan. He did not want to retreat, but he could not see any hope of victory. The longer a battle between half-progenitors dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Even if the Starsource universe had not been absorbed, they would not be able to defeat the Eternals with their current strength. The martial ancestor had died, and the Eternals who had killed him might enter as well. The humans could not see any hope of victory. Retreat, retreat, retreat. That was the only word in everyone's mind. In the distance, the ancestral turtle charged over, and Cloud Shadow Mavis shouted, "Alliance Master Lu, you're here." Lu Yin exhaled and leaped onto the ancestral turtle. Around him, the Great Eastern Alliance's cultivators gradually retreated. In such a grand battle, it was not possible to bring everyone away. It was very difficult for all of the warships to withdraw from the battlefields on the surrounding planets. Strangely, the Eternals did not stop them. Instead, they retreated as well. Lu Yin recalled his previous conjecture, and his expression turned gloomy. The Eternals' goal was to enslave the humans and establish their eternal kingdom. Given that they had an absolute advantage, they were more willing to develop the humans into corpse kings or join their loyalists rather than slaughter them. It was not that they were kind, but that they had a more far-reaching plan. After a full day, the Eternals finally withdrew from the battlefield. Aside from the corpse kings and the mechanical ants, there were no other battles. The ancient gods quietly watched the humans retreat in 3 different directions. None of the Eternals' half-progenitors made a move. There are still quite a lot of people in the abandoned land. How many valuable corpse kings will appear if we control all of them? The Forgotten Ruins god smiled as she stared in the direction that the ancestral turtle had retreated. Her only regret in this battle was that she had not been able to play with that brat, but there would be plenty of opportunities. Marquis Qing Zhu twirled his bamboo flute. The 6th mainland is under control. In a few more years, countless corpse kings will be born. With the 5th mainland, there will be an endless supply of corpse kings for us to use. It's a pity that she was too heavy-handed. Those half-progenitors are all treasures. The ancient god calmly said, "Give them some time and let them gather together. Only then will it be easier to enslave them. We can't establish too many eternal kingdoms either, as there are too few of them. We can only establish 5 eternal kingdoms in this abandoned land." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2025. Not long after, the Forgotten Ruins god and the other half-ancestors left. The ancient god stood in space as Bai Wuxian walked out from behind him. The ancient god turned around and looked at Bai Wuxian. "That rat is heading towards the outerverse. It's just as you said, he'll use that planet to enter the astral tree domain. Let him go. It's very difficult to take down the astral tree domain. Even if we want to use that planet to enter, we'll be scattered once we get there. We won't be able to control the direction, so it's useless to us." The ancient god's tone was gloomy. I never thought that after so many years, the Liu family would only be left with a rat. The Liu family that was once at its peak will never appear again. On the ancestral turtle's back, Luin hesitated for a long time until he saw the astral river in front of him. He raised his hand and activated his gadget to contact Elder Chan. "Where are you?" Elder Chan asked. Luin replied, "I'm heading towards the outerverse Frostwave Weave." "Senior, let's go together." Elder Chan was confused. "Frostwave Weave? Where are you going?" "The astral wilderness." At this point, Luin had nothing to hide. "There's a galaxy in Frostwave Weave called the Milky Way. There's a planet called Earth in the Milky Way, and not far from it is a planet called Jupiter. Through Jupiter, you can reach the astral tree domain." Elder Chan was shocked. "What did you say?" "Reach the astral tree domain." "Senior, you haven't forgotten that I disappeared from Jupiter, right?" Luin asked. "Back then, you were ambushed by the Neo-Human Alliance and eventually disappeared from Jupiter. The next time I saw you was when I brought you back from the starry sky of the trees. Does this mean that Jupiter can lead directly to the starry sky of the trees?" Luin replied, "That's right. Jupiter leads directly to the astral tree domain. Senior, there's no hope for the fifth mainland. Although I don't want to admit it, we have to leave." Elder Chan fell silent. Luin continued, "I don't want to give up on the fifth mainland, but there's nothing we can do. It's just like the sixth mainland. They weren't willing to give up and eventually migrated to the fifth mainland. A long time ago, the four mainlands were destroyed because of the Eternals. If we stay here, we'll either be captured and turned into corpse kings or die. I know that you want us to meet you in Frostwave Weave and reach the astral tree domain." Elder Chan. Luin answered, "That's right." Elder Chan said bitterly, "Do you think it's that easy? Maybe you can go, but we can't. You know that Jupiter leads to the starry sky of trees. The Eternals must know that too. They won't stop you, but that doesn't mean they won't stop us. Do you think they'll let us go to the starry sky of trees to strengthen humanity?" Luin frowned and looked to the west. It was true that the Eternals wouldn't stop him from going to the astral tree realm, even if he took a few cultivators with him. That was normal, but why would Elder Chan and the others go? If the Eternals were willing to let them go, they wouldn't have destroyed the New Sky Corridor. The biggest reason for destroying the New Sky Corridor was not because they were afraid that the starry sky of trees would send reinforcements to the fifth mainland. They had the battlefield behind them and were unable to send reinforcements. The main reason was that they were worried that Elder Chan and the others would leave through the New Sky Corridor. The Eternals were already unable to break through the battlefield behind the starry sky trees in the first place. If they added a few more half-martial ancestors, it would be even more difficult to break through. However, he was different. His existence would only cause internal strife among the humans. The four-side scales would not let him go. The number of people he took away would be the same as the number of people in the starry sky of trees that would cause internal strife. The strength of the starry sky tree was not increased. Luin closed his eyes. Schemes could not go against the general trend. He understood the feelings of the people from the sixth mainland and the people from the other four mainlands. Elder Chan said bleakly, "Leave if you have the chance. You might be a member of the Liu family, but from the moment you took over the war against the astral beast domain, you became a member of the fifth mainland. The fifth pagoda also made you a half-master of the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland owes you a debt of gratitude. If you become a half-martial ancestor in the future, you might be able to take the fifth mainland back from the Eternals." Luin clenched his fists. In his heart, the fifth mainland was far more important than the starry sky of trees. After all, losing Liu Xiaoshuan's memories was equivalent to living a new life. This was his home. "Senior, I can leave, but you can't just wait to die. If you scatter too much, the Eternals will take you down one by one. Elder Chan said, "Don't worry. Have you forgotten how the top 10 of the sovereign competition went to the starry sky of trees? We also have a backup plan. Besides, didn't you remind me of the lock-breaking place? I've already contacted Xiaoming to immediately lock-break it. No matter what the outcome is, it won't be worse than it is now, so we need time. If we scatter, the Eternals will see that we can easily defeat them and are willing to give us time. This is also a gamble." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Elder Chan was right. Mr. Mu had told him about the lock-breaking place, and the Neoverse also had a way to reach the starry sky of trees. So Senior has already seen through it. This Junior is relieved. "Take care, Senior." "Take care," Elder Chan said solemnly. Lu Yin put down his hand and thought for a moment. He then contacted Big Sis, Hui Kong, and all the other people he was familiar with and cared about. Suddenly, his gadget stopped working. "It seems like the Eternals have cut off the network. Something happened to the Astral Alliance world," Wang Wen said helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had expected this day to come, but he didn't think too much about it. He couldn't care less if something happened to the Astral Alliance world, and it might not necessarily be the Astral Alliance world that was in trouble. "How are the losses?" Wang Wen answered, "We lost more than half of them. Although the battle didn't last long, we were too spread out and many people didn't have time to retreat. There were too many experts on the battlefield, and the stars would have been shattered if they moved. Spacecraft couldn't withstand them at all, and any of the aftershocks could have wiped out all the cultivators on a spacecraft. Fortunately, the Lu Xianjun army and the Giant Legion were saved. However, the Heavenly Sin army suffered heavy losses. Thunder Axe died, and the Lu Xianjun army lost Steelbone Day Knight and Shadow Day Knight, as well as Chen Ji. In the Allied army, Shuishan Ana and Elder Iron. Wang Wen wanted to continue, but Lu Yin interrupted him. He knew that they had suffered heavy losses, but he hadn't expected them to be this great. This was just the Great Eastern Alliance. How many people from Leon's armada were still alive? How many presidents from the Astral Combat Academy had died? There were also the Mavis family and so on. Ever since he had entered the battlefield, he had been focused on the half-ancestors and hadn't paid any attention to these people. Only now did he realize how tragic the battle below was. Still, quite a few corpse kings have been eliminated, at least half of them. That's good news, Wang Wen consoled him. Lu Yin felt bitter. The loss of the corpse kings is insignificant. Once the fifth mainland is occupied, an endless number of corpse kings will be born. Wang Wen didn't know what to say, but this was the truth. The Eternals would modify the corpse kings and change their civilization. After the fifth mainland was occupied, even if the humans still existed, their way of thinking would be different from now. The most frightening thing about war was not the conquest of the physical body, but the conquest of the human race. Civilization. Lu Yin looked towards the south. Would Elder Chan and the others try to sneak into the astral tree? Not necessarily, as they might be more willing to stay on the fifth mainland and make their final stand. This was their dignity. This was the fifth mainland, and unless it was completely destroyed like the other four mainlands, they would not give up. There was a thud as Heizage Leon came to Lu Yin's side with Little Black and Xiao Bai. It had been more than 7 years since Lu Yin had last seen Little Black and Xiao Bai, and now, they had grown up. "Brother Lu," Little Black and Xiao Bai called out as they stood behind Heizage Leon. Lu Yin's mood improved when he saw them. "You're not calling me Little Lu anymore." Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. "Childish." Little Black looked at Lu Yin seriously. "That's why most men are childish." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Go play somewhere else." When they were retreating from the battlefield, the Heavenly Master led the group from Everlasting Island onto the ancestral turtle and headed towards the outerverse. This was probably something that Heizij Leon had fought for, as he couldn't let go of Leon's great army and Luin. In the end, we still lost. Heizij Leon sighed and shook his head bitterly. The Sea King was right. The fifth mainland has lost once, and it will lose again. Lu Yin's expression was calm. I want to win once. Once is enough. Heizij Leon patted Lu Yin's shoulder. We all saw your efforts on the battlefield, and the captain is proud of you. We're proud of you too, little Lu. Little Black and Xiao Bai spoke up at the same time. Lu Yin was speechless. Little Lu again. Who was being childish? The ancestral turtle headed towards the outerverse and directly charged into the astral river. It didn't even need to use the astral river arc, and it quickly crossed the astral river to reach the outerverse and head towards Xenu Star. There had always been people guarding Xenu Star, such as Huan Sha and the Great Yu Empire's cabinet minister Gavin. Zhao Ran and the others had already been taken to Aurora Fort by Lu Yin. This time, they had come to pick up some important people from the Great Yu Empire, such as the Hua family, the Anna family, the technology department, and the cultivators from Yu Academy. Not long after, the ancestral turtle left. On Xenu Star, countless people watched in shock as the ancestral turtle left. It was just a turtle, but it was much larger than the entire Xenu Star. Lu Yin was also looking at Xenu Star. Beside him was a general appointment platform. This was the platform that the Hall of Honor had used to encourage resistance against the Sixth Mainland's invasion. Lu Yin had then taken it away and left it in Xenu Star's ocean, so he naturally had to take it with him when he left. He didn't know why the innate gift of the general appointment platform had materialized and remained there for so long. Perhaps he hadn't reached that level yet. Alliance leader, someone wishes to see you, Enya reported respectfully. Lu Yin acknowledged. Soon after, a girl arrived. She was as beautiful as a fairy and had fiery red hair that reached her waist. It was Hua Shaoling. Lu Yin looked at her. It's been so many years, but you haven't changed much. She respectfully replied, Greetings, Your Highness. What business do you have with me? Lu Yin asked. Hua Shaoling replied, I want to stay on Xenu Star. Lu Yin was confused. Why? Hua Shaoling fell silent for a moment. The members of the Great Eastern Alliance stayed on the ancestral turtle and did not disturb Earth. Lu Yin headed to Earth alone. There were also people he wanted to take with him, and that was Zhou Shan and the others. That scared me. I thought it was something big. Where did you find such a huge turtle? Zhou Shan exclaimed as he looked at the sky. Even though they were separated by a considerable distance, the ancestral turtle was still as dazzling as a star. It was also much larger than the other stars, just like the sun. Lu Yin shrugged. There are too many strange creatures in the universe. Uncle Lu. Zhou Sisi was pleasantly surprised. She was very happy to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her. Why aren't you at the academy? Zhou Sisi smiled. I came out to train. My mission was to experience Iron Blood Weave for a month. The current Iron Blood Weave was different from the past. The Astral Beast domain had been pushed back, and the war that had lasted for half a year had caused the Astral Beast domain to suffer great losses. As a result, there were not many battles in Iron Blood Weave. If Lu Yin had gone to Iron Blood Weave for the first time, he would not have been able to survive for even a day, let alone a month. It was not that he was not strong enough, but rather that he had been lucky. In that kind of battlefield, luck played a huge role. Back then, only Enlighters had the ability to protect themselves in Iron Blood Weave, but in the recent war, even envoys might not have been able to protect themselves. Don't go for now. Stay here, Lu Yin said. Zhou Shan was puzzled. Lu Yin told Zhou Shan about the everlasting invasion. He was not sure when he would be leaving, so he wanted Zhou Shan and the others to prepare in advance. Zhou Shan had not expected to hear such bad news. The entire human domain was in danger. The human domain was an incomparably vast concept, and from what he knew, he would never be able to reach the Neoverse in his lifetime. However, such a vast human domain was about to fall. He could not accept it. Uncle Lu, is this true? Zhou Sisi could not believe it. She knew more about the human domain than Zhou Shan did, and she could not believe that so many experts had failed to stop the everlasting invasion. Lu Yin looked at her. Don't worry. Uncle can take you away and live somewhere new. Zhou Sisi was nervous, but then she suddenly thought of something. What about the mentors? Astral 10's mentors. Where are they? I haven't been able to contact them for the past few days. The Astral Combat Academy has also joined the battle. Although Astral 10 did not make it to the main battlefield, they should have encountered the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King. Don't worry, they should be fine. Zhou Shan's tone was gloomy. Sisi, go out first. I have something to say to your Uncle Lu. Zhou Sisi wanted to say something else, but Zhou Shan glared at her, so she left unwillingly. Lu Yin was puzzled. What is it? You want to send Sisi away? Zhou Shan looked cautious. See if there's anyone around. Use your ability to make sure that no one will hear you. Lu Yin was even more puzzled. With Zhou Shan's status and cultivation, it was unlikely that he had something important to discuss with him. However, since Zhou Shan had said so, Lu Yin released his domain and confirmed that there was no one around. You can speak now. Zhou Shan raised his hand and activated his gadget, causing an image to appear in midair. It was nighttime, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. This was a forest with floating viaducts and neon lights in the distance that illuminated the entire city. The image zoomed in, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Someone was probably filming something. Suddenly, there was a strange noise in the originally peaceful forest, and the image froze. Two figures appeared in the image, both of them motionless. Then, one of the figures fell to the ground and a ball of light appeared above his head. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Undying Yushan. He hadn't seen wrongly, that was a ball of spiritual force. The person who had absorbed it was either Undying Yushan or one of the people controlled by Undying Yushan, just like Kuan-Zei's remnant. In the image, the person who had absorbed the ball of spiritual force suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at Lu Yin and Zhou Shan. No, it was more accurate to say that he was staring at the person filming the scene. Then, the image disappeared and there was nothing left. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Shan and waited for an explanation. Zhou Shan answered solemnly, that image wasn't filmed. It was frozen on the eyeball and I read it. What do you mean? Lu Yin didn't understand. Zhou Shan sighed, that image came from someone called Li Zhong. He's a sentinel cultivator and also my disciple. He doesn't have any other abilities, but he has an innate gift called image freezing. He saw that image with his own eyes, and any image he sees will be frozen in his eyeball. It's because of this gift that I sent him to patrol Nanjing, but it ended up being his death sentence. Lu Yin understood, another cultivator with an innate gift. It was a pity that it wasn't useful in battle, but even so, this person had still become Zhou Shan's disciple. Who was Zhou Shan? He was the most powerful person on Earth and was its window to the outside world. Because of his relationship with Lu Yin, even though his cultivation was weak, countless people wanted to be his disciple and get close to him. Even space-exploring cultivators were no exception. Li Zhong had become his disciple because of his identity as an Earthling, but also because of his innate gift. Li Zhong died, and his corpse was discovered the next day. I immediately read his eyeball and found this image. It was the person in the image who killed Li Zhong, but that person thought that no one would know. He didn't expect Li Zhong to have such an innate gift, Zhou Shan said. From then on, I kept an eye on that person and didn't alert him. He's too strange. Lu Yin was astonished. You kept an eye on him. He didn't discover you. Zhou Shan replied, I'm not a greenhorn, so how could I possibly keep an eye on him? There are surveillance cameras everywhere on Earth, no matter where you are. Even if you enter the planet's core, you can still be monitored. I didn't specifically monitor him, but I did retrieve all the surveillance footage to search and organize everything related to him. Even if he escaped the surveillance cameras, I wouldn't look for him. After all, anyone who wants to leave Earth would have to report it. As long as he's on Earth, I have ways to find him. However, I wouldn't go out of my way to look for him. It's just like watching a normal person. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. This wasn't too bad. Powerful cultivators were too sensitive to being watched. Even an emissary wouldn't be able to keep an eye on Undying Yushan, let alone Zhou Shan. However, if he treated Undying Yushan like a normal person, then it wouldn't be a problem to retrieve the surveillance footage. Zhou Shan continued, the more I keep an eye on him, the stranger I find him. He constantly uses those balls of light to control others, as if he's looking for something. Besides him, there are many other people on Earth with unknown origins. I suspect that there are even people from the Neo-Human Alliance among them. They're all looking for something. Lu Yin was puzzled. Earth was just a very ordinary and small planet. If there was anything special about it, then it would be the Hidden Earth organization. What could Undying Yushan be looking for on Earth? Besides these people, there are also problems among the people on Earth. There's an organization called the Hidden Earth Organization. You should know about it, right? Zhou Shan looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin wasn't surprised that Zhou Shan knew about the Hidden Earth Organization. After all, he was the most powerful person on Earth. The second Night King was among them, following closely behind Old White Ghost. What are you doing here? Lu Yin asked as he glanced at the second Night King. Wang Xi sneered. To follow you, of course. That's because we now know that you didn't take the same path as the other stowaways when you went to our region. Lu Yin frowned and stared coldly at the second Night King. Did you tell them? Old White Ghost stared at Lu Yin. No one wants to die. Kid, just tell us how to get there. The abandoned lands can't hold out any longer, and this place will soon become the Eternal's territory. You don't want to be transformed into a corpse king, do you? Lu Yin nodded. All right, I'll tell you. He then pointed at Jupiter. It's that planet. Once you get there, you'll reach your region of space. Ni Huang and the rest looked at Jupiter in disbelief. They had not expected Lu Yin to tell them so directly. You little bastard, are you toying with us? Wang Xi's face darkened. Lu Yin shrugged. I've already told you, so there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Old White Ghost casually tossed someone towards Jupiter to scout the path. That cultivator was a cruiser, but once he got close to Jupiter, he could not enter. Lu Yin had not been able to enter Jupiter either, as there was a layer of defense around the planet that even enlighters could not enter. That cultivator tried a few times, but after failing to enter, he retreated. Ni Huang looked at Lu Yin. You don't want us to leave. Lu Yin pursed his lips. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. That's the path to the astral tree domain, but most people can't enter. Right, I have to remind you not to force your way in. If the planet is destroyed, you won't be able to return. You little bastard, are you trying to scare us? Don't you want to leave yourself? Wang Xi asked coldly. Lu Yin looked at Wang Xi with a cold expression. Old bitch, one day, I'll knock out all your teeth. Wang Si was furious and immediately attacked. Kuei Luo immediately stood in front of Lu Yin while the sage heavenly master stepped forward. In the distance, the ancestral turtle raised its head. Ni Huang grabbed Wang Si. Stop. Now's not the time for infighting. Wang Si was enraged, and she glared at Lu Yin. I'll grind your bones to dust and then throw you into the Red Garden, where you'll be lost forever. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Red Garden was a place that had given him a huge shock. The people imprisoned there were definitely members of the Lu family. Old bitch, I'll let you have a taste of 1,000 cuts. Enough, there's no need to waste your breath. Ni Huang interrupted Lu Yin and looked at him. You have a deep grudge with us, and I won't deny it. If it's possible, we'll definitely deal with you, and you'll do your best to deal with us. We can't coexist, so why don't you tell us the way out of the abandoned wasteland? You can leave before we do, and it'll be better for everyone. Lu Yin replied, I've already told you that it's that planet. Believe it or not. Ni Huang frowned. How about we let Ty Li go? Xiada, you want to let the remnants of the Lu family grow? Don't forget about the stage. Old White Ghost barked. Wang Si stared at Xiada as well. Xiada ignored them and continued to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. That's a very tempting offer, but consider it. Ni Huang frowned. My white dragon tribe can also give you 100 years of peace. Let Long Shi go. We'll talk about it later, Lu Yin casually replied, his attitude infuriating her. Xiada looked at Lu Yin deeply and then said to Ni Huang, Senior, let's find a place to settle down. Lu Shaoxian will definitely leave, so we just have to keep an eye on him. Ni Huang nodded. Let's go. The expeditionary army from the Cosmic Tree Realm decided to stay here and keep an eye on Lu Yin. As for Jupiter, whether they believed it or not, they did not want to investigate. Other than the Sirius sect, there were also many other starry sky cities. The half-martial ancestors guarding them were Elder Gong and Drunkard. The Glory Realm and the home of the gods were equivalent to a stronghold. With the speed of a half-martial ancestor, they could look after each other. If not for the fact that many people couldn't move to the Glory Realm in a short period of time, they would also want to go there directly. There was also the Sixth Mainland, which had gathered all of its strength in the central region of the Outerverse. Back when the Autumn Frost family's black crystal had been destroyed, the liquid had been stored in Lu Yin's cosmic ring. This had prevented the central weaves of the Outerverse from devouring the stellar source universe as fiercely as before, so they could temporarily recover. The eternal half-martial ancestors were scattered throughout the Fifth Mainland, and they quickly figured out the strongholds there. In the end, the ancient god decided to launch a destructive attack on the home of the gods. Once the human half-martial ancestors were separated, it would be an opportunity for the Eternals. If they gathered together, they could easily destroy any stronghold and eliminate the human half-martial ancestors. This was an inevitable outcome. If the Eternals could think of this, then so could Elder Chan and the others. The current situation was because they wanted to stall for time. The appearance of the human strongholds made the Eternals certain that they could easily defeat them. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to act quickly, which gave the humans time to breathe. In reality, this was indeed the case. The Fifth Mainland had gained 2 months of breathing space. This was not an opportunity for them to recover, but rather a gamble. They were gambling on that place. 2 months passed, and when the ancient god and the other eternal half-martial ancestors headed towards the home of the gods, Xiao Ming and the other lockbreakers finally finished their lockbreaking. The vast white plains of ice emanated an irresistible chill as cracks appeared and gradually expanded. Soon after, the white chill shot up into the sky and tore through the firmament, freezing the heavens. Xiao Ming's expression turned solemn, as he did not dare to come into contact with this chill. It was enough to freeze a half-martial ancestor. It was no wonder why such a large region had been transformed into a source box. The lockbreakers continuously retreated as they stared at the white plains of ice with apprehension and fear. The cracks grew larger and larger. "Master, how you stared at the scarlet eyes within the ice." He had insisted on not lockbreaking because he had seen quite a few scarlet eyes. He knew that besides the humans, there were also eternals sealed within the ice. He did not know the strength of the enemy, and rashly lockbreaking could bring disaster to the human domain. However, he could not care about such things at this moment, as the fifth mainland was already in despair. The white chill continued to pour out, and one after another, it froze the heavens. "Retreat again!" Jeffrey shouted, his tone unprecedentedly solemn. Shangyang, Gue Juanheng, Wusheng, Su Feng, Yidioshui, and the other lockbreakers, as well as Light Feather, Mi Wen, and Dao Bo, all retreated. With a bang, a giant crack appeared, and a pair of scarlet eyes spun from within. Then, a finger appeared, and finally, a body. Its neck was twisted and emitted a horrifying sound. Its eyes suddenly opened, and it leaped up. A terrifying aura swept through the world, bringing with it an ancient pressure. This was a corpse king. Xiao Ming's expression changed, as this power gave him a very bad feeling. What kind of power was this? The corpse king roared at the sky and unleashed its power without restraint. Jeffrey gritted his teeth. This is troublesome. The power released by this corpse king made him feel pressured, and the corpse king's power level was definitely close to that of a progenitor. Just as he was about to attack, a black stream of air rushed out from within the crack and bound the corpse king. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the corpse king was torn to pieces by the black stream of air. Xiao Ming and the others were stunned. Death energy. At this moment, the plains of ice trembled as if it contained an unimaginable power that was about to erupt. Xiao Ming was shocked. Not good. There's another source box array that's about to erupt, and it can't be controlled. He then looked at the many lockbreakers. Someone, think of a way to protect yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the plains of ice exploded, and a surging power spread out in all directions, causing the mind net to distort. This power was enough to contend against the mind net, and it blew away all of the frozen creatures within the plains of ice as well as the lockbreakers outside. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and one figure after another disappeared into the void. The home of the gods welcomed the invasion of the Eternals, and rune technology ruins were pushed out one after another, transforming into boundless rune lines that wiped out the corpse kings. These rune technology ruins had originally been created by the rune progenitors era, and they were created from nothing. Once they melted, they would erupt with unimaginable rune lines that continuously bombarded the ancient gods and other half-progenitors. A half-progenitor corpse king was caught off guard, and its legs were obliterated by the rune lines, causing both of its legs to turn into nothingness. Marquis Qing Zhu sighed as he looked at the invisible rune lines in the distance. To be honest, I've always thought that the rune progenitor was the most shocking genius. He actually created such a battle style and carried an entire civilization on his back. If he hadn't fought his way to the sixth mainland and been surrounded, it's hard to say how strong he would have been. The ancient gods' eyes were cold. There were many people like the rune progenitor in human history, but they were all too stupid. The Forgotten Ruins god chuckled. During the above heavens sect, the 3 realms, 6 Daos, 9 mountains, 8 seas, and 12 heavenly gates swept through everything. During that era, humans were the only ones, but the more prosperous they were, the easier it was for them to decline. Humans will never return to the above heavens sect era. It's our turn now. A purplish-black substance spread throughout the ancient god's body, and his hair grew crazily. It was as if some substance within his body had been activated, and his entire body was covered in a hazy halo. He looked up and charged towards the home of the gods. There were a total of 17 rune technology ruins in the home of the gods, and each one could transform into an endless stream of rune lines that could be used to resist the Eternals' invasion. The Eternals had mobilized 4 half-progenitors, but they were still unable to break into the home of the gods. The ancient god rushed out and met him head-on. One of the rune technology ruins dissipated, turning into rune lines that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was like a barrier in front of him. Even further away, the mirror god stared at the charging ancient god. The ancient god looked up, and his body was enveloped by a strange feeling. He frowned and waved his hand, tearing the void apart. Even the rune lines in front of him, as well as the various rune technology ruins, were all torn apart by this attack. Elder Gong grabbed Mirror God and dodged. His original location, behind him, and even in the distance, were all split in half. Mirror God could not believe what he was seeing. Elder Gong looked at the ancient god. When the 7 sky gods completely revealed their strength, it would be the end of the battle. The ancient god charged into the home of the gods in an unstoppable manner, and the drunkard's gourd was shattered by a single palm strike. The drunkard was sent flying back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Neither the past nor the future can stop me. It's time to end this. The ancient god then raised his arm and slapped at the drunkard. No one could understand the ancient god's strength. It was like an emissary fighting an enlighter. It was on a completely different level. The drunkard watched the ancient god's palm strike and sighed. In front of him, a drop of wine dripped onto the soles of his feet. It was like a drop of water falling into a pond, and ripples spread out from the soles of his feet until they enveloped the ancient god. This was his inner world. Old Shuagui had been killed by the king's innate gift, and he hadn't been able to use his inner world in time. However, the drunkard could. He fully unleashed his inner world and stared at the ancient god. Let's be trapped together. He then tried to use his inner world to kill the ancient god. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2029. The inner world was the true manifestation of a demi-ancestor's power. The drunkard knew that he would be trapped by the web of thoughts if he used his inner world. However, the ancient god would also be trapped because he had to use his true power to block his inner world. The ancient god said coldly, "You don't know what you're talking about." He raised his right arm and pointed his palm downwards. "My power level is different from yours." With that, his palm fell and broke the drunkard's inner world, severely injuring him. The drunkard was shocked. The next moment, his body was pulled by the mind net and trapped in the void, just like Marquis Wui. He wanted to use his full power and trap the ancient god with him. Otherwise, no one would be a match for the ancient god. However, even with his inner world, he was still no match for the ancient god. The scene just now was equivalent to the ancient god defeating him, a half-ancestor. He was not an ordinary half-ancestor, but a half-ancestor who had broken through 3 stages and possessed an item of origin. He surpassed Lan Xian, Old Devil Shui, and the others, but he was still defeated by the ancient god. Not only the drunkard, but it was also Elder Gong's first time seeing the ancient god in such a state. This was the 7 sky gods. The mirror god and the other cultivators in the home of the gods, as well as the disciples and elders of Sirius who had escaped into the home of the gods, as well as the people of the starry sky city, looked at the ancient god with eyes full of fear. The ancient god's power was beyond their understanding. Even Elder Gong could not understand the ancient god's power. He had truly surpassed his level to challenge a half-ancestor. Throughout history, such existences were extremely rare. Unstoppable. How could such a monster be stopped? The mirror god trembled. He had thought that the rune technology ruins could stop the Eternals and that the Starsource universe's devouring had nothing to do with them. They had the ability to protect themselves, but he had been too naive. Suddenly, he remembered that even in the era of the rune ancestor, the rune technology ruins were still in decline. The power they possessed was not invincible. Fenghua God's face was pale. Not far away, Elder Yao Shan, Elder Yuanka, and the others from Sirius felt helpless for the first time. In the distance, the Forgotten Ruins god approached and also broke through the rune technology ruins. This was the 7 sky gods. The ancient god's gaze landed on Elder Gong. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed him. It was as if in his eyes, even Elder Gong was just a child. Countless stars revolved around the surface of Elder Gong's body. In the face of the ancient god, he could only fight head-on. At this moment, a current swept across the void and blocked in front of him. It transformed into a person facing the ancient god head-on. The ancient god frowned. 3 young ancestral chi. It's you again. The figure that appeared was Elder Chan's manifestation of the 3 suns' ancestral chi. Do you really think that a mere battle skill can stop me? The ancient god casually slapped away the incoming figure, causing snow to fall from his palm. It should have been a terrifying technique, but it was ineffective against the ancient god. Beside Elder Gong, Elder Chan, Xia Ji, and Chief Judge Qing Ping stepped forward with solemn expressions. Leave him to me. You guys deal with the others, Elder Chan said, directly facing the ancient god. Elder Gong said in a low voice, be careful. Even if the drunkard uses his full strength, he won't be able to do anything to him. Elder Chan took a deep breath. I know. The god of forgetfulness approached them with a giggle. Interesting. Whether this was a blessing or a curse was impossible to predict. He could only believe in Mr. Mu's words, as that place was their only hope. The Forgotten Ruins god looked up and frowned as he followed the spatial crack to the north. Why did it feel like there was a familiar aura passing by? An astral beast fell out of the crack and let out a ferocious roar. Marquis Green Bamboo's hand moved, and a piece of green bamboo pierced through the astral beast. The astral beast had a power level of over 1,000,000, but it was nothing more than an ant in front of Marquis Green Bamboo. The astral beast's blood splattered through space, and because it was so large, it covered half of the home of the gods. As its body was pierced through, it was as if the entire home of the gods was raining blood. Suddenly, Marquis Green Bamboo's expression changed, as his bamboo had been broken. The astral beast was already dead, but there were 5 figures on its back. They were either standing, squatting, or half-kneeling. These 5 people looked haggard, and most of their clothes had fallen off. Some of their weapons had been broken, and one of them had lost half of his body. However, for some reason, when everyone saw them, they could sense their unyielding will to battle and their indescribable aura of iron and blood. This aura directly surpassed that of the home of the gods, and even a battle between half-martial ancestors could not conceal this aura. There were clearly only 5 of them, and they looked half-crippled, but they could not be ignored. One of them had shattered green bamboo beneath his feet, and a piece of it was stuck to his arm. From the looks of it, the green bamboo had been crushed by him. Marquis Green Bamboo stared at that person, especially at his clothes. He felt like he had seen the symbol on his clothes somewhere before. Elder Chan looked at the 5 people in bewilderment. Although these people had an iron-blooded aura and were not weak, it was a pity that none of them were half-martial ancestors. They only had a power level of over 1,000,000, which would not be of much use on this battlefield. The hope that the Mr. had mentioned could not have been just these few people. Team E, the ancient god slowly said as he looked at the 5 people. Elder Chan was shocked. He knew them. In the distance, the god of Forgotten Ruins was shocked. It's them. Hengxin's Team E. Why are they here? They should have disappeared in the annals of history. Elder Gong and the others looked on blankly. Team E. They had never heard of it. Elder Chan had never heard of it either. The fact that the god of Forgotten Ruins was able to recognize the ancient gods proved that these people were not nobodies. However, he admitted that he had read all the ancient texts of the Hall of Honor, and even the Mavis clan's ancient texts, but there was no record of Team E. In history, did Team E even exist? The astral beast's corpse slid down the green bamboo, and on its back, the 5 people's dazed eyes gradually became clear as they looked around. They were not surprised to see a battlefield. Since they were born, even if they did not have consciousness, they had always been walking on the battlefield. Among the 5, the half-kneeling person stood up and lifted the broken sword in his hand. The squatting person also stood up and moved his arms. There were strange boxing gloves on his hands that were covered with ferocious barbs. The 5 people looked around the battlefield and suddenly focused on the ancient god. Their originally calm gazes were filled with shock, and they all kowtowed at the same time. Team E greets the Path Master. Elder Chan's heart sank. It was over. They were actually from the Eternals. The ancient god was very calm, as he had expected this. The god of forgotten ruins looked at him playfully. Elder Gong sighed. Their luck was really bad. It seemed that a large number of lockbreakers were from the Eternals. Although these people were humans, they worshipped the ancient god, so they should have sided with the Eternals. The ancient god quietly watched the 5 people kowtow to him and slowly asked, "Where is Hingxin?" One of the 5 looked up. He was the most seriously injured and had lost half of his body, but the other 4 treated him as their leader. Sect Master is nowhere to be found, but he should not be far away. He then looked at the ancient god with a strange gaze. Path Master, what happened to you? The god of forgotten ruins laughed heartily. The 5 people looked at her, and the one who had just replied frowned when he saw the god of forgotten ruins. She looked very familiar. The god of forgotten ruins smiled at the 5 people, especially the leader. I remember you. I forgot your name, but you were following Hengxin back then. You're the leader of Team E, right? You are. That person was confused. The god of forgotten ruins smiled. I'm Wang Miao Miao. That person was shocked. The ancestor of the 5th mainland's Wang family. Hee, what a pity. I'm no longer the ancestor of the Wang family. The god of forgotten ruins smiled at that person. I'm one of the 7 heavenly gods of the Eternals, the god of forgotten ruins. That person was confused. What 7 heavenly gods? The forgotten ruins god laughed and pointed at the ancient god. Your Tao Lord is now an ancient god, one of the 7 godly heavens of the Eternals. Hee, how interesting. Your subordinates, who used to worship you, are now watching you submit to the mortal enemy that the humans despise the most. Thank you to Caramel Luo D for your support. Some of you gave me gifts for more chapters, and some of you gave me gifts to show that you liked this book. I will try my best to update as much as possible. Thank you for your support. Not even Emperor Ni could have been a match for Lu Tian when he was a half-martial ancestor, let alone ancestor Hui and Xue Wuqing. For many years, the Eternals had forbidden the Hall of Honor from having any inheritors of the 3 sons' ancestral qi because they wanted to prevent this from happening. Now, Elder Chan was using it. Elder Chan looked at the 5 people. I don't know who you are, but the Tao Master you speak of is an Eternals monster. Perhaps he betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. What he wants to do now is to exterminate the humans of the 5th mainland and enslave them. Impossible. The Tao Master is the Tao Master. How could he betray the humans? He betrayed the progenitors. One of them shouted. The other 4 glared at Elder Chan, unwilling to believe what they had just heard. Elder Chan shook his head helplessly. It was fine if he could not convince them, but these 5 people would not be of much help anyway. The ancestral qi of the 3 sons is very powerful, but how long can you last without astral sources? The ancient god asked. Elder Chan's eyes flickered, as this was his greatest weakness. Even if he could fight against the ancient god, he would not be able to last for long. The ancestral chi of the three suns could not be used endlessly. But I don't want to fight anymore. I'll give you all some time to catch your breath and gather more experts. We don't want to search the entire fifth mainland, the ancient god said, then turned and walked towards the home of the gods. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled and glanced at Elder Chan and the others before leaving as well. The departure of the Eternals allowed Elder Gong and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Elder Chan was puzzled, as the ancient god should not be afraid of the ancestral chi of the three suns. He thought about it and looked at the 5 people. Could it be them? Outside the home of the gods, the ancient god stopped and looked at Marquis Qingzhu. When did this happen? Just now. In an instant, a thread took its life, Marquis Qingzhu said solemnly. The Forgotten Ruins god was puzzled. What's wrong? Marquis Qingzhu said, I just received news that a thread took the life of a half-ancestor beast. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. A thread? The ancient god looked to the west. The power of destiny. The Forgotten Ruins god's expression changed. When destiny was mentioned, even the ancient god became more serious. Destiny still exists. The ancient god replied, I don't know, but who can easily kill a half-ancestor with just a thread? Destiny girl, the Forgotten Ruins god blurted out. She's one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates. Destiny girl is a chess piece of destiny, and she controls a thread of destiny. One side lives and the other dies. I never expected her to appear. That war ended a generation of the Above Heaven sect, and I thought that the entire generation had died. Now that she's appeared, she'll bring about a huge change to the current situation. The ancient god said, it doesn't matter. It won't affect the overall situation. He then looked up. As long as Ancestor Huey's power disappears, this continent will be under our control. Think of a way to force that rat to leave. The place he's in right now is not suitable. Lu Yin did not care about the war in the Neoverse. He stood outside Earth and looked at the middle-aged man in outer space. This person had suddenly appeared and attracted everyone's attention. His power was vast and boundless, and he carried an incomparably sharp blade chi. He had almost shattered Earth when he appeared, but fortunately, Kuei Luo had stepped in to block him. The middle-aged man looked around blankly. Where is this? Lu Yin frowned and asked softly, is he a half-ancestor? Kuei Luo replied cautiously, definitely, and he's not an ordinary half-ancestor. His strength is unfathomable. Look. He then opened his hand, revealing a trace of blood. With Kuei Luo's abilities, there were not many half-ancestors who could harm him. Since he had not recovered, it was either because he did not want to or because he could not. This guy is quite troublesome. Be careful. With your physique, 1 slash is enough to kill you, Kuei Luo warned. In the distance, Heavenly Master Shangxing walked out, followed by Anai Huang and the other half-ancestors. They did not want anything to happen to Lu Yin, as they still hoped to follow him to the astral tree realm. The middle-aged man looked at the ancestral turtle and was shocked. What a huge turtle. When did such a huge turtle appear? Senior, may I know your name? Lu Yin asked. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin but did not answer. He looked around and then looked up. Progenitor's power covers this place. What's wrong with this astral source universe? Lu Yin saw that the man did not answer, so he asked again, may I ask where Senior is from? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin a second time and said in a hoarse voice, I also want to know where I came from and where this place is. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had guessed that this person must have come from that place. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a half-ancestor to appear out of nowhere and be so powerful. Senior, have you heard of the Dao Source sect? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin. You're just a mere envoy, and you're surrounded by half-ancestors, yet you're allowed to speak. It seems like you can make decisions. Luin smiled. I wouldn't dare. It's just that the seniors are being courteous. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. Courteous. Wang Si and the others can't wait to kill you. Wang Si glanced at Luin coldly. What a hypocritical brat. The middle-aged man slowly retracted his aura. You just asked me about the Daosaur sect. Wrong. Since it's a human, it should be called the Heavenly Sect. Luin was confused. Heavenly Sect. The middle-aged man raised his brows. You don't know. Then why do you know about the Daosaur sect? Hold on. He looked around, and his expression changed. Where's the mother tree? Why don't I see the mother tree? Senior, this is the fifth mainland, and the mother tree has long since migrated. You might not be a cultivator from the fifth mainland, but the other 5 mainlands are all gone, Luin said. The middle-aged man stared at Luin in shock, but then he sneered. Brat, you dare lie to me. Gone. The 5 mainlands are gone. How is that possible? Who can do that? The Eternals, said the High Elysium Heavenly Master. The middle-aged man sneered. They're just a bunch of failed monsters, and you call them the Everlasting Tribe. They're just trash. His gaze became extremely sharp. You can't be the lackeys of that trash, right? Right, I remember now. I felt that something was off even before that battle started. That trash actually dared to provoke us. What are you scheming? Luin shook his head. Senior, please calm down. We will explain everything to you. The heavens have changed. He was about to say something when he suddenly remembered that he did not know how many more ancient characters would appear later. They did not even know that the 5 mainlands had disappeared, which meant that they had existed for too long. Who knew how long it would take to explain everything to them? Luin felt a headache coming on, and he looked at Old White Ghost. Have the second Night King come out and explain. Old White Ghost raised his brows. Say it yourself. Luin coldly replied, he experienced the decisive battle between the 5th and 6th mainlands during the Daosaur sect's era. I didn't. Old White Ghost sneered and ignored Luin. Luin's eyes flashed, and he looked at the middle-aged man. Senior, the only person who can explain this to you is someone called the Second Night King. He experienced the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect from its peak to its decline. People like us are too far away from his era, so we can't explain it to you. The middle-aged man looked at Old White Ghost. I don't care who you are. Have that Second Night King come out first. Old White Ghost looked at the middle-aged man. Explain your identity first. The middle-aged man's gaze trembled, and his aura changed once again. It was like a sharp blade that pierced through the heavens before spreading out and enveloping Inai Huang and the other half-ancestors. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2031. At that moment, the wound on Kue Luo's palm throbbed with pain, and the sharpness that should have been suppressed reappeared. He stared at the middle-aged man. This person was quite terrifying. Henshin, sect master of the 3 ultimates, the middle-aged man said. Most people were confused. Only Inai Huang exclaimed, one of the 12 gates. Henshin looked over. It seems like only you know. Your reactions prove that there's a problem with the Heavens sect. As humans, you don't understand the 12 gates or the Heavens sect. Explain yourself. Inai Huang looked at Whitehead. Have the Second Night King come out. Whitehead did not understand. 12 gates. I seem to have read some ancient texts. The 12 gates no longer existed in the era of the Daosaur sect. There were only a few of them. Have the second Night King come out and explain to him, Anai Huang said. She had also come from the era of the Daosaur sect, so her understanding far surpassed that of the second Night King. However, she could not explain everything to Henshin. Whitehead could not refuse, so he immediately had the second Night King come out. The second Night King looked around blankly, and when he saw Lu Yin's icy gaze, he became even more fearful. He had followed Lu Yin for some time now and understood this person. He was not a threat to Lu Yin in terms of strength, but when it came to scheming, even 10 of him would not be enough. He was worried that Lu Yin had set up a trap for him. Second Night King, tell me everything you know about human history, Anai Huang said calmly. The second Night King was stunned. History. Just do as I say, Whitehead said impatiently. Faced with so many half-ancestors, especially that strange man in the distance, the second Night King felt immense pressure. This pressure far exceeded that of Whitehead and the others, and this was another half-ancestor. He had many questions, but he did not have the right to ask them right now. What I know of history starts from the fifth mainland's frigid immortal sect. Back then, as he listened to the second Night King's narration, Lu Yin had someone record it. There would definitely be others from the same era as Henshin, and it would be too troublesome to explain everything one by one. It was better to record it and let them see it for themselves. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard the second Night King talk about history, and he did not know much about that period either. He only knew that the fifth and sixth mainlands had gone to war, and that progenitor Chen had started the war. He only knew that when progenitor Chen's cultivation, he had been hunted down by the Daosaur sect because of the giant's clone. The second Night King spent half a day before he was finally able to recount the history that he knew. Of course, given his status, what he knew was not the core of the story. Who was the Daosaur sect? Is he still the former Dao Lord? Hen Axian asked. The second Night King was at a loss, he did not know. Does the primogenitor exist? Hen Axian asked again. The second Night King was still at a loss. Even the Neon Emperor was at a loss. Wasn't the primogenitor a legend? Primogenitors have always been legends. Do they really exist? Lu Yin asked. Hen Axian didn't answer. According to what you said, the fifth mainland is going to be finished as well. The Eternals have already invaded. Can't you stop them? Everyone fell silent. They could tell that in Hen Axian's time, the Eternals were far inferior to the humans. But why did the humans lose in the end? What in the world had happened? Who else appeared in this era with you? If we have enough experts, we might be able to defeat the Eternals, said the Heavenly Master. Hen Axian looked to the south. I'm going to verify what you said. If it's true, I'll think of a way to destroy those monsters. About that, it's rumored that the fifth mainland's Daosaur sect master is your Lu family's ancestor. Lu Yin's eyes widened. My Lu family's ancestor. Kuei Luo nodded. Didn't I tell you before that your Lu family has several progenitors, including Lu Tianyi from the 9 mountains and 8 seas? There's also an even more ancient legendary existence, which is the Lu family's ancestor who might be the Daosaur sect master. However, this legend has never been proven. In any case, this old man has never seen the Daosaur sect master since I was born. Lu Yin understood now. It was no wonder that Neon Emperor and the others had such strange expressions and looked so unhappy. According to Kuei Luo, the Lu family had always dominated the fifth mainland. Besides the Lu family's own strength, they also relied on the legend of their ancestor to dominate the fifth mainland. The Daosaur sect master was a terrifying legend. Unfortunately, Lu Yin should have asked Hen Axian who the fifth mainland sect master was. Then, he would have been able to confirm whether or not the Lu family's ancestor was the Lu family's ancestor. Fortunately, someone else would have appeared soon. Why hasn't the sect master appeared before? Lu Yin was puzzled. Kue Luo shrugged. Who knows? Whether it's the fifth mainland or the sixth mainland, the Tao Source sect master has never appeared before. He then rubbed his chin. If the Tao Source sect master is the so-called Tao Lord of the six Taos, then he must have become a legend even longer ago and must be related to the Eternals. Lu Yin left. He wanted to contact the Astral Combat Academy and ask about the three realms and six Taos. The fact that the three realms and six Taos had existed during Hen Xian's era meant that the Astral Combat Academy's three realms and six Taos might be related to that era. However, that era was so far away that there were even gaps in history. Why would the Astral Combat Academy have records of the three realms and six Taos? Could it be because of an inheritance? Lu Yin recalled the crazy headmaster's words. The Astral Combat Academy existed because of inheritances, and humans needed inheritances. Could this be an inheritance? Even if the three realms and six Taos had become a legend, the Astral Combat Academy's name. Hen Xian appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others. At the same time, in the central weaves of the outerverse, one figure after another emerged from the void. Some fell off planets and were heavily injured, some drifted through space, and some were reduced to skeletons. A man walked out from outer space with a black aura around his body. He seemed to be searching for something, but after a long time, he frowned. Why isn't there anything? As he spoke, a strangely shaped spacecraft slowly approached them. Inside the spacecraft were cultivators from the sixth mainland's Yungu. Yungu's Sword Valley master had died in the previous battle, and even his sword attendant, Jian Ru, had perished. Yungu had originally had an imprinter, but after Sword Valley master's death, he had left. The various great powers of the sixth mainland had gathered in the central weaves, but Yungu had no one to lead him, so they could only slowly make their way over. The strongest person in the spacecraft was an enlighter with a power level of 400,000, and they nervously looked out into space, afraid that they would encounter the Eternals and be annihilated. Yungu had been glorious during its heyday, and Sword Valley Master had been an elder of the Tao Source sect with 4 imprinters under his command. There had also been a Realmling and Jian Ru among the younger generation, and they had been the leader of the martial immortal realm Sword Tao. Everyone envied them, but now, they had been abandoned. The enlighter sighed and turned to leave, but his expression suddenly changed. A man had appeared behind him at some point and was staring at him coldly. Yungu had hundreds of thousands of disciples, but only a few tens of thousands had come from the 6th mainland to the 5th mainland's outerverse. Now, there were only a few hundred who had the qualifications to follow him out, and this man was definitely not among them. Furthermore, he had not sensed when this person had appeared behind him. "Who are you?" The enlighter was on guard, and his eyes were filled with fear. The man looked at him. "Are you very afraid?" The enlighter gulped. "Senior, may I know who you are?" "I want to know what era we are in right now," the man slowly said. Not long after, the man clasped his hands behind his back and looked out into space. The enlighter was just standing there. Although this person had only spoken 2 sentences, not even 20 words, the enlighter understood that this person had definitely lived for a very long time, and he did not even know what era he was in. Either he had sealed himself in ice, or he did not dare to imagine. "Kid, what are you looking at? I've never seen anything so valiant. I'm a warrior." Prince Qing forced a smile, but he didn't dare to answer. He was speechless. He had been forcibly conscripted to participate in the Innerverse Starfall Sea campaign, but after being defeated and brought back to the Neoverse, he was supposed to take Sky-bearing City's resources and hide in the Glory Realm. Unfortunately, he had encountered an emissary-level corpse king and had fought for a long time before settling it. Just as he was about to head to the Glory Realm, the bearded man had fallen out of the void. From that moment onwards, he had been reduced from a high and mighty emissary to a servant. Not only did he have to answer the bearded man's random questions, but he also had to cater to him. Fortunately, the bearded man wasn't too much of a bully. The only reason he was so obedient was because he could sense the bearded man's terrifying strength. Even the beast beneath his feet made it hard for him to breathe. It's good to leave that broken era. There were too many powerhouses. This era is much better, but the 5 continents have been destroyed by the Eternals. Just how powerful have those monsters become? This is a bit troublesome, the bearded man muttered to himself. He then turned to look in a certain direction. Hey, say something. Why are you pretending? You must be in a state of shock. The bearded man looked over and saw a young man standing at the edge of the beast's wings. Although the young man's back was facing the bearded man, King Qing could sense the young man's unfathomable aura. He had only felt such a feeling from Lu Yin before. It was a kind of boundless strength that was filled with vitality. It was like a volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years and could erupt with destructive power at any moment. The young man was dressed in a white robe that was trimmed with gold. This kind of clothing was nothing special in this era, and there were other clothing that was far more extravagant than what he was wearing. However, in the ancient times, such clothing only represented one identity, a Tao disciple. What's there to say? Since we're here, we're destined to restore the human race to its peak in this era, the young man said slowly as his lips curled up. Restore the era of the above heaven sect. The bearded man rolled his eyes. You're as arrogant as ever. You should know very well how powerful our era was. Even so, we were still defeated by the Eternals and ended up in such a miserable state. Do you really think that you can turn the tables on your own? The Eternals will win because they broke the human race's 2 eras. No matter how prosperous the human race was, without a successor, it would still decline. Just like this astral source universe, where the envoys cannot replenish their astral sources. In such an environment, you can definitely defeat Sect Master Lang. The bearded man disdainfully replied, even if they can replenish their astral sources, I'll still win. The young man raised his head. The 2 eras were broken and ended the human race's future. This time, he was lucky and rolled 6 pips. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space with anticipation, and he was surprised to see several bright orbs around him. Was his luck that good? He casually picked one and merged his consciousness with it. A fierce roar rang out, and before he could react, a huge shadow appeared beside him and sent him flying. He could vaguely hear the screams of many people. Lu Yin crashed into the ground and coughed a few times. He endured the pain and looked up, only to see a familiar starry sky. He looked back and saw the mother tree connecting the heavens and the earth. Was this the battlefield on the other side? Order Master Chen, are you all right? Someone shouted. Order Master Chen. Lu Yin was confused, but the next moment, memories flooded in. His expression changed, he had actually merged with the body of the second formation. He knew of this Order Master Chen, and he had even seen him before. Back at the second formation base, it had been him who had controlled the giant corpse king, which had prevented the source cone array from being completely destroyed. This person was a 4th tribulation expert, so it was no wonder that Lu Yin had merged with him. Be careful, Order Master Chen, someone shouted. Lu Yin looked up and saw a giant corpse king descend from the sky, viciously stomping on him. He hurriedly dodged, but the ground shook as the giant corpse king pressed down with a terrifying force that distorted the void. Lu Yin continuously dodged as he looked around. This was still the second formation base, so where was the sourcebox array? Memories continued to flood in, and Lu Yin focused on this period of time. His expression changed again. How could it have been so intense? Roughly 3 months ago, a rare and intense battle had broken out on the other side of the battlefield. From the sovereign realm to the new continent, battles had broken out everywhere. The Eternal Race's 12 marquises had all been mobilized, and the Cosmic Tree Domain had also sent several half-progenitors as reinforcements. The battle had already been going on for 3 months without pause. The humans had started this war, and on the surface, their goal was to seize control of the new continent. Order Master Chen had only received this order, but in reality, Lu Yin knew that their goal was to delay the Eternals. It was no wonder why the Eternals had remained so quiet even after 2 months had passed since that battle. They had probably not sent any reinforcements. The Cosmic Tree Domain had been frantically attacking, but the second formation base had not made much progress. Beneath the new continent, Lu Yin had learned from Order Master Chen's memories that the Myriad Dao ancestor had led the remaining troops to break through Xiang City and head towards the center of the new continent. Occasionally, progenitor shockwaves would descend from above. Of the original 5 Order Masters, 3 had died, including Lu Yin, who was the hidden 6th. They had all been 4th or 5th tribulation experts. The other formation bases had also suffered heavy losses. As for when this war would end, even Order Master Chen had no idea. Lu Yin controlled Order Master Chen's body to continuously retreat before withdrawing from the fusion. He could not control Order Master Chen any longer, or the bastard would be beaten to death. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he hurriedly left his seclusion to look for the Elysian Heavenly Master. He had previously guessed that once the 5th mainland was in trouble, the Cosmic Tree Domain would likely take action to delay the Eternals and prevent them from sending more experts. However, that was just a guess without any evidence. Now that he knew the situation at the Cosmic Tree Domain, the Eternals probably did not have the energy to send reinforcements here. He had to unite with the Primordial Era's powerhouses and force the Eternals out. Otherwise, he would not have another chance. On the battlefield at the back of the Cosmic Tree Domain, the humans had always been on the defensive. They had been able to suppress the Eternals because the progenitors had been delayed by the 5th mainland. However, this situation would not last for long. The humans were different from the Corpse Kings, and they were not as resilient. Once the Eternals turned around and suppressed the humans and sent reinforcements to the 5th mainland, the humans would have no hope at all. "Senior, how is the Sourcebox array coming along?" Lu Yin asked. Only the Elysian Heavenly Master could set up an ultra-long-distance teleportation sourcebox array that would allow him to contact Elder Chan and the others. The Elysian Heavenly Master replied, "It's done, but this type of array can only be used in one direction. After all, the time it takes to set it up is too short. Once you go to the Neoverse, you'll have to run back on your own if you want to come back." Lu Yin nodded and looked towards a corner of the solar system. That was where the Wen family was. "Thank you. Faraway 1985. Thanks for all your support. I've been saving up for the past few days, and I'll be releasing more chapters in a few days. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content." Chapter 2034. The previous battle had shown Lu Qianjue, the Wen family, and the other powers how terrifying the Eternals were, and they no longer insisted on defending. That spirit of wanting to die at home was only because they had not seen the desperate situation. Once they lost all hope, their thoughts would change. Now, they had all followed Lu Yin to the solar system. Humanity was united against the Eternals, and Lu Yin did not reject the Wen family, who had refused to join the Great Eastern Alliance. However, there were still some things that they needed to do. Wen Zizai's expression turned ugly. "Alliance Master Lu, my Wen family is willing to follow you through life and death. Please don't take the past to heart." Lu Yin replied, "I've already assigned this mission to you, so you have to go. There's no need to say anything else." Wen Zizai hesitated. Lu Yin had just found him and asked him to bring something called a wireless goo to the Neoverse and find Elder Chan. Lu Yin had also told him how to use it so that it would be easier to contact him. How could he return to the Neoverse? When Zizai knew that even if the fifth mainland was destroyed by the Eternals, they would still be able to survive. Luin had a way to take them away, but now, he wanted to take Wen Zizai away. Alliance Master Lu, my Wen family is willing to contribute all of our resources and obey your every command from now on. Please give us a way out, Wen Zizai said respectfully and bowed deeply to Luin. Luin frowned. He was not looking for Wen Zizai for revenge, and now was not the time to do so. This mission required an expert, or else they might not be able to find Elder Chan. Furthermore, if they were not emissaries and could not keep up, when would they be able to find him? Luin was reluctant to let his emissaries go, but Wen Zizai was more suitable. The old man had always competed with Luin, and he was strong enough to be sent. Senior Wen, I'm not denying you a way out. This mission must be completed by an emissary. Who else do you think is suitable besides you? Luin retorted. Wen Zizai did not want to go, as he might not be able to return. No one knew what the situation was with the Eternals outside. Perhaps the Neoverse had already been taken over by the Eternals. Can you let me think about it? Wen Zizai asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. There's no time. At that moment, President Han arrived. Alliance Master Lu, I have something to discuss with Brother Wen. Could you make it convenient? Luin waved a hand. Wen Zizai and President Han stood far away from Luin. It's a good thing that you're here. Luin told me to go to the Neoverse and deliver a letter to the Hall of Honor. President Han was surprised. You're going? Wen Zizai sighed. Other than me, do you think he would use his own people? President Han could not help but look at Luin. The situation in the outside world was complicated, and they had 4 half-progenitors and 1 ancestral tortoise, but they were still worried that the Eternals would attack them. Once they left, it would be hard to say if they would survive. It'll be very difficult to return from the Neoverse. What do you plan to do? Wen Zizai looked at President Han. Do you still remember that stone? President Han's gaze darkened. You want to use that stone to protect you? Brother Han, when your Han family was in trouble, it was my Wen family that saved you and even opened Yi Huang Academy for you. My Wen family hasn't asked for anything from you for a long time. Previously, in exchange for first place in the Wen family, I said that you would hand over the rock with the landscape painting on it as repaying the kindness that my Wen family has shown you over the years. But in the end, I only showed it to Luin and didn't hand it over, so I returned it to you. Luin hadn't expected Wang Si to be so agitated, and he helplessly replied, let's make a deal. She's gone crazy. What kind of deal? Ni Huang asked in a low voice. Wang Si was a half-progenitor, and it was impossible for her to lose control of her emotions so easily. This brat had actually caused her to go crazy, and even Ni Huang was curious. Even further away, the envoys looked over. This was a half-progenitor's territory, and even though they didn't dare to approach, they still wanted to. Luin looked at Wang Si. She was still very agitated, as if she wanted to eat someone. The more agitated she was, the more likely this deal would succeed. Only tell Wang Si about this deal, Luin said. Ni Huang frowned and looked at Wang Si. Wang Si took a few deep breaths and calmed herself down. All right, I'll listen. Ni Huang, Whitehead, and Xiada exchanged glances and slowly retreated. Only Kuei Luo was left standing between Luin and Wang Si. Luin said, I want to exchange Wang Su and Wang Yi for the Second Night King. Wang Si was shocked. The Second Night King. He's currently from the Frigid Immortal sect. He believed that as long as he told them the ancient gods' true identities, they would definitely not attack. The people of their era were more aware of how powerful a Tao master was. However, even after sending a few messages, it was useless, as the wireless goo didn't respond at all. Hurry up. No matter how powerful the ancient gods are, they can't do anything to the ancestral turtle with their half-ancestor bodies, Luin urged, as he was very confident in the ancestral turtle's defenses. In the inner verse, Chaos God Mountain was constructing the kingdom of eternity. In the distance, astral beasts flew over. The young man in a white robe with golden embroidery looked at the countless corpse kings and frowned. Back then, someone suggested that the Eternals be completely wiped out, but the progenitor rejected it. After that, we could only control the number of these monsters and limit their discovery. Who would have thought that with the passage of time, they would become the masters of this starry sky? Lu Bujing's expression turned solemn. There are so many of them. He then looked up at the starry sky. The progenitor's strength has been devoured, so my battle strength has been limited. However, it's not a big problem. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2037. If Lu Yin and Elder Chan had seen this, they would have been astonished. Lu Bujing also knew this ancestral aura. Hen Axian glanced at Lu Bujing. Every time I see this, I'm worried for you. You're too bold to try and scheme against fate, and you even succeeded. Lu Bujing grinned and raised his head proudly. It's all thanks to the Path Master's help, but I'm being hunted down by the Fate's disciples. That crazy Fate's daughter beats me up every time she sees me. Hee, once I break through to the progenitor realm, I'll see how far I'm from the real Fate. In the distance, the young man in white robes reminded, they're here. In the distance, countless scarlet eyes looked over. There were many emissaries among them, and there were two familiar auras. They were the kings and half-ancestor corpse kings who had attacked Henaxayan. There are only 3 half-ancestors. I alone am enough. Lu Bujing stepped forward. He was known as Bujing, but in reality, he was the most competitive and the one who wanted to compete the most. The pride in his bones made him not weaker than others, and he even dared to compete against the direct descendants of the Lu family. This was why he had been bestowed with the ancestral aura of the 3 sons. Countless corpse kings surged forward like a tide. Hen Axian clenched his fists, causing the void to distort. With a wave of his hand, layers of the void spread out like a collapsing building. If no one blocked him, this attack would be enough to destroy all the corpse kings in sight. This was the power of space. The young man in white robes was shocked. Hen Axian, the leader of the 3 ultimates, had cultivated 3 ultimates despite being immortal. They were his domain, spiritual force, and battle force, which allowed him to touch upon the power of space. The Path Master had once said that if Hen Axian broke through to the progenitor realm, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the 9 mountains and 8 seas and become one of them. This was a person with great willpower. In the distance, in front of the countless corpse kings, the ancient god stepped out of the void and faced Hen Axian's control of space. He raised a hand and easily suppressed it. In the entire above heaven, there aren't many who can reach your level of understanding of space. You did not disappoint me. Hen Axian's expression changed. The ancient god had not forcefully dispelled his power, but had instead used space to suppress it. This meant that the ancient god's understanding of space was at least on par with his. Who was this person? How could his control of space be on par with his? When Henshin saw the ancient god's appearance, his body trembled. His originally cold expression turned into one of shock and disbelief. You, Tao Lord. Lu Bujing and the young man in the gold-trimmed white robe stared blankly at the ancient god, as if they had seen the sky collapse and the earth collapse. Perhaps at this moment, their hearts felt that the sky had collapsed and the earth had collapsed, as if it was the end of the world. The 3rd continent's Tao Lord. Lu Bujing's lips were dry as he spoke slowly. He couldn't believe it. Han Xian's eyes twinkled as he stared at the ancient god. His entire body was trembling. The ancient god calmly looked at Han Xian. "We meet again. To you, it hasn't been that long." Han Xian stared at the ancient god and took a few steps forward. "The Tao Lord, it's really you." "Impossible. How did you turn into such a monster?" The ancient god's scarlet eyes revealed neither joy nor anger. "If I could live forever, why wouldn't I?" Han Xian couldn't believe it. "Impossible. You must be a fake. You're impersonating the Tao Lord. You're a fake." He then charged forward, his body streaking through the void. He watched as the ancient god's body continued to expand and entered the mind net in the blink of an eye. Then, with a tug, the mind net distorted and couldn't trap him. Lu Bujing cried out, "The power of an ancestor." He used the power of a half-ancestor to forcefully unleash the power of an ancestor. "Run!" Han Xian was shocked. He had been taught by a Tao Lord, but he had never fought with one because he didn't have the qualifications. The difference was too great. Now, even though he was also a half-ancestor, the difference was still too great. A half-ancestor could unleash the power of an ancestor. No one could defeat him. Who could fight against an ancestor as a half-ancestor? The ancient god became incomparably huge and slapped down at Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing hurriedly grabbed the young man in the white robe and fled. King Qing was pulled away by the man he had transformed from the ancestral qi of the three suns. The astral beast wasn't so lucky. It was crushed to death by a single slap as if it was an ant. Han Xian looked up at the sky and hugged it. He directly cut the void and threw it at the ancient god. However, facing the current ancient god, he only needed to crush it with one hand. Under the mind net, the ancient god's power was not just half. It was the power of an ancestor. The third airflow on the surface of Lu Bujing's body was constantly changing. He was helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to transform destiny, but that he had no choice. That was destiny. Even with the help of the ancestor, he had the possibility of transforming destiny, but it was only a possibility. With his current cultivation, the price he had to pay to transform destiny was a bit high. Puff! Lu Bujing spat out a mouthful of blood. With a bang, Han Xian was sent flying by the ancient god. The purplish-black substance on the surface of his body cracked. It was extremely miserable. Lu Bujing's eyes were red. He roared. The third airflow still didn't succeed, but he felt something and rushed to the north. Han Xian was sent to the east. The ancestral turtle was also in the east. The young man in the white robe didn't understand why he was going to the north, but now was not the time to ask. The ancient god looked at Han Xian and then at Lu Bujing. He then chased toward the north, but his speed wasn't very fast. What he could use was not the true power of a progenitor, but merely the resistance of a progenitor to the mind net. Furthermore, he was only using the body of a progenitor to resist the mind net. He had already reached his limit, and the body was on the verge of collapse. However, before that happened, he had to deal with Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing had the ability to transform destiny. This ability wasn't very strong, but it could turn the situation around at a critical moment. The ancient god was also afraid of destiny. He had to deal with Lu Bujing first before dealing with the others. Even a disciple of destiny was only a disciple, while Lu Bujing had transformed into the true destiny. Lu Bujing gritted his teeth and looked back. The ancient god's huge body gradually approached, and in front of him was the astral river. He circled around it, brushing past it as he headed north. This distance was only a few steps for the ancient god, but he still couldn't catch up to Lu Bujing. However, the distance between them was closing. The ancient god watched as Lu Bujing fled east, and he saw the ancestral turtle rushing over. On the turtle's back, Lu Yin and the rest saw the ancient god. That enormous body that could toy with a planet was too eye-catching, and it wasn't much different from the turtle. That aura caused the mental network to distort, and even Ni Huang trembled. Stop. We're not his match. Stop. Lu Yin saw Lu Bujing in front of him. Although they had never met before, he felt a sense of familiarity. He had to be from the Lu family. At that moment, the ancient god stopped, raised his hand, and clenched his fist. The void trembled, and the mental network boiled as it was constantly being pulled. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ancient god's body, and it was about to collapse. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he used a battle technique to prepare for an attack. Although this attack might not be able to injure the ancestral turtle, it could definitely deal with Lu Bujing. The ancestral turtle was still some distance away from Lu Bujing, and the ancient god wouldn't be able to reach him in time. Even if Lu Yin used the secret art of plan, it would be useless. Besides, no matter what power he used, it would definitely collapse in an instant. There was an unimaginably terrifying power between the ancient god and Lu Bujing, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could interfere with. Lu Bujing turned back, his face deathly pale. It was over. Had he been one step too slow? Destiny had miscalculated. The youth in the white robes with golden embroidery was also deathly pale. He had yet to shine in this part of the universe, and he wanted to become a Tao Lord and rebuild the above heaven. How could he die here? No, he definitely couldn't. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do against the ancient god's power that even the mental network couldn't control. Lu Bujing climbed onto the ancestral turtle and looked back at the ancient god with a complicated expression. Is this why you betrayed humanity? Lu Yin stepped forward and stared at the ancient god. The ancient god replied, the greatest difference between humans and other life forms is their intelligence. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they are bound by countless emotions. Humans are never alone, and every life has its own meaning. If all life forms had eternal life, would this universe be able to endure it? The ancient god replied, survival of the fittest. Eternal life is not something that everyone has the right to. I have it, but you don't. You and I are both life forms born from the universe, so what's the difference? If you can think things through one day, I can become your guide and lead you in your pursuit of eternal life. Didn't you say that I don't have the right? Lu Yin mocked. The ancient god replied indifferently, I can let you have it because I'm the Tao Master. You're no longer the Tao Master. Lu Bujing shouted. More than half of the ancient god's body fell off. The sect above heaven has already disappeared, and it will never appear again. Without the sect above heaven, the humans have no guidance, and they will never be able to defeat the Eternals. They will only end up in captivity. There is only one progenitor, and without him, you are nothing. Lu Bujing was furious and wanted to retort, but the ancient god was already gone. Lu Yin didn't feel much about the ancient god's betrayal, as he wasn't from that era. However, Lu Bujing felt it deeply. The Tao Master was the symbol of that era, and they had never imagined that he would betray them. Back in that era, they had looked down on the Eternals. Who would have thought that the Tao Master would side with them and even become a monster? The third mainland's ancient Tao Master walked the path of the limits of the human body. He created the giant race and developed the strongest power system of the human race. Who would have thought that he would betray them? The youth in the white robes sighed. Lu Yin was astonished. He was the one who created the giant race. The youth looked at Lu Yin. The giant race originated from him. He used the body of an ordinary person to create a race. This is the Tao Master. Although I don't want to admit it, if we humans don't have the power to contend with the Tao Master, then we will never be able to win. Lu Bujing frowned. I don't believe that the 6 Daos of the 3 realms have all died. Even if the others died, my Lu family's ancestor wouldn't have died. Fate can't die either. These legendary existences will lead us to rebuild the above heaven and completely destroy the Eternals. Rebuilding the above heaven doesn't necessarily require them. The youth clasped his hands behind his back. My goal has always been to become a Tao master, and I will definitely become one in the future. Lu Bujing snorted. That's a matter for the future. Live until then. Lu Yin looked at the youth in shock. Lu Bujing hadn't refuted his words, which meant that even Lu Bujing believed that this person could become a Tao master. The youth looked at Lu Yin and smiled faintly. Let's get to know each other. I'm sky-piercing Zhelan, the 6th mainland's Tao disciple. Lu Yin was confused. Zhelan. Tao disciple. Sky-piercing Zhelan's eyes flashed. You've never heard of Zhelan? Lu Yin shook his head. Sky-piercing Zhelan's face sank. He understood Lu Yin, and he knew that this person was one of the most powerful people in the 5th mainland. If he didn't know Zhelan, then what about the Zhelan bloodline? Sky-piercing Zhelan had assumed that he hadn't heard of Zhelan's name recently because his status was too high, just like the primogenitors. Ordinary people wouldn't have heard of him, but if even Lu Yin didn't know him, then there was a problem. You've never heard of Zhelan? Lu Bujing was shocked. The Zhelan family is the ruler of the 6th mainland, just like how the Lu family controls the 5th mainland. Right, where's the Lu family? At that moment, Hen Xayan arrived. The Heavenly Master hurriedly said, now's not the time to reminisce. Let's expel the Eternals first. The ancient gods have been destroyed, so now is the best time. Lu Yin reacted as well. Let's take this opportunity to deal with the Eternals. We'll talk about this later. He then seemed to recall something and looked behind him to find Ni Huang and the other half-ancestors. He discovered that they were all looking at Lu Bujing with a complicated expression. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The 4 cardinal scales had originally submitted to the Lu family, but now that they saw someone from the Lu family, their attitude was obvious. This person was also rather powerful, the leader of one of the 12 gates of heaven. Lu Yin didn't have time to think about these things, nor was it the time for internal strife. He had Cloud Shadow control the ancestral turtle to head towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea and use the sky-piercing pillar to push the corpse god away. This was the second attempt. When the ancestral turtle approached the entrance, it saw the same endless scarlet vertical eyes that sent chills down one's spine. In front of these monsters were the Forgotten Ruins god, Wang Ho, the Corpse King, and a half-ancestor beast. In terms of numbers, the Eternals were at a disadvantage. Smash through! Lu Yin shouted, but the ancestral turtle stopped in its tracks and looked at the corpse god in the distance. There was a hint of fear in its eyes. Alliance Master Lu, don't count on the ancestral turtle, Cloud Shadow said helplessly. Lu Yin looked at Lu Bujing. Who can use the sky-piercing pillar to block the entrance? Lu Bujing looked at the corpse god in the distance with a serious expression. Right now, I just want to know who he is. The ancient god was a Tao lord, and this identity frightened him. They were both members of the 7 sky gods, and even if the corpse god wasn't as powerful as the ancient god, it might not be too far off. Lu Yin replied, I don't know the corpse god's identity, but there's an undying god in the 7 sky gods. His real name is Wuxing Wuxing. Lu Bujing, Hen Xayan, and Sky Salon all cried out in surprise. They obviously knew who this person was. Lu Yin said, looks like he's quite famous. The 7 sky gods are existences that are second only to the legendary true god, so their identities are extraordinary. We can talk about these things later. Right now, we just need to push the sky-piercing pillar to the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Then how do we push the corpse god away? Hen Xayan asked. No one was confident that they could push away a progenitor, especially one from the 7 sky gods. So far, the corpse god was the only one from the 7 sky gods who had revealed their true strength. Luin explained, inside the sky-piercing pillar is a source box array left behind by progenitor Hui. It's similar to the cosmic tree's limitless power source. The source box array there was also evolved from this foundation. As long as we push it to the entrance of the Starfall Sea and activate it, we should be able to push the corpse god away with the power of progenitor Hui's sourcebox array. Are you sure? That's a progenitor. Lu Bujing was suspicious. Kuei Luo was speechless. Where's your arrogance from before? Lu Bujing glanced at Kuei Luo. This old man's mouth was quite cheap. Lu Yin replied, it should be possible. Progenitor Hui set up a sourcebox array in the cosmic tree that forcefully blocked the entire Eternals. Lu Bujing was shocked. There's such a person. Even in our era, there's no one with such high lock-breaking attainments. The Daelord's strength is unfathomable, Hen Xian said. The Heavenly Master spoke up. This is the only way. If we don't try it, the 5th mainland will belong to the Eternals. They can send an endless stream of monsters over, and even the ancient god might come again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2039. The Holy Heavenly Master's words shocked Lu Bujing. Henshin, go ahead. With your attainments in space, you can definitely reach the entrance. As for the half-ancestors, leave them to us. Hen Xian nodded and asked, how do you activate the sky pillar? Lu Yin took out Realm Mountain. Let's not talk about the first method since we don't have it. The second method is. He then looked at Lu Bujing. 3 Yang ancestral qi. To be honest, Lu Yin was very surprised that Lu Bujing had the 3 sons' ancestral qi. How could someone from the Lu family have it? This was also why he had the confidence to use the sky-propping pillar to push the zombie goddess away. Otherwise, they would have had to wait for Elder Chan to arrive. He had not come here to deal with the Eternals, but to save Lu Bujing and the others. Who would have thought that by chance, he would be able to block the ancient god's attack with the World Mountain, causing the ancient god to self-destruct? If that had not happened, no one would have been a match for the ancient god. Lu Bujing was shocked. 3 sons' ancestral qi. What's going on? Now isn't the time for explanations. Attack! You guys should work together to break through. As for these half-ancestors, leave them to them. Lu Yin looked back at Enai Huang and the others. It's your turn to attack. Only now did Lu Bujing and Hen Xian notice Enai Huang and the others. It wasn't that they didn't notice them, but that they didn't care. Enai Huang and the other 3 stepped forward and gave Lu Bujing a complicated look. Then, they looked at each other. We'll do our best. The Sage Heavenly Master and Kuei Luo stepped forward. 6 against 4. There shouldn't be any problems. As long as someone at the level of Ancient Tao Master doesn't appear, Lu Bujing said. Then, he saw an incomparably huge wolf head appear in the starry sky in front of him. It was enough to cover the sky. It was a wolf's head that emitted a bloodthirsty and berserk aura. It surged over like a tsunami, causing even the ancestral tortoise to feel apprehensive. Just like the ancient gods, it actually caused the web of consciousness to distort. Lu Bujing was stunned. Hen Xian, Kuei Luo, Enai Huang, and the others were stunned. Again. Jiao Lan of the sky was shocked. Were there that many half-martial ancestors who could resist the ancestor realm? Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He had forgotten that there was still the god of forgotten ruins in front of him. They were both members of the 7 sky gods, and the ancient god's unrivaled strength had left them helpless. How could the god of forgotten ruins be any weaker? Even if she couldn't compare to the ancient gods in the ancestor realm, she was still an incomparably ancient existence. The god of forgetful ruins' voice rang out as she giggled. You guys seem to think that you've won for sure. Hee hee, how interesting. The 7 sky gods are like 7 treasures, and if you uncover them one by one, you'll definitely be pleasantly surprised. Lu Yin and the others had ugly expressions. The corner of Lu Bujing's eyes twitched. Who is this? Wang Xi's body trembled as she stared at the gigantic wolf head. 9 wolves devouring the heavens. It's the 9 wolves devouring the heavens phenomenon. She's the ancestor. 9 wolves devouring the heavens. Lu Bujing was surprised. Han Xian's expression turned ugly. That's the innate gift of the 5th mainland's Wang clan's great ancestor. She's the Wang clan's great ancestor. Lu Bujing was speechless. Is this the era of the celestial sect? Why were there so many experts who were unlikely to appear even in that era? Wasn't the Wang clan's grand ancestor in seclusion? Why did you betray humanity? At this point, he suddenly reacted and looked at Wang Xi. Would he be able to withstand it? You can block a half-ancestor's attack. That's an innate gift, and external items are useless, Sky Blue said calmly as he looked at Lu Yin with a scrutinizing gaze. Lu Yin had already sensed that Sky Blue had some enmity towards him, or rather, that Sky Blue looked down on his arrogance. Sky Blue's tone now confirmed his suspicions. Do you know who she is, what her innate gift is, and how to break it? Lu Yin asked as he looked at Sky Blue. Sky Blue remained indifferent, and his expression was one of indifference. I don't need to know that. I can redirect it. You mean to use someone else to die in the half-ancestor's place? Lu Yin frowned, and his voice grew gloomy. Sky Blue clasped his hands behind his back. The cultivation world is like this. Is your era more benevolent? No wonder you're suppressed by the Eternals. Since you don't care about the lives of others, then you don't have to care about me either. Just redirect it to me, Lu Yin said, looking at Sky Blue with displeasure. This guy's arrogance was ingrained in his bones. Even though Lu Bujing and the others had their own arrogance, that was something that originated from their era. Sky Blue might have been just as arrogant in his own era. Lu Bujing hurriedly stopped him. I can't transfer it to you. You won't be able to withstand it. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, I've already tried. Lu Bujing, Han Xian, and Sky Blue all looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. You've already tried. It's fine. Lu Yin raised his head. It's just a small trick. He then glanced at Sky Blue. Sky Blue was arrogant, but he was even more arrogant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2040. Zhelan's eyes flashed. In that case, Senior Lu, please make your move. Lu Bujing was not one to procrastinate. If the one to receive the scepter wasn't Lu Yin, he wouldn't have even asked. Just like Sky Zhelan, once a cultivator stepped onto this path, they had to be prepared for death. No one had any special privileges. On the battlefield of quasi-ancestors, those envoys and even more ordinary cultivators might become cannon fodder, but on the battlefield of ancestor realm, how could they not? Attack! Lu Bujing shouted and stepped forward. Next to him, Han Xian, Ni Huang, Xiada, Kue Luo, Shangxing Heavenly Master, Old White Ghost, and Wang Xi all rushed out of the ancestral turtle and towards the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins deity's eyes were cold. Although he was smiling, his face was filled with an eerie coldness. He took a step forward and wolf head soared into the sky, covering the sky. The first wolf head opened its mouth, covering Lu Bujing and the other half-martial ancestors, biting them. Wang Xi shouted, "Grand Ancestors, 9 wolves devour the heavens is extremely tyrannical, and there are ancient records of it. Records my ass. You're just stubbornly holding on." Lu Bujing interrupted her. Hennepin attacked, slicing through the void as he pushed forward. Celestial Master Heizage waved his hand, causing numerous sourceboxes to fly out and form a sourcebox array that collided with the wolf head. Ni Huang's entire body was covered in sinister barbs, and she displayed a strength that was infinitely close to the progenitor realm. Regardless of whether it was Ni Huang or Elder Chan, they were both powerhouses who were the closest to the progenitor realm in this era. If the Dao Source sect had still been around, then they would have also been ranked among the 12 Elysian Gates sect masters. This was equivalent to the 12 Elysian Gates sect masters joining forces against the Wang family's esteemed old ancestor. The starry skies collapsed. Even though he did not use the full power of a half-martial ancestor, the terrifying power of this collision still affected the mind network. Lu Yin was afraid that the thought net would drag one of them away. The Forgotten Ruins deity might be able to withstand it, but Lu Bujing and the others might not be able to. No, it was absolutely impossible for them to withstand it since they were not progenitors. At this moment, Hen Axayan, who was closest to the god of Forgotten Ruins, inexplicably took out a royal scepter. Sky Jalan's eyes widened. She stared at the scepter, wanting to move it away. But in the next moment, her expression changed. How could she not be able to move it? The scepter shattered, turning into a beam of light that pierced through Hen Axayan's body. Fortunately, Hen Axayan was prepared and did not place all of his hopes on Sky Blue Jalan. Otherwise, this strike would have severely wounded him once again. Even so, he was still heavily injured. What's going on? Lu Yin barked, glaring at Jalan in the sky. Sky Calvary's expression turned ugly. We were one step too late. The scepter was already fixed in Sect Master Scarheart's hand the moment it appeared. Unless we were able to determine the scepter's position a step earlier, we wouldn't be able to move it. If I knew the location, would I have needed you to move me? Lu Yin shouted angrily. Sky Blue felt sullen, and he stared at Lu Yin. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't. The main reason was that he didn't understand the Void King staff's innate gift, and he had assumed that there weren't any experts in this era. If this innate gift had come from the Forgotten Ruins deity, then he wouldn't have been so confident. Lu Yin watched as the half-martial ancestors charged towards the wolf head with all their might. His gaze moved past the Forgotten Ruins god and landed on Wang Ho. If he did not deal with her, then all of the half-martial ancestors would be killed one by one. Even Lu Bujing would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks. To a certain extent, Noble Plane was more threatening than the God of Oblivion. Let's do it again. Do we just need to know where we'll appear in advance? Lu Bujing shouted. Sky Gem clenched her fists. Not bad. Lu Bujing kept retreating while Ni Huang took over. Air currents appeared on the surface of his body and kept changing. It was the air currents that could transform into fate. He wanted to use fate to capture Wang Ho's movements and predict where the scepter would appear. Because of Lu Bujing, the ancient god had been able to transform into fate. Even if his own half-martial ancestor body had collapsed, he would still be able to destroy Lu Yin. Fate could reverse the universe. It's me again. Lu Bujing shrieked. He turned around and shouted at Sky Gem, it's me. Sky Gem's eyes widened as she stared at Lu Bujing's hands. The next moment, the space in Lu Bujing's hands distorted, and his heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely see the scepter appear, but it suddenly disappeared and reappeared in Lu Yin's hands. He had succeeded. Sky Gem heaved a sigh of relief. In the distance, Wang Ho was astonished. Her innate gift had actually been transferred. Lu Bujing looked at Lu Yin nervously. Clouding, Mavis, and the rest also stared at Luin. Only Kue Luo and the rest knew that Luin was fine. The scepter covered everyone's thoughts within a certain range, and the Mavis family was the closest to Luin. Anyone who understood Lu Yin's life would admit that he had the potential to become a king. He was the absolute nemesis of Wang Ho's innate gift. The scepter suddenly shone brightly, and it turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Yin's body. Lu Bujing stared at it closely. The scepter had not shattered, but instead shone brightly. What did this mean? Sky Gem also stared at Luin. Even a half-martial ancestor could not withstand this innate gift, so how could Luin break it? When she saw that Luin was still standing in his original spot, she was at a loss. What had he done? What had Luin done? He had not done anything and had allowed the scepter to transform into a force that entered his body. This feeling was very good. The last time he had felt this way, he had said that he could kill Xia Ji with a single punch. Now, he looked at Sky Gem and realized that he could kill her with a single punch even without this force. Sky Gem had finally found a sense of participation in the half-martial ancestor battlefield, but compared to Luin at this moment, she felt that she was still several levels behind. Lu Bujing laughed maniacally. As expected of a descendant of my Lu family, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, his face changed, and he pointed. Over there. He was pointing at Enai Huang. Lu Bujing retreated, and Enai Huang and Hen Axian became the ones charging at the front. Enai Huang's aura was at its peak among the half-martial ancestors present, so it was not strange for Wang Ho to target her. Sky Gem hurriedly moved away, and another scepter landed in Lu Yin's hands. Luin pursed his lips and allowed the scepter to transform into a ray of light that flowed into his body. This power was a bit too much. He thought about it and struck out with a palm that crossed the void to attack the wolf head. This was Wang Ho's power, and it far surpassed any attack he had ever used before. With Lu Bujing, Sky Gem, and Luin working together, Wang Ho's innate gift was completely broken, and she no longer used her innate gift to attack. The Void King Staff's innate gift was so dazzling that Luin and the rest had forgotten that Wang Ho did not only have the innate gift of the Void King Staff, but also the 9 clones technique and the inverse step. Wang Ho split into 2, then 3, then 5. She charged into the battlefield and easily stalled Heavenly Master Shangxing, Wang Si, and the other half-martial ancestors. The Forgotten Ruins god snorted. I don't need you to interfere. These people can't get past me. Wang Ho's clones immediately disappeared one by one. I already said that I don't need you to interfere. The Forgotten Ruins god was displeased, as there was another Wang Ho clone behind her. Wang Ho's tone was indifferent and emotionless. That's not my clone. The Forgotten Ruins god was stunned and suddenly turned around. She saw that the fake Wang Ho clone had already passed her and was rushing towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Wang Ho had no intention of stopping him. Only the half-martial ancestor Corpse King and the half-martial ancestor Beast tried to stop him. How dare you! The Forgotten Ruins god was furious, and countless black ropes appeared in the void to bind the fake Wang Ho clone. This was a forbidden secret technique of the Wang family that she had created. It was a secret technique that she had created. Luin stared blankly at the fake Wang Ho clone. Who was this? All the half-martial ancestors were present, and if he could deceive the Forgotten Ruins god, then he was definitely a half-martial ancestor powerhouse. The fake Wang Ho clone was bound by countless black ropes, and his body passed through them without any resistance. He left behind a black stream of energy, which was death energy. As the death energy passed through, the person's true appearance was revealed. It was the ancient powerhouse that had followed the ancestral turtle all the way here. Zenith. Henshin and Lu Bujing were astonished. Luin was astonished. It was death energy. Was this person also from the Spectre clan? Perhaps this person was from the oldest generation of the Spectre clan. Even he's here, Sky Blue exclaimed. Luin was curious. Who is he? Sky Blue replied, Zenith, one of the leaders of the First Mainland's Tianmen sect. He's the Grim Reaper's disciple. The Grim Reaper's disciple? Luin was truly shocked. This was the first time that the Grim Reaper's existence had been proven to be from this ancient era. The Grim Reaper has a disciple? Sky Blue continued, if not for his disciple, how could he have learned Death Face and deceived the Wang family's ancestor? In the distance, Zenith had not only deceived the Forgotten Ruins god, but he had also evaded her secret technique. He had used a strange posture to rush towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea, but the question was, what was the point of him rushing over? Luin was still puzzled when a voice rang out. Henshin had taken out the Realm Mountain, and Luin waved his hand to activate the U's secret art. The Realm Mountain disappeared and reappeared in Zenith's hands. Zenith charged towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea while the Forgotten Ruins god was held back by Henshin and the others. Wang Ho still did not make a move. Luin watched Zenith charge over and suddenly thought of something. Be careful, there's still one of the 7 sky gods. Lu Bujing, Henshin, and Sky Blue all looked at him with expressions of despair. There was still one more. They were now traumatized by the 7 sky gods. In particular, the Forgotten Ruins god's words kept echoing in their minds, the 7 sky gods are 7 treasures, and they will always surprise us. This was not a surprise, but a shock. The people of this era could not understand how they felt when facing the 7 sky gods. For them, not much time had passed. They had only closed their eyes and then opened them again, yet everything had changed. The originally high and mighty, revered Tao masters and their clan's ancestral ancestors had all become traitors. This was something they couldn't accept. What's her identity? Sky Blue could not help but ask. Luin shook his head. This 7 sky gods is called by Wuxian. She's the most mysterious, and no one knows her identity. However, she's definitely difficult to deal with. As he spoke, a sourcebox array appeared in front of Zenith, and he avoided it using a strange death chi technique. Then, a second sourcebox array appeared, and he was still able to avoid it. Following that, a third, fourth, fifth, and even an 8th sourcebox array appeared, and Zenith was still unable to avoid it. By Wuxian's speed in setting up sourcebox arrays made even the Elysium Heavenly Master feel inferior. Luin did not understand how powerful Zenith was, but he was still only a half progenitor. How could he break through by Wuxian's blockade? Luin was anxious, as he had already lost one chance. If this continued, then Ni Huang and the others would run out of astral sources and be useless. At that time, not only would they be able to delay the Forgotten Ruins god, but they might not even be able to protect themselves. Was he going to lose a second chance? The 3 leaders of the ancient 12 Elysium Heavenly Gates had taken action. The ancient god had been destroyed, and the innate gift of a noble had been broken. If they still failed in this situation, then there was really no chance of victory. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2041. Suddenly, Lu Yin's gaze swept past by Wuxian and Zhu Yi's battle and landed on the countless scarlet eyes in the distance. There was something strange in the middle of the scarlet eyes, and if he wasn't mistaken, that was a ghost monkey. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he rubbed his eyes. Yes, it was the ghost monkey. It was hiding among the countless corpse kings. Why was it there? At that moment, the monkey and Luin exchanged glances. The monkey had noticed Luin a long time ago, and not just this time. During the previous battle, Luin had tried to break through the seal and approach the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The monkey had been watching him from the start. Because it had followed the witch spirit god, the monkey had been seen as her pet. However, not too long ago, the 7 sky gods had all been destroyed except for Bai Wuxian, and even the kingdom of eternity had been destroyed. This had caused the monkey to suffer for a period of time, and it had continued to hide. It had wanted to find Lu Yin, but it was also afraid of being punished. That was until the Eternals had invaded, and it had come looking for Lu Yin. Since it was the pet of the 7 sky gods, the Eternals naturally wouldn't attack it, nor would they ask it to do anything. Thus, after the Eternals' invasion, the monkey had become carefree again. It had been hiding among the countless scarlet eyes, watching the humans and the Eternals fight as if it was a play. It had especially enjoyed seeing Lu Yin fail. If not for the fact that it was afraid of being destroyed, it would have jumped out and taunted little Lu. Fortunately, it had restrained itself. There were so many half-martial ancestors around little Lu, and if any of them attacked it, it would be done for. It was better to just watch the show quietly. Little Lu's expression was truly satisfying. It had been waiting for little Lu to fail again, and then it would laugh for 3 days. Suddenly, it met little Lu's gaze. The monkey blinked. That's right, it had met little Lu's gaze. Little Lu had seen it. Ghost monkey, it's you, right? Lu Yin's voice traveled through space to the monkey's ears. The monkey subconsciously denied it. It's not me. Lu Yin stared at the monkey blankly. He had never imagined that this fellow, who had been missing for so long, would appear here. Furthermore, it was so close to the Starfall Sea's entrance. Lu Yin's lips curled up when he thought about this. The monkey saw Lu Yin's lips curl up, and he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He had followed Lu Yin for a very long time, and it could be said that he had witnessed Lu Yin's rise from a nobody to a famous figure in the universe. He had also witnessed Lu Yin unifying the outerverse, so he was all too familiar with Lu Yin's expression. If Lu Yin smiled like that, nothing good would come out of it. Ghost Monkey subconsciously fled deeper into the forest. If you keep running, I'll take over the entire Celestial Ice Phoenix clan and make them my harem. Lu Yin's vicious voice traveled into the monkey's ears, which was like a bolt from the blue. To the monkey, nothing was important except for the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, as that was a taboo. The monkey suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at Lu Yin. Little Lu, don't go too far. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What did you call me? Good, good, good. It seems that you've become wilder after not seeing you for a while. You're the one who's wild. Your entire family is wild. The monkey roared. Lu Yin sneered. We fought with the astral beast domain some time ago. Do you know why we suddenly stopped? Ghost Monkey was confused. Because I've taken a fancy to the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan. I told the Yao Emperor that if he gave me the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, I would stop. The Yao Emperor agreed, and that's why my Great Eastern Alliance ended the battle halfway through. Sizzle, the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan is truly beautiful. Ghost Monkey was infuriated. His rationality was drowned out, and he was like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. Little Lu, I'll fight you to the death. Either you die or I live. If you have the ability, then go all out. If I die, then the entire Celestial Ice Phoenix clan will be buried with me. If I die, then they'll all be mine. Lu Yin was pleased with himself. The Celestial Ice Phoenix clan is mine. They're a harem that Ancestor Wushang bestowed upon me. No one can touch them, and I'll fight to the death with anyone who dares to touch them. Lu Yin shouted. Fine. Throw something at the entrance of the Starfall Sea, and I'll return the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan to you. The beautiful Feng Lu, the valiant Feng Zhou, and all the other Celestial Ice Phoenixes will be yours. I won't. The monkey wasn't stupid. Lu Yin sneered. Then don't blame me for accepting them. I heard that she cheese fish really likes Feng Lu, and she said that only that fish is worthy of her. Bullshit, it's just a fish. The monkey was furious. It loved the celestial ice phoenix the most, and it hated the fish on Shi Chi's head the most. Just the thought of gifting Feng Lu to that fish made the monkey furious. That fish can help me unlock the seal. It's just a fish, a mere fish. Fine, what do you have? Lord Ghost Monkey will help you throw it over. Lu Yin was inwardly delighted. The monkey understood him, and he understood the monkey as well. The monkey was very shrewd and knew how to protect itself, but it was still a giant beast. It had instinctive likes and dislikes, and once its bottom line was crossed, it would retaliate. No matter what happened, it would not care, and it would only think about itself. When he saw the monkey agree as if it had lost all reason, Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Use secret art. Everything within sight could be used. The Use secret art was not very useful in battle, but there were times when it could come in handy, especially when it came to snatching and transferring things. The realm mountain in Ju Yi's hand appeared in front of the monkey, and it was tossed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea as if it were trash. It was very smart and did not hesitate at all. Even if the Eternals investigated, it could say that it did not know what it was and that it had thrown it away because it was afraid of danger. As long as it did not hesitate, it would not be accused of helping the humans. Furthermore, it was publicly known that it was the witch spirit god's pet. Bai Wuxian was blocking Ju Yi, and when he saw the realm mountain disappear, it was already being tossed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea by the monkey. The monkey was extremely fast, and it was getting closer to the corpse god than ever before. Bai Wuxian saw this and hurriedly blocked it. Ju Yi blocked the attack, and a wave of death energy swept over Bai Wuxian. Even the 7 sky gods were afraid of death energy. What are you waiting for? The Forgotten Ruins god angrily rebuked. Wang Ho looked up, and her figure disappeared as she chased after the realm mountain. Lu Yin had been watching Wang Ho the entire time. She was the only one who had not made a move, and if she did, very few people would be able to stop her. Han Axian, Lu Bujing, and Ni Huang were all tied down by the Forgotten Ruins god, and it would be very difficult for the other half-ancestors to stop her. When he saw that Wang Ho was about to make a move, Lu Yin had no choice but to take out a candle and ignite it. He activated the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, and violet rune lines crossed the heavens and blasted towards Wang Ho. Wang Ho was obstructed for a moment, and since the other half-ancestors could not stop her, it was even more impossible for Lu Yin to do so. However, he could only delay her for as long as he could, and every second counted. Lu Yin attacked while Xia De and Old White Ghost attacked Wang Ho at the same time. At the critical moment, Xia De actually used a clone, catching the god of Forgetful Ruins off guard and chasing after Wang Ho. Wang Ho and Xia De both used clones at the same time. It was very rare to see the Xia family's 9 clones fight against 9 clones. In the heavens, Wang Ho and Xia De's clones continuously clashed, and it was an exceptionally spectacular sight. However, Xia De was still suppressed. He was much weaker than Wang Ho. Fortunately, his goal was not to defeat Wang Ho, but to delay her. Xia De had indeed used all 9 clones at the critical moment to delay Wang Ho. The realm mountain smoothly flew to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, and then it rapidly expanded. Countless scarlet-eyed corpse kings tried to stop it, but the 3 young ancestors coiled around the realm mountain began to move. Lu Bujing followed Lu Yin's instructions and activated the source box array hidden within the realm mountain. Behind the giant realm mountain, gears broke through the mountain's body and began to rotate, as if they had installed a power source in the universe. Everyone watched as the realm mountain became incomparably large, and it began to move in place of the stars as it viciously slammed into the corpse god at the entrance of the Starfall Sea. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats, and Lu Yin was no exception. The more he understood how powerful the 7 sky gods were, the less confident Luin felt about this plan. The 7 sky gods were all super powerhouses from the ancient era. Could the sourcebox array set up by the Hui ancestor and the realm mountain really push the corpse god away? Luin was not sure, but this was the only way. Whether or not he was sure, he had to try. At this moment, the Eternals could not stop the realm mountain from moving, and Luin and the rest could not increase its speed. It was like a choice of fate, and everyone watched as the realm mountain viciously slammed into the corpse god's body. There was a loud boom, and Luin felt dizzy as blood flowed from his ears. He was not the only one affected, as everyone was affected, including the few half-ancestors. The explosion did not end instantly, and it dragged on for a long time. It was as if the realm mountain and the black hole at the entrance of the Starfall Sea were being torn apart. Many of the Mavis clan members who heard it completely fainted. Luin covered his ears and looked at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The corpse god that had been standing tall had disappeared, and only the realm mountain continued to expand, gradually blocking the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Because it was expanding, the entrance to the Starfall Sea was being pushed back by the realm mountain. Suddenly, a hand pierced through the border between the realm mountain and the black hole, attempting to tear it apart. It was the corpse god's hand. Luin was shocked, and he stared at the hand. What's wrong with the Nan clan? Medicine Immortal said slowly. Back then, the reason why the 5th mainland was ranked first with me was because the final battle between the 6 mainlands was all because of the Nan family's ancestor Nan. It could be said that he was the catalyst for the final battle between the 5th and 6th mainlands. Because of that battle, our 6th mainland's powerhouses withered away, and we lost more than half of our Daosaur sect's ancient texts. Many of our inheritances were destroyed, and although we defeated the 5th mainland and even managed to change the 5th mainland sky, all of that had been schemed against by the Eternals. As for Ancestor Nan, he was incinerated by Xia Shang in front of everyone, and he became the shame of the progenitor realm. Jiu Yao said coldly, the Nan ancestor is dead, and the Nan family has been exterminated. You, a member of the Nan family, must atone for the Nan ancestors' crimes. Sky Calvary's face twitched. He had just casually impersonated the Nan clan. During the era of the Above Heaven sect, the Nan clan was a powerful force on the 6th mainland, and they were one of the clans close to him. That was why he had impersonated the Nan clan. He hadn't expected this to happen. Jiuyao's conversation just so happened to reach Xiada, who was battling Heavenly Master Heizage. The Xia family hated the most was definitely not the Lu family, but rather the Nan family. It was because of the Nan family that ancestor Qin, Xia Shang, had instigated a war between the 2 mainlands and fallen for the eternal scheme, which had led to the 5th mainland's crushing defeat. The Lu family had been forced to take them along and leave. If not for Ancestor Nan, Ancestor Qin would have been the current era's most powerful powerhouse. Even if the Lu family's legendary Dao Lord had appeared, the Xia family would still have dared to rebel. They would not have joined forces with the Bai family and the others. With Ancestor Qin around, there was no need to rebel, as everyone had to give the Xia family face. Ancestor Qin was the symbol of the Daosaur sect's era, and he had monopolized 2 mountains and 1 sea. It was because of Ancestor Nan that his fate had become a mystery, and the Xia family had been reduced to the same level as the Wang family, the Bai family, and the White Dragon clan. Back in the Daosaur sect's era, Ancestor Qin, Xia Shang, had suddenly appeared, and the Xia family had wanted to challenge the Lu family's position. So, you're from the Nan family. Die. Xiada did not care about anything else, and he immediately attacked Sky Blue. Logically speaking, Sky Blue had mentioned his identity back on the ancestral turtle's back, and he had even mentioned that he was from the Jialan bloodline. However, at that time, Enai Huang and the others had been focused on Lu Bujing, so they had not noticed him. Now, Xiaoda's understanding of Sky Blue was that he was from the Nan family, and he was the Xia family's greatest enemy. Sky Blue looked as if he had just swallowed a dead fly. Was the Nan family so hateful? Xiaoda attacked Sky Blue, but Lan Xian blocked him. At present, the everlasting monsters were all entrenched at the entrance to the Starfall Sea, waiting to be exterminated. Regardless of whether it was a human half-ancestor or someone else who acted, the everlasting monsters would still be useful. The ghost monkey did not want to die with them, so he had to seek refuge with Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced at the monkey, but he did not have the time to deal with him. Zhu Yi had already made a move against the ancestral turtle. Death energy gathered in outer space, forming a giant black sphere that pressed down on the ancestral turtle. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this scene, as he had seen that figure use this technique to suppress a giant creature when he had absorbed death energy. Death energy was the same as astral sources in that it was just a type of energy that could be cultivated. Everyone could display different levels of strength. Zhu Yi was definitely an expert in using death energy. Lu Yin did not know whether his identity as the Death God's disciple was real or not, but Zhu Yi's use of death energy was definitely above Lu Yin's. The gathering of death energy was not simple, and it was similar to the 9-yang cauldron transformation. The giant black sphere of death energy pressed down on the ancestral turtle. The turtle's eyes widened in shock, but it did not move. The black sphere of death energy directly pressed down on the Mavis family's divine tree. Finally, under Lu Yin's apprehensive gaze, the divine tree lifted the sphere and flung it away. Zhu Yi was shocked, and his gaze shifted from Lu Yin to the divine tree. His eyes gradually widened, as if he had seen something inconceivable. The Mavis divine tree. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you. Brat, do you really think that we're following you just to return to the astral trees? We have a more important goal, and you've captured our people. We naturally won't let go of the people you care about. That earth must be very important to you. Lu Yin's expression changed, and the way he looked at Wang Xi changed. Although he had wanted to take revenge in the past and kill Wang Xi and the other traitors, he still had a sense of righteousness when facing the Eternals. He could stay true to his heart and fight against the mortal enemies of the human race together. Even if they had acted against Enai Huang and the others, they had not really wanted to kill them. Instead, they had hoped to suppress them and borrow their strength to deal with the Eternals. But at this moment, his thoughts had changed. Even if the Eternals were nearby, even if the human race was in danger, he would still kill that old B***tch. Wang Xi's heart could not help but tremble when she saw the bone-deep killing intent in Lu Yin's eyes. That killing intent made even a half-ancestor like her tremble. She knew that Lu Yin had the ability to threaten her, and if he was allowed to continue growing, there would come a day when he would threaten her life and even the entire Wang family. When she thought of this, she coldly said, "As long as we capture the people that the brat cares about, we'll be able to force him out. There are billions of people on that earth, and we'll kill 100 million a day. Let's see how long he can last." There's also Xenia Star and many others who once joined the Great Eastern Alliance. They can all be used as bargaining chips. Lu Bujing's Akalanatha King's elephant grew rapidly, almost to the point of being able to display his inner world. Old B***tch, how dare you threaten a direct descendant of the Lu family? I'll definitely kill you. Due to the explosive increase in his power level, the astral source was rapidly devoured. At the same time, the increase in his strength also triggered the mind net. Lu Yin shouted, "Stop." Lu Bujing was stunned, and he looked at Lu Yin. Kue Luo, Wang Si, Zhu Yi, and even Hen Xian, who had yet to make a move, all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly looked at Wang Si. He was so calm that it was terrifying. Because of what you just said, I'll make the Wang family regret it for 10,000 years. Wang Si's eyelids twitched, and she sneered. We'll see if we can survive. She then looked at Zhu Yi. Do you want to join forces? Zhu Yi glanced at Wang Si. During the era of the above heaven sect, human cultivation was at its peak. The progenitors encouraged the creation of their own power, which resulted in the birth of many powers that could not be used by astral sources. It was also because of the progenitors' encouragement that humans made good use of their intelligence, which led to the birth of experts like the three realms and 6 Taos. In our era, creation and power were revered. Methods were always lies that the weak used to comfort themselves. Wang Si's face sank. Zhu Yi continued, some people can't become powerhouses, so they think of all sorts of ways to harm, threaten, or bribe others to protect their pitiful self-esteem. I despise those kinds of people the most. He then looked at Wang Si. You're that kind of person. Wang Si's expression turned ugly. Without our help, you'll never be able to catch that brat. Zhu Yi was indifferent. I don't need to catch him. I just want to clean up the mess. Even if I can't catch him now, once I break through to the progenitor realm and become the second death god, I'll naturally be able to strip him of his power. He then looked at Lu Yin. Death Chi can only be used by whoever I allow to use it. If I don't allow anyone to use it, then even if this power is destroyed, they can't use it. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Although he loathed Zhu Yi's tone and incomprehensible arrogance, this person did not seem to be so despicable. Could it be that these people from the above heaven sect era were all like this? Every era had its own unique characteristics. Throughout the history of human development, there were eras where skinny was considered beautiful, fat was considered beautiful, and there were also eras that respected strength and disdained underhanded methods. There were also eras that respected ambitious and ruthless people who would do anything to achieve their goals. This was the gap between the eras. In the current era, whether it was strength or methods, everything was fine as long as one's goal was achieved. This was why Wang Si could threaten him, and he could also unify the innerverse and outerverse. However, to those from the above heaven era, this was incomprehensible. Sky Blue Salon disdained Lu Yin's methods. The difference between eras had resulted in different views. During the above heaven era, humanity had been at its peak, and there had been no need for them to worry about foreign wars. The above heaven era had formed a system that ensured humanity's orderly development. Thus, the arrogance of strength being king had been born. However, in this era, humanity was facing too many foreign enemies. Sky Blue Salon and the others could not understand this era's concept, and neither could Lu Yin's group. Now, Wang Si was disgusted by Zhu Yi. Her method was very practical and had a high chance of success. If Lu Yin really allowed Earth to be destroyed and the people he valued to be slaughtered, then there would definitely be a flaw in his mental state in the future. No matter how she looked at it, it would not be a loss. However, Zhu Yi refused to do so, and he even mocked her, which truly disgusted her. Ni Huang admitted that she was somewhat old-fashioned, and she was also choked by Zhu Yi's words. Zhu Yi was not mocking Wang Si, he was mocking this era, just like how Sky Blue Salon had mocked Lu Yin. Zhu Yi's words disgusted Wang Si and the others, and they also distracted Old White Ghost. Seizing this opportunity, the Heavenly Master attacked. Myriad rivers to the sea. Old White Ghost was startled. He did not understand what myriad rivers to the sea was, but since the Heavenly Master had shouted it, he naturally did his best to defend himself. This was also the Heavenly Master's goal. Ever since his battle with Xia Ji, he had gained inspiration that myriad rivers to the sea could be used as a surprise attack. Those who did not understand this secret technique would naturally try their best to defend themselves. However, this secret technique could turn all attacks into raw energy. In other words, any defense would be useless, and even the Heavenly Master's own strength would be rendered useless. Xia Ji had relied on this ability to surprise the Heavenly Master and Elder Gong when they had teamed up. At this moment, the Heavenly Master was also using this ability to turn Old White Ghost, Xia De, Wang Si, Ni Huang, and Zhu Yi's battle techniques into nothingness. Of course, this included Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo. Although they had all consciously avoided using astral battle techniques, they would still use them at critical moments. The Heavenly Master had seized this moment. If Elder Chan and the others were here, they would definitely be able to coordinate with the Heavenly Master to attack Ni Huang and the others. However, since they were not here, the Heavenly Master had left this move to Lu Yin. The moment Myriad Rivers made his move, Lu Yin took out the needle that he had obtained from the Celestial Doe's head judge and used the secret art to appear in front of Wang Si. Immediately after, a palm appeared and slammed into the void, creating countless afterimages that merged together to form an incomparably ferocious palm. The needle moved at a speed that Wang Si could not dodge, piercing through her right arm. Wang Si's body was pierced through by the needle, and she was sent flying backwards, leaving behind a trail of blood. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The Heavenly Master was the one who had attacked, and the moment he used myriad rivers to attack Wang Si, the needle had appeared right under the palm. Everyone's attacks had been neutralized by myriad rivers, and by the time they realized what had happened, Wang Si had already been severely injured. Logically speaking, with Wang Si's strength, she should not have been so easily injured by the Heavenly Master's palm strike. The Heavenly Master's attack was not that strong, and he had only used speed to superimpose his palm strike. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2046. This attack was one of Everlasting Island's 7 battle techniques. Although it was powerful, it couldn't possibly injure a half-progenitor so severely. In the end, it was still that needle that had broken through Wang Si's inner world, which was where her astral vortex had been when she had been an emissary. The Heavenly Master hadn't expected that needle to be so powerful that it had pierced through Wang Si's body. Wang Si hadn't expected the Heavenly Master to be able to find her inner world and break through it, which was why she had been so severely injured. Ni Huang hurried to Wang Si's side while Xia De and Old White Ghost moved over at the same time, blocking 3 different directions. They looked at the Heavenly Master warily, especially at the needle in his hand. There were too few treasures and external items that could threaten a half-progenitor, which was why they hadn't used them. They hadn't expected the Heavenly Master to have one. Wang Si coughed up blood with great difficulty, and she glared at the Heavenly Master with a pale face. "How did you find my inner world?" The Heavenly Master didn't answer. "I found it," Lu Yin said. Wang Si and the rest looked over in shock. "It was you." Lu Yin growled. "You didn't expect this, did you, old bitch? I found your inner world, and that needle is also mine." "Impossible. How could you possibly find my inner world?" Wang Si was flustered, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. She looked even more defeated. Her injuries were too severe, and she might be crippled for the rest of her life. Her hatred for Lu Yin grew even more intense. "You've been watching us all this time." Ni Huang looked at Lu Yin and asked slowly. If one had been watching a battle from start to finish, then it was possible to find an opening, especially since emissaries would subconsciously protect their astral vortexes. Lu Yin looked at Ni Huang. "You are enemies." Ni Huang laughed in self-mockery. "We've lived for so long, but we've been fooled by a junior like you. We schemed against you, but you schemed against us as well. You've been watching us from the moment we stepped onto this battlefield, right? You've been analyzing our battles to find the location of our inner worlds. If I'm not wrong, you've seen through the three of us as well. Xiaoda stared at Luyin in shock. If what Anai Huang said was true, then Luyin was too terrifying. His ability to foresee the future was terrifying. Even Zhu Yi became much more serious. Luyin sighed. There's nothing I can do. I'm just a puny emissary, and I can't compare to you in terms of strength. All I can do is use my brain. You guys came to this region of space to kill me, and if you want to protect yourself, then you have to be more hardworking than others. Anai Huang smiled bitterly. We're both facing the threat of the Eternals, and we're on the brink of death. Yet, you still have the time to observe us. Most of the time, I didn't participate in the battles. I'm not qualified to do so. Old White Ghost said coldly, little bastard from the Lu clan, you're too despicable. Kuei Luo shouted, this is called battle wisdom. You want to use a hostage to force him into a corner. Isn't that despicable? The way you deal with the Lu clan is 10,000 times more despicable than that old bitch Wang Xi. Wang Xi glared at Luyin. She was a dignified half-ancestor, but she had actually been schemed against by this junior that she hated the most. She could not accept this. Luyin looked at Lu Bujing. Capture Wang Xi. We'll talk about the other three later. Wang Xi was heavily injured, and she could not use her inner world even if she wanted to. There was no way for her to hide in the mind net, but Anai Huang and the other two were different. They could escape or fight to the death, and if they could not win, they could hide in the mind net. The mind net could not be maintained for very long, and it would eventually disappear. Lu Bujing looked at Luyin with a complicated gaze. From what he knew, the Lu family did not lack intelligent and strategic experts. However, there were very few people like Lu Yin who could successfully scheme against a half-martial ancestor at the first origin tribulation realm. Even in the Lu family, he was an exception. Most people in the Lu clan did not rely on their brains to make a living. Attack! Kuei Luo shouted, his spiritual force blasting towards Anai Huang and the other two. Lu Bujing visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant once more and punched out. The Elysium Heavenly Master also appeared at the same time. Originally, only Anai Huang and the other three had been able to deal with Lu Bujing's group, but now that Wang Xi was gone, they were at a disadvantage. What was more troublesome was that they still had to protect Wang Xi. Furthermore, compared to Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo, they were able to use their astral sources more often. Lu Bujing relied on the Akalanatha king's elephant and possessed terrifying strength. Kuei Luo directly used his spiritual force, but they could not find any other source of power to resist. Astral source battle techniques could only be maintained for a short period of time, and if they were exhausted, they would definitely lose. In the face of Lu Bujing's group's attacks, even Anai Huang wanted to retreat. At that moment, Zhu Yi attacked, his deathly qi transforming into chains that flew towards Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing, your opponent is me. Lu Bujing looked at Zhu Yi and avoided the deathly qi chains. Don't you hate playing tricks? Zhu Yi was indifferent. Just because I hate playing tricks doesn't mean that I'm stupid. Without the three of them, how am I supposed to clean up the mess? Anai Huang and the others relaxed. Fortunately, this Zhu Yi was not too stubborn. Zhu Yi had attacked Lu Bujing, and the situation had reversed. Zhu Yi had replaced Wang Xi, which was the best outcome for Anai Huang and the others. However, the situation quickly changed again. Lan Xian and the medicine immortal had returned and ambushed Zhu Yi. No one had expected someone from the sixth mainland to suddenly appear and help Lu Yin. Even Lu Yin himself had not expected this. In the current situation, everyone only wanted to protect their own astral sources. Fighting would only deplete their astral sources. Lan Xian wanted Lu Yin's blood, which might be very important. Lu Yin understood that, so she had been keeping an eye on him. But what about the medicine immortal? What was he after? 3 strings played, and Lan Xian's melodious voice rang out. She glanced at Lu Yin. You owe me a drop of blood. Although Lan Xian and the medicine immortal were much weaker than Kuei Luo and the others, without using their inner worlds, the difference was not that great. Even if the two of them could not hold Ju Yi back, they could at least deal with Old White Ghost or Xia De and free up Kuei Luo. With Kuei Luo's strength, he could hold an Ai Huang back. The chaotic battle between half-ancestors caused the countless corpse kings at the entrance to the Starfall Sea to be forgotten. Not long after, countless corpse kings began to scatter in all directions. The ghost monkey had been allowed onto the ancestral tortoise's back by Lu Yin, and the moment he entered, he began to flatter Lu Yin incessantly. How many experts are there among those corpse kings? Lu Yin asked sternly. The monkey shrank back. Many. There are no less than 50 envoys. I don't know where the Eternals found so many monsters. If they all scatter, it will be a disaster for the 5th mainland. Lu Yin frowned, as this was not the greatest disaster. He looked at the entrance to the Starfall Sea, where there was still a palm that could allow the Eternals to travel back and forth. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Cloud Shadow Mavis. Senior, protecting the 5th mainland is our shared responsibility, and the Mavis family is no exception, right? Cloud Shadow Mavis grew wary. What do you mean? Lu Yin replied, have the ancestral tortoise block that gap. Impossible, Cloud Shadow rejected. She then seemed to realize that her tone had been inappropriate and added, it's not that we don't want to, but that the ancestral tortoise doesn't want to. It won't go near the corpse god, you should know that. Let's try. If we can block that gap, the Mavis family will be the greatest contributor to the 5th mainland, Lu Yin said. Cloud Shadow was helpless, and she could only try to get the ancestral tortoise to approach the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Along the way, Lu Yin would attack any corpse king that they encountered. His headache continued. Lu Bujing had said that the backlash from his innate gift would last for a period of time, and Lu Yin could feel it now. Every time he attacked, his headache would intensify, and he had to find a place to enter the time-stop space to rest. Up ahead, a pair of scarlet vertical eyes flashed past before disappearing into the distance. Lu Yin's heart sank. A corpse king with a power level of 1,000,000 wasn't something that he could deal with. If these corpse kings spread to the 5th mainland, who knew what kind of disaster they would cause? Suddenly, a scale appeared beneath the corpse king's feet, and its body shattered. Lu Yin was delighted. This was the trial, and the head inquisitors had finally arrived. The next moment, Elder Chan, Chief Inquisitor Qin Ping, and Xia Ji arrived at the same time. They saw the battle between the half-ancestors in the distance and the countless corpse kings fleeing. Elder Chan and the rest didn't attack, as they had the same thoughts as 9 luminaries. If they attacked now, they would exhaust their astral sources. If the Eternals invaded again, they would be in trouble. Lu Yin naturally knew this as well, as he had only used the overlaying stacks path and not his astral source. The Eternals had left so many corpse kings behind in order to exhaust their strength. Only cultivators below the half-ancestor level could deal with these corpse kings. What are you looking at? Hurry up and help. Kuei Luo shouted at Elder Chan and the rest. Old White Ghost threatened, the Sky Genesis Court's new void corridor will be repaired soon. When that happens, my astral tree domain will be reconnected to your abandoned land. If you dare attack us, you'll be punished by the 4-way scales. Lu Yin sneered, who can punish us? Your progenitors? Do you really think we're stupid enough to believe that the 4-way scales won't attack us because they're afraid of the progenitors behind me? This is the 5th mainland's ancestral land. The sixth mainland's martial progenitor invaded and was heavily injured. Secret progenitor betrayed us and attacked burial garden, but was also heavily injured. Once a progenitor appears, they won't be able to act recklessly here. Otherwise, any random progenitor from the Eternals would be able to take down this place. Why would they spend so much effort setting this up? He had only figured this out recently. He had assumed that the four-way Libra was truly afraid of the progenitor behind him and was afraid that a battle between progenitors would break out on the fifth mainland, which was why no progenitors had taken action. However, even the Eternals had not sent any progenitors, which was strange. The seven sky gods were all peerlessly powerful, and there were Tao lords and esteemed ancestors of their families. They were all powerhouses from the most ancient era, and He Wuxian was no exception. So why was He Wuxian being blocked by the martial progenitor and the blood progenitor? There were strong half-ancestors and weak progenitors, and it was the same for progenitors. Lu Yin didn't believe that the martial progenitor and the blood progenitor could fight against He Wuxian. No matter how weak He Wuxian was, he should be on the same level as progenitor Qin, who could challenge multiple progenitors by himself. It wouldn't be difficult for He Wuxian to enter if he wanted to, but he never did. The corpse god was the same, and she would rather block the entrance to the Starfall Sea than enter. There had to be something in the fifth mainland that they were afraid of. If the Eternals were afraid, then so would the four-way scales. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll be updating in the afternoon. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2047. Old White Ghost snorted coldly. Don't try to be smart. The progenitors haven't come out because they don't want the abandoned land to be destroyed and the Eternals to succeed. However, if you really want to court death, the four-way scale will definitely make you regret it. Now is not the time for internal strife. The seven sky gods can still enter and leave, so it doesn't matter to us. At most, we'll just leave the abandoned lands. What about you guys? Once the Eternals take over the abandoned land, you'll have no choice but to flee to the starry sky of the trees. That's our world. Do you want to be hunted down and enslaved forever? Ni Huang shouted. Kuei Luo's vital energy exploded. So what if you're trying to kill me? This old man has been chased by you for so many years, and I've been fine. At worst, I'll just topple the four cardinal scales. Old White Ghost sneered, what a joke. A progenitor can easily suppress them. We can break through to the progenitor realm as well. Chief Inquisitor Qing Ping made his move, and the scale of scales extended beneath Old White Host's feet. Old White Ghost was apprehensive, but Xia Ji suddenly raised his blade and slashed at Qing Ping. Lu Yin was shocked. Do you want to fight or make peace? Senior brother, watch out. Choose one. Xia Ji's attack as he looked was blocked by Old Zen. Lu Yin recalled the first time they had met. Xia Ji had immediately determined that Lu Yin was the one in charge and had analyzed many things. As he spoke, the blade twisted and 2 layers of blade shadows appeared. Truly shrewd. 3 blade clearly seen through the situation and had used this opportunity to pull Ni Huang, but they also attacked Elder Chan. Lu Yin. He was considered an extremely powerful force in the must have said something. Otherwise, but what was his goal in doing so? Would not have acted. There was also to acknowledge his ancestors and return to his clan. Listen to him. The 7 court seemed to have their own was likely a seed left behind by the Xia family, to understand just like how the Bai family had left behind the Day-Night clan. Since the times were different, Xia had overestimated Xia Ji. Make peace. Although Xia Ji was powerful, but he looked at no match for Elder Chan. The situation changed again and again, and the contradictions of humans were turning to Henaxane. This might be the reason why the god of forgotten ruins and the others left. Remember, Don't
Without
fall
external
into my hands.
conflicts, internal conflicts would
Han
erupt.
retracted his gaze.
In the end,
We'll
we'll talk about it after I fall
into
into
your
help Ai
hands.
Huang and the others.
No,
crushing
Wang
Qin
Xi
Ping's
shouted,
scales, glaring at Lu Yin.
Lu Bujing and the
I
others
want you
stopped
dead.
and looked at Han Axian.
She looked at Han Axian.
Ai Huang and the others
We
did
can't
not
let this
understand
bastard
why
of the
Han
Lu
Axian
family
would
go.
help them.
We have to
Han
kill
Xin,
him. What do you mean? Han Axian
Lu
was indifferent.
Bujing asked in a low voice.
No one asked for your opinion.
Han Axian looked at
Lu
Lu Bujing
replied,
but did not reply.
I want to capture that kid as well.
Instead, he looked
you
at
won't be
Ai
able
Huang.
to. Elder Chan said
From
to
now
Ju
on,
Yi, listen to me.
No one can.
Follow me, and
He
I'll
was the
help
one
you.
who led the charge in the battle
Otherwise,
against the
I'll
Eternals.
help them. If it
Lu
weren't for
Bujing
him,
raised
we
his
wouldn't have been
eyebrows
able to
and
block
shouted,
the entrance
"You
to
want
the
to use
Starfall
us?"
Sea.
Lu
I
Yin
won't
had
let
never
you deal
thought
with
that
him.
Han Axian, who
White
seemed the
Fiend
most
said
honest
coldly,
and honest,
is it worth
would
it for a
actually be the
bastard
most
of the Lu
black-hearted.
family? He
The
would
new
use
Voyage
such a method
corridor
to
will
force
definitely
Ai
be
Huang
repaired,
and the others
and
to
the
make a
Eternals will
choice without
definitely
any
invade
room
that
for
gap.
negotiation. Even without the
Ai
threat
Huang
of the
did not
Eternals,
expect to be
the
faced
four-way
with such a
scales
choice
can promise
as
that we will allow
momentarily
the people
stunned.
of the abandoned lands to
No wonder
cultivate in the
people call
astral
you
tree
Han
domain and
hazy.
compete for cultivation
You
resources
climbed from
fairly.
an ordinary person to the position
Without
of
the Lu
Heaven Gate's
family's
sect
bastard,
leader.
we have no
You are
conflicts with
indeed
you.
not an ordinary person.
Are you willing to
Ju
become
Yi
enemies
said.
with us just to protect that
Han
bastard?
Axian stared at Ai Huang.
Elder Chan's expression was
How do you
complicated.
choose?
You're
Ai
asking
Huang
me if it's
clenched
worth
her
it.
fists.
Of course it
Let's
is.
form an alliance.
I am indebted to the
Otherwise,
Lu family.
we'd rather
and if
be
it weren't
trapped
for
than
them,
follow
I
you.
wouldn't have obtained the ancestral
Sure,
chi of the three
Han
sons,
Axian agreed
nor
without
would I have been able
hesitation.
to establish the Hall of
Lu
Honor.
Bujing gritted his teeth.
All of you left your seeds in
Hen
the fifth
Blackie,
mainland.
you're
And
despicable.
the Hall of Honor is a seed
Kuei
left behind
Luo
by the Lu
sneered.
family.
The ancient god was the
We
Tao
resent
master
the
of the
primeval
third
surnames
mainland,
for
yet
abandoning
he
this
betrayed the
mainland,
humans.
but we are also indebted
Sure
to them.
enough,
The subordinates
in the
of such
past,
people are
I would
all
have
the
gone
same.
against my conscience and
Han
ignored the Lu
Axian
family's
looked up.
kindness to us and
The
abandoned
third
Lu Yin,
mainland and the
but
fifth
not now.
mainland have always had a grudge
I am
against each
protecting
other.
him not only because of the
What's
Lu
so
family's
strange about
kindness,
that? But also because
he
of
then
himself.
looked at Lu Yin.
Which one of you
From the
is
looks
willing
of
to
it,
share your
you have the
inheritance
greatest
with the rest of
influence
the
on the
universe?
final outcome of this battle.
Lu Yin is our fifth mainland's benefactor, and we will not abandon him. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder Chan's ancestral chi of the three sons had come from the Lu family. Then why had the Lu family treated him like that? If Lu Yin hadn't taken the initiative to take over the war against the astral beast domain, Elder Chan might not have protected him. It was obvious that Elder Chan had been wary of him back then. Heavenly Master Shangxing said, Elder Chan is right. That is how it should be. Elder Gong smiled. That's right. Chief Referee Qing Ping did not say anything, but he was the first to step forward when someone attacked Lu Yin. This was enough to show his attitude. That person was his junior brother. Han Axian frowned. It doesn't make sense, and there's no need to persist. Let's set aside our past grudges for now. The threat of the Eternals hasn't been dealt with yet. Lu Bujing was the most indignant. He was the one who had instigated this civil war, and he only wanted to avenge the Lu family. Ju Yi did not want to let Lu Yin off either, but it seemed that he could not do anything to Lu Yin. He could not even break through the ancestral turtle's defenses. Lu Yin looked around and felt a little helpless. These half-ancestors were all shrewd, and it was already difficult for them to severely injure Wang Xi. It would be impossible for them to deal with Ai Huang and the others. On the surface, Lu Yin seemed to have the greatest influence, but it was also because of this that Han Axian had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, all of the half-martial ancestors looked towards the west. An old man walked out slowly, and his gaze was gentle. There was fatigue and ancientness in his eyes. Behind him were half-ancestor Navagraha and Jalan of the sky. Blood ancestor. Lan Xian and the medicine immortal hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. The other half-ancestors all looked solemn, but they bowed. Greetings, progenitor. Even Lu Bujing and the others bowed. Although they had come from the ancient era of the above heaven sect and were much more senior than the blood progenitor, a progenitor was still a progenitor. They were only half-ancestors, so they had to bow before a progenitor unless the other party was an enemy. Lu Yin stood on the ancestral turtle's back and bowed like the Mavis clan. Greetings, blood progenitor. Greetings, blood progenitor. The blood progenitor's real name was Shuel-Iz, and he was one of the sixth mainland's 3 progenitors. He was also the only progenitor who had not shown any hostility towards the 5th mainland. When the Sea King had broken through the 3 upper gates, he had drawn out the astral tree to restore the 5th mainland sky, which had led to the 6th mainland invading the 5th mainland. The martial progenitor had personally taken action, and if not for the symbol progenitor, he would have been able to sweep through the entire 5th mainland. The secret progenitor had even betrayed the human race and attacked the burial garden in a futile attempt to destroy the burial garden and destroy humanity's most ancient inheritance. Fortunately, progenitor Chin had intervened and stopped the attack, severely injuring the progenitor. Only the blood progenitor had not acted against the 5th mainland, and he had been fighting against the Eternals the entire time. When Luin had broken through to become an emissary, the astral source universe had been stirred up, which had drawn out the blood progenitor. It was also at that time that he had met the blood progenitor for the first time. Prior to this, Luin had never come into close contact with a progenitor. Now, the blood progenitor was the only progenitor left in the 5th mainland. "It seems like you don't plan on fighting anymore," the blood progenitor's voice rang out as he swept his gaze across all the half-ancestors, including Luin. Elder Chan looked at the blood progenitor and respectfully asked, "Why have you come, senior?" The blood progenitor clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the starfall sea tiredly. "How could I not come? This is humanity's greatest calamity. If I'm not careful, I'll end up like the 9 ministers and not even be able to keep my corpse." Jiu Yao's expression was ugly, and his eyes were filled with grief. The 9 ministers was the martial progenitor's name, and he had been killed outside the Starfall Sea. Even his head had been thrown out, and it had been an extremely tragic sight. "You did well to seal the entrance and fight for a chance of survival for us humans. Unfortunately, there is still a gap. If we want to guard that gap, we will have to pay a great price. But no matter what, everyone here is responsible, including myself," the blood ancestor said word by word. Luin asked, "Senior, what do you plan to do?" He had interacted with the blood progenitor before, and this old man was easy to talk to. Behind the blood progenitor, Jalan Tianlan looked at Luin with an arrogant expression. Her sense of superiority grew as she looked at Luin. Lu Yin's status had been acknowledged, and even the blood progenitor was very polite to him. He had acknowledged that Luin would definitely break through to the progenitor realm. In this universe, no, in this era, Luin was at the peak. The blood progenitor looked at Luin. "Draw lots. I will forever guard the entrance, just like before. However, I won't be alone, but rather with at least 4 other half-ancestors. Because of the power above us, a half-ancestor's strength is enough to guard the entrance. Otherwise, even a progenitor would not be able to guard it, let alone a half-ancestor. Of course, the further we go, the more half-ancestors we'll need to guard. This will depend on how the Eternals attack. For now, their attacks aren't that strong, and they might not even be there." Everyone fell silent and fell into deep thought. They needed a half-ancestor to guard the entrance, which meant that they would be facing the Eternals on the front lines. This was not a good job, but it had to be done. "I'm full of sincerity. Thank you, brothers, for your support." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2048. There are 16 half-ancestors here. How long will it take for the next batch to change? Hen Xan asked. The blood ancestor looked at him and sighed. "You came from the ancient era and are one of the leaders of the 12 gates. You truly live up to your reputation. If all of you can break through to the progenitor realm, then the human race will have nothing to worry about." Kue Luo rolled his eyes. If they broke through to the progenitor realm, then the everlasting race would have been destroyed long ago. At the same time, the ghost monkey rolled his eyes as well. Let's do it for half a year. What do you all think? The blood ancestor obviously hadn't considered this question, so he casually answered. Hen Axion answered, sure. The blood ancestor continued, during this time, I hope that you won't fight amongst yourselves, at least not until the everlasting race can't invade. I hope that you can give me some face. He then raised his hand, causing 16 spots to appear in the sky. Each spot represented a number. You may draw lots. Lu Bujing raised his eyebrows. This was a deterrence, right? At first glance, those spots looked like numbers used for drawing lots, but they were unable to see the numbers inside and were unable to use any means to find out. This ability to block everyone's perception was directly proportional to one's combat strength. As expected of the ancestor realm, Hen Axion was the first to act, casually grabbing a spot. Next, the other half-ancestors followed suit. Lord Inquisitor, there's no need. You're not a half-ancestor, Lu Yin called out. He wanted Senior Qing Ping to not participate in the defense. That way, even if Lu Bujing, Kuei Luo, Heavenly Master Shangxing, and the others were unlucky enough to participate, he would still have a senior to rely on. Yes, Inquisitor Qing Ping replied with a single word, which left Lu Yin depressed. On the other side, Ni Huang bowed to the blood ancestor. Senior, Wang Xi's inner world has been destroyed, and it will be difficult for her to use her full strength. She might even become a cripple. Wang Xi's expression turned ugly, but she didn't refute. Yes, the blood ancestor replied. The spot on Wang Xi's hand disappeared, and she glared at Lu Yin once more. She swore to herself that she would find a chance to kill him. Lu Yin also looked at Wang Xi, not bothering to hide the killing intent in his eyes. The remaining 15 half-ancestors could be divided into 4 groups. The one with the number 1 will be the next person to guard the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the blood ancestor said. Lu Yin quickly looked at Kuei Luo and the others. Kuei Luo had a constipated expression on his face, and he was mumbling something under his breath. Lu Yin's heart sank. Kuei Luo was definitely involved. He looked over at Lu Bujing, who had a relaxed expression on his face. Lu Yin looked at senior brother Qin Ping, but he couldn't read his expression. He then looked at Elder Chan and the others, but he couldn't read their expressions either. Cultivators who had reached the half-group realm basically didn't show their emotions on their faces. It was very difficult for him to tell. Very few people were like Kuei Luo. Alright, since you've chosen, the 4 of you can follow me to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, the blood ancestor said before heading towards the Starfall Sea. Elder Gong, Xiada, Medicine Immortal, and finally Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo sighed and glanced at Lu Yin. Take care of yourself. Stay on the ancestral turtle's back and don't go down. The blood ancestor hoped that there wouldn't be any internal strife among the humans for the time being out of respect for him. However, no one knew how important this restriction would be to Ju Wan and the others. At least, from Kuei Luo's point of view, this restriction was nonsense. Thus, he warned Lu Yin not to leave the ancestral turtle. Lu Yin watched as Kuei Luo and the others headed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. He suddenly thought of how powerful it would be if he could make all of these half-ancestors listen to his orders. More importantly, there were many powerhouses who had broken through 3 gates amongst these half-ancestors. The 12 gates of heavens above the heavens, the Astral Tree Society's half-ancestors, Elder Chan, and the 9 luminaries were all half-ancestors who had broken through 3 gates. How many of them could break through to the progenitor realm? Lu Yin looked at the many half-ancestors and suddenly had a whimsical idea. Why didn't he try to control them all? When he had been a mere explorer, he had wanted to unify the outerverse, and he had succeeded. When he had unified the innerverse and outerverse, he had only been an enlighter. To those who knew of his experiences, he had become a legend. Only when someone achieved something that others thought was impossible could be considered a legend. If he could create a legend, why couldn't he create a second one? As an emissary, he had roamed the battlefields of half-ancestors and even decided the outcome of battles involving progenitors. He had done it, and there was nothing that he couldn't do. The more he thought about it, the more excited Lu Yin became. At the same time, the pain in his head grew even more intense. It hurts, doesn't it? Lu Bujing climbed onto the ancestral turtle and looked into the distance. Hen Xian had left with Enai Huang and the others, heading towards the Neoverse. Elder Chan had just mentioned Team E, which had been established by Hen Xian, and Lu Yin was going to take it away. Zhu Yi had also left, as it was impossible for him to deal with Lu Yin on his own. Lan Xian also left with the 9 luminaries, but before she left, she reminded Lu Yin that he owed her a drop of blood. She knew her own limits and knew that the chances of her asking for it now were not high, as Lu Bujing was keeping an eye on her. However, she would firmly remember this point, and she would make Lu Yin pay her back one day. Elder Chan and the others were the last to leave, and before they left, they told Lu Yin to have the Great Eastern Alliance cooperate with the Hall of Honor to eliminate the corpse kings that had spread throughout the universe. There was no need for Elder Chan to give any instructions, as Wang Wen and the others had already been making preparations to eliminate the corpse kings. The imminent battle between half-ancestors had ended, but the grudges that had been left behind still remained. Regardless of whether it was the conflict between the Lu family and the 4 Libras of this era, the conflict between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, or the conflict between the above heaven sex era, all of these conflicts would erupt in the days to come, and this did not even include the experts that had yet to appear. How many experts were there that turned into source boxes back then? Lu Yin asked as he rubbed his forehead. The ancestral turtle changed directions and headed towards the outerverse. Lu Bujing thought about it. Many. More than half of the 12 Elysium sect masters are with us. Lu Yin's brows rose, as 3 Elysium sect masters had appeared. He suddenly thought of something. What about the Eternals? If you guys were sealed in ice, then they should have been sealed in ice as well. Why haven't we seen any Eternals after Jiayu came out? There aren't many Eternals that were sealed in ice. It was all a ruse, a scheme. Almost all of the Elysium sect masters are quasi-ancestors, and there are also the elite cultivators from the 6 mainlands, especially the Tao Child, who was confirmed to be a genius that would break through to the progenitor realm at such a young age. That one ice seal ended an entire era, Lu Bujing said with a solemn expression. Lu Yin looked up. Ended an entire era. Lu Bujing replied, no, it ended 2 eras. Sky Salon was right. We are from one era, and they are from the next. Ever since the above heaven sex golden age, the next 2 generations of elites disappeared, and a gap appeared in the cultivation ladder. This gave the Eternals a chance. Otherwise, if things had developed normally, the humans would have produced many progenitors, and even if a few Tao masters betrayed us, the mainlands would not have been destroyed. Now that I think about it, the Eternals have been scheming against us for far too long, and it can be traced back to the above heaven sex era. That period, that ignorant period of chaos. If the Eternals didn't have any experts sealed in ice, then how did you guys get tricked? Lu Yin was puzzled. These half-ancestors were not stupid, and there were still the 3 realms and 6 Daos back then. Lu Bujing sighed. The Eternals aren't the only ones scheming against us. I'll tell you about this in the future, but it's hard to tell who's right and who's wrong right now. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Humans' arrogance came from their intelligence, and the Eternals also possessed unfathomable intelligence. When the humans had been at their peak during the above heaven sex era, they would not have looked down on an ant. Who would have thought that that ant would overthrow the giants? As long as one had intelligence, even an ant could not be underestimated. How should I address you? Lu Yin asked Lu Bujing. This question stumped Lu Bujing, and he thought about it. Although the Lu family is divided into direct and side branches, we don't have the merciless concept of hierarchy that other families have, and we still get along quite well. How about this? Back then, Lu Tianyi called me third uncle. You can call me third uncle as well. Lu Yin blinked and looked at Lu Bujing in shock. You? Who did you say called you third uncle? Lu Tianyi. During the above heaven sex era, my Lu family's Daoist was on the same level as Sky Salon, Lu Bujing said. He then realized something and became excited. You know Lu Tianyi, right? How is he? Lu Yin was amused. Ancestor Lu Tianyi was a Daoist from the above heaven sex era. Just like Sky Salon. Lu Bujing nodded. Yes, they were on the same level, but he was more arrogant than Sky Salon. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant, but how is he now? Lu Yin sighed. The Lu family disappeared, and I don't know if he's dead or alive, but I've heard Kuei Luo mention Lu Tianyi's name before. He was an ancestor of my Lu family a long time ago, and he was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daoist sex era. Lu Bujing was not surprised that Lu Tianyi had become one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He looked to the west and sighed. That former junior has already reached the same level as the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Ha, I told you that kid could do it and that his future was limitless. I never thought that he would really reach the same level as the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How ruthless, how ruthless. Ha ha ha, I should tell Sky Salon about this. I want to see his expression. Our 5th and 6th mainlands didn't get along, and Lu Tianyi competed with Sky Salon all year round. Now, Sky Salon will have to kneel down and call him ancestor when they meet again. Lu Yin sighed as well. If Lu Tianyi and Sky Salon met again, it would be a dramatic reunion, and he was very curious about Sky Salon's expression when he saw Lu Tianyi. According to Kuei Luo, the Lu family had more than one progenitor, and the oldest one was Lu Tianyi. The Lu family ancestor that Kuei Luo had mentioned was also Lu Tianyi. Now that Lu Yin thought about it, with Lu Tianyi's absolute talent and the fact that Sky Salon had been able to compete with him, his strength was definitely not simple. It was no wonder why Lu Tianyi was a Daozi and why Lu Tianyi looked down on him. Lu Yin really wanted to meet him. Tell me, who else is in the Lu family? See if there's anyone that I know, Lu Bujing asked anxiously. At this moment, the monkey brought over 2 cups of tea and tried to curry favor. 7th bro, senior, please have some tea. Lu Bujing impatiently waved a hand. Go away. Lu Yin took the tea and looked at the monkey. I'll talk to you later. The monkey hurriedly replied, 7th bro, feel free to tell me anything. I'll tell you everything I know. Is that so? That's not how you addressed me in the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin raised his brows. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2049. The monkey's mouth fell open, as if he couldn't believe that Lu Yin knew about his deeds in the Eternal Kingdom. That was impossible, as only the corpse kings knew about his deeds in the Eternal Kingdom. How did Lu Yin know? No, someone must have told him that besides the corpse kings, there were only the specters. Could it have been him? The monkey thought of Silver, who had a wicked smile on his face and looked like he deserved a beating. 7th bro, this little monkey has never been disrespectful to you. If there is, this little monkey is willing to suffer the pain of being struck by lightning and never become a progenitor, the monkey shouted with a sincere attitude. Lu Bujing looked at the monkey in astonishment. Most cultivators wouldn't dare to make such an oath, but this strange thing seemed to be telling the truth. Lu Yin didn't believe the monkey, and he was more willing to believe that the monkey had never thought of becoming a progenitor. After chasing the monkey away, Lu Yin took a sip of tea, and his headache eased a little. Third uncle, ancestor Lu Tianyi is the oldest progenitor in the Lu family. Aside from the legendary ancestor of the Lu family, you wouldn't know anyone else even if I told you their names. Also, I don't know that I've lost my memories. Lu Bujing sighed. To think that the dignified Lu family would fall to such a state. How sad. I would rather die in battle during that era than live alone and watch the family wither away. Lu Yin put down his teacup. Third uncle, tell me about the era of the above heaven sect. Lu Bujing replied, that era is already a thing of the past, and there's nothing much to talk about. All I can tell you is that those who witnessed that era view the Eternals differently from those of your era. Perhaps you don't think that you can defeat the Eternals in this era, but in our era, the Eternals were nothing but ants. Lu Yin interrupted, your arrival has given us confidence. Lu Bujing was stunned, and then he thought about it. That's true. Actually, I wanted to say that the people of our era were inexplicably arrogant, and that arrogance came from the above heaven sect, from the astral beasts and Eternals that were enslaved by humans. However, from another perspective, our arrival did instill confidence in you. Wait. Lu Yin grasped the crux of the matter, and he looked at Lu Bujing. Did you say that they were enslaved? Lu Bujing's gaze trembled, and he nodded. Enslaved. Humans enslaved astral beasts. Lu Yin was shocked. Lu Bujing replied, that's nothing. The astral beasts are nothing more than mounts for humans. During that era, the fourth mainland had the most astral beasts, and the ruler of the fourth mainland was the desolate god, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He could do nothing about the astral beasts entering the fourth mainland to enslave the astral beasts, and he could only turn a blind eye to it. To the astral beasts of that era, humans were perhaps even more despicable than the Eternals we're facing now. Back then, part of the plan was related to them, but it was just a guess. Lu Yin looked to the east, towards the astral beast domain. A bolt of lightning flashed by, but he couldn't catch it. He had clearly thought of something, and he should have thought of something, but he just couldn't remember it. What was it? Enslavement, astral beasts, origami, and the Eternals. What could he possibly think of when he connected all of these together? Did the giant starry sky beast also participate in the plot against them? That was why the human race was cut off for 2 eras. I remember now, Lu Bujing suddenly shouted, and under Lu Yin's confused gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, Hen Blackie wants to rebuild the above heaven. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you say? Lu Bujing solemnly explained, don't be fooled by Hen Blackie's carefree appearance. That guy is actually quite shrewd. Back then, he was just an ordinary person, and he thought of all sorts of ways to enter the eyes of ancient Tao Master. Under ancient Tao Master's guidance, he chose cultivators with tenacity and willpower to join Team E and build up his own strength. Right, that guy even said that he had a chance to fight for the position of Tao Master. No wonder he wanted to form an alliance with those guys and was in such a hurry to find Team E. He definitely wants to rebuild the above heaven, break through to the progenitor realm, and become a Tao Master. Lu Yin was confused. Breaking through to the progenitor realm is understandable, but what's the point of becoming a Tao Master? The Tao Source sect is no more. Lu Bujing explained, in our era, there was a legend that said that only a Tao Master could know the core secrets of this region of space. Below the Tao Master level, even the 9 mountains and 8 seas didn't have the qualifications to know. Although the Tao Source sect has been destroyed, we will never forget this legend. Lu Yin shook his head, as this legend was based on the fact that the Tao Source sect still existed. Out of the 6 mainlands Tao Source sects, only the 6th mainland's Tao Source sect remained, and it had even been relocated. What secrets could there be? Becoming a Tao Master was already considered a top expert in this era, so who else could tell a Tao Master's secrets? Perhaps this was the reason why humans still pursued cultivation in the above heaven era. Lu Yin did not know if Hinshin would establish the above heaven sect, but he had a premonition that Sky Sapphire would. Lu Yin felt another wave of pain, and he could not help but clutch his forehead. The pain made him dizzy. Lu Bujing was helpless. Your innate gift has backfired, and no one can help you. You can only rely on time to recover, and this period of time will greatly affect your battle prowess. So, you should go into seclusion and cultivate. Listen to that old man and don't leave this ancestral turtle. No one can do anything to you. He then turned to look at the tree. Speaking of which, I never thought that the Mavis family would fall to such a state. The pain subsided slightly, and Lu Yin's face paled. Was the Mavis family once very powerful? Lu Bujing replied, of course. The family that controls the second mainland has a Tao master just like my Lu family. As long as it's a plant in this region of space, it's bound to be under their control. In our era, it was common knowledge that when fighting the Mavis family, it's best not to have any plants around you. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. It's just like how when others fight my Lu family, they'll do everything in their power to prevent the direct descendants of my Lu family from summoning their generals. How is that possible? Lu Yin asked. Lu Bujing nodded. Yes, how is that possible? That's why the Mavis family was very powerful. Lu Yin endured his headache and kept talking to her. At first, she didn't understand, but later on, she realized that this guy wanted to borrow star essence, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Thus, he dragged it out and let her figure it out herself. How could there be such a person? Cloud Shadow shook her head and turned to leave. After entering the wooden house, Lu Yin sighed, as he had no other choice. The Eternals had countless corpse kings scattered across the fifth mainland, and the Great Eastern Alliance had to be eradicated as well. Technological weapons alone wouldn't be enough to eradicate these corpse kings, and cultivators would have to fight as well. However, the astral source universe had been devoured, and there was no way to replenish star energy. He could only rely on star crystals and star essence. Fortunately, he was doing this for the sake of humanity, so Lu Yin consoled himself. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He suddenly went on guard and looked around. There were no plants in the wooden house, so the Mavis family shouldn't be monitoring him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2050. Hold on, Lu Yin looked up. He had forgotten that he was right next to the divine tree. Wouldn't the tree be able to monitor him? He sighed and thought about it for a moment. It didn't matter anymore. So what if he exposed his innate gift? There was no need to hide it anymore. Kuei Luo knew that when the Undying God and Xia Ji had been fighting, those two might have seen it. There was also the Mavis family. Who knew if they had been monitoring him? Lu Yin wasn't the same as before. He didn't have the ability to protect himself, and even the four half-ancestors of the cosmic tree wouldn't be able to do anything to him. As long as he didn't reveal his innate gift, others would at most know that he had it, but they wouldn't know what it was used for. He tapped the die and it slowly stopped. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. That was it. It was 4 pips. Lu Yin didn't cultivate after entering the time-stop space. He only drank a cup of fake wisdom root tea from the Hui family and rested. The backlash from his innate gift was a headache, but he could recover with enough time. Who could compete with him in terms of time? In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had been in the time-stop space for more than half a year. His headache finally subsided, leaving only occasional headaches that didn't affect his cultivation or battle. He didn't immediately cultivate, but instead took out Mount Supreme and entered after some thought. Mount Supreme was bustling with activity. Besides Long Shi and the others, Lu Xiaoge and Xia Taili were also present. Lu Yin had originally planned to release Xia Taili after releasing Wang Su and Wang Yi, but Hen Xian and the others had suddenly attacked the everlasting tribe. He hadn't had the time to release Xia Taili before going to the Innerverse. Now that he had fallen out with Ni Huang and the others, he naturally couldn't release Xia Taili. Lu Yin appeared in front of Lu Xiaoge and the others. Wang Dashui and Xia Taili were the first to react. One ran over to flatter Lu Yin while the other raised his leg to kick him. Lu Yin rolled his eyes and easily grabbed Xia Taili's leg. It was smooth and comfortable to the touch. Long 7, let go of me, you wretch. Xia Taili was furious and glared at Lu Yin. Wang Dashui licked his lips. 7th bro, I finally see you again. 7th bro, do you know how much I missed you? Lu Yin loosened his grip, and Xia Taili kicked out again. This time, he used the divine martial qi. Layers of dust surrounded his feet and turned into chains in an attempt to trap Lu Yin. This was the Xia family's secret technique, lock. Everything could be turned into chains to trap the enemy. Lu Yin didn't dodge and allowed the chains to bind him. Xia Taili kicked him in the chest, but he didn't move an inch. Instead, Xia Taili took a few steps back and almost fell. She was so angry that her face turned red. I don't believe it. As she spoke, her palms flew out, and dozens of palms landed on Lu Yin's body, but Lu Yin remained motionless. Xia Taili's palms hurt, and she looked at Lu Yin as if he were a monster. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows as the chains on his body shattered. He took a step forward and appeared directly behind Xia Taili. Xia Taili turned around abruptly and transformed his divine martial aura into a sharp blade, but Lu Yin caught it with his bare hands. You! Xia Taili was furious. Lu Yin found it funny and flicked his finger, shattering Xia Taili's divine martial aura. Even if we're at the same level, you're still far from being my opponent. Not to mention, I've already become an envoy. Even your brother, Xia Shenfei, would be no match for me. Nonsense, my brother is much stronger. Xia Taili was unconvinced. Lu Yin smiled, but before he could say anything, Wang Dashui shouted, nonsense, my 7th brother took care of the 4th young ancestor alone. Even 10 Xia Shenfei's wouldn't be his match. Xia Taili glared at Wang Dashui, you're itching for a beating. Wang Dashui shrank back, thinking. If Lu Yin didn't take him away, he would still be locked up with this woman. Would he be beaten then? He panicked at the thought and forced a smile. All right, I didn't do anything to you. I just locked you up for a few days. Is there a need for that? Lu Yin said casually. Xia Taili snorted, annoyed at Lu Yin, you played us like monkeys for so long. Was it fun? Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Yin looked at Yu Qin and Lu Xiaoge, then turned to Xia Taili, it's all right. Xia Taili gritted his teeth, wanting to bite Lu Yin. I was going to let you go, but unfortunately, that old man Xia Yingxiong didn't have the foresight to go against me. You'll have to suffer for a while, Lu Yin said. Xia Taili was disdainful, it doesn't matter. You'll be caught by the 4-way scales sooner or later. That confident? Lu Yin was surprised. Xia Taili replied, the 4-way scales foundation isn't something you can imagine. At this point, Lu Yin suddenly thought of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. During the above heaven sect era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas were second only to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. They were progenitors who were second only to the Tao Lords. They were present on all 6 continents, but during the Daosor sect era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had all been on the 5th mainland. Either the 5th mainland's 9 mountains and 8 seas were fake and different from the above heaven sect era, or the fifth mainland had truly flourished during that era and supported the entire 9 mountains and 8 seas with its own strength. Lu Yin believed that it was the latter, as he had experienced the 9 mountains and 8 seas trial and failed. During that era, the Xia, Wang, and Bai families had all had progenitors who had become the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and they had regained part of the above heaven sect era's glory. If those ancestors were still around, then the 4-way scale strength would have to be re-evaluated. Lu Yin had not told Lu Bujing about this, as the latter definitely knew more about the 9 mountains and 8 seas strength than he did. "How's the situation outside?" Lu Xiaoge asked. Lu Yin replied, "It's all right. The humans are holding on, but there's a huge change. You definitely wouldn't expect it." "What change?" "The elders haven't left yet, right?" Xia Taili was curious. Lu Yin smiled at her. "I'm not telling you." He then left. Xia Taili was stunned, and then she cursed out loud. "That bastard Long Qi, no, that bastard Lu Shaoxian." Wang Deshuai's heart sank. "Left? Just like that? Did they not care about him anymore? It's over. How much longer am I going to be trapped here? It's over, it's over, it's over." Suddenly, Lu Yin sensed danger, and he slowly turned around to see Xia Taili's fiery gaze. "Did you say something just now?" Xia Taili clenched her fists and stared at Wang Deshuai. She was clearly very cute, but also very malevolent. Lu Shaoxian couldn't become a legend, and even if he became a progenitor, he would only be a progenitor in the Lu family. Lu Yin was different, he was the true legend. The two fell silent, and only the sound of the saplings hopping could be heard. "I'll let you go. Elder Ni Huang is in this region of space. Go find her yourself," Lu Yin said. Long she looked up. "No need." Lu Yin was surprised. "You don't want to leave?" Long she was lost. She didn't know. She missed Lu Shaoxian and wanted to bring her original smile back to him. However, this person was Lu Yin, and she would never be able to return to Lu Xiaoshuan's era. Even so, she still couldn't bear to part with him and didn't want to leave. She just wanted to be with him. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing. Thanks to the DCF brothers, Calamity Caramel and Luo D for their support. Thank you. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. I'll continue to update tomorrow. Thank you. Lu Yin watched her leave. From that day onwards, you stopped smiling. Long she didn't reply. Her back was to Lu Yin, and he couldn't see her expression. Tears fell from her eyes, and she didn't smile or cry for the first time since that day. The sapling moved closer to Long Shi, its branches caressing her face. Its emerald leaves moved closer, as if to help her wipe away her tears. Lu Yin said, "Thank you for telling me this. If you want to leave, just say so, and I'll let you go." He then turned to leave. Long Shi suddenly said, "Everyone knows that you're Lu Shaoxian, and the 4 cardinal scales won't let you off. Those emissaries, half-ancestors, and even progenitors are all watching you, but you should pay attention to that woman." I remember him saying that that woman's innate gift is rarely seen since ancient times. He himself is talented enough, and so are the 7 prodigies. However, that woman might be even more powerful than them. She has an unparalleled cultivation talent and a dark, starry sky manner. That woman is the most terrifying. I understand, Lu Yin said, then left Mount Supreme. He had met her before, from the finger in his dream to the Astral Combat Academy stargazing deck, where she had broken through to become an emissary and caused the 2 spacetimes to overlap. He had met her gaze, and she was no stranger to him. Because of this, he had never dared to underestimate her. Even when facing Emperor Ni and the other half-ancestors, he wasn't as wary as he was of her. Even without Long Shi's reminder, Bai Sienna was still the enemy that Lu Yin was most wary of and wanted to understand the most. Within the time-stop space, Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme and gazed into the distance. Long Shi's understanding of the Lu family was limited to Lu Xiaoshuan's generation. At her age, she didn't even know much about the 7 prodigies. She only knew how to eat, drink, and play. However, through Long Shi, Lu Yin found out that Lu Xiaoxian wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect. The Above Heaven sect was a very unfamiliar name to the Lu family, as it was an extremely ancient name. As the continents shattered, the Above Heaven sect's name had long been forgotten. However, it wasn't a secret to the Lu family, which had always existed. The Lu family's understanding of the Above Heaven sect's era was no less than Lu Bujing's and other ancient powerhouses. Lu Xiaoxian wasn't surprised that Lu Xiaoxian knew about the Above Heaven sect. What was surprising was that he wanted to rebuild it. Someone who hadn't experienced the Above Heaven sect's era wanted to rebuild it. It was very whimsical, but it was also very challenging. Lu Yin looked at his own hands. Since Lu Xiaoxian also wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect, he should give it a try. Back then, when he had only been an explorer, he had already dared to unify the Outerverse. What was wrong with trying to rebuild the Above Heaven sect now? In the Neoverse, after the entrance to the Starfall Sea was blocked, the Blood Progenitor joined forces with 4 other half-ancestors to stand guard. Although there were countless corpse kings scattered throughout the 5th mainland, peace was restored. The only difference from before was that there was no way to replenish astral sources. Regardless of whether it was the Glory Realm or the other places in the Neoverse, there was no way to replenish astral sources. The strongholds that had gathered together were once again separated. The Sirius sect and Everlasting Island left the home of the gods. The 7 courts also left the Glory Realm and headed towards Progenitor Chen's tomb. When they arrived at Progenitor Chen's tomb and wanted to return, they discovered a group of people standing in outer space and looking at the tomb. "Who's there?" Ku Pu barked as he fearfully looked ahead. Those people were very calm. They merely stood in outer space without leaking any auras, but they still made Ku Pu's heart palpitate. It was as if he was facing a colossus. This was an instinctive fear. One of the people turned around. Ku Pu was stunned. "Senior Xia Ji." The Su, Yu, Hui, and Shi families' patriarchs and elders all stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior." Xia Ji nodded. From now on, the 7 courts will have to change. The Hui family patriarch, Hui Ji, was confused. "Senior, what do you mean?" Xia Ji was indifferent. Progenitor Chen's tomb originally belonged to my Xia family's ancestor, Xia Shang, so there's no need for you to guard it. This place belongs to my Xia family, and you can join my Xia family. I will still protect you, but if you don't want to, then you can leave. Hui Ji and the others looked at each other in shock. "Senior, we've made an agreement since ancient times to form the 7 courts and guard Progenitor Chen's tomb together. We all swore an oath, and you want to break it unilaterally." Before Xia Ji could say anything, Xia De turned around. "He didn't break the oath, but this decision was made by me. My name is Xia De." He had 9 clones, and his main body was guarding the entrance to the Starfall Sea with the Blood Ancestor. One of his clones was here. So Elder Yen was shocked. The Astral Tree Expedition Army. They naturally knew about the Astral Tree Expedition Army and their identities, but they hadn't expected Xia De to be working together with Xia Ji. And it wasn't just them either. The people standing in the sky weren't simple either, especially the one at the very front. It seemed like his status was even higher than Xia De's. Since you know about the Astral Tree Expedition Army, then you should know that my Xia family owns progenitor Chen's tomb. We agreed to let you guard it together in order to deal with the Hall of Honor, but we don't need that anymore. The Hall of Honor wouldn't dare to cause trouble for us. You can choose to join my Xia family or leave. We won't force you, Xia De said. Hui Kong walked out and looked straight at Xia De. For so many years, our families have guarded progenitor Chen's tomb. Even if we didn't contribute much, we still worked hard. Senior, you want to chase us away with just one sentence? That's too much. Old White Ghost was impatient. Scram. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hui Kong was furious. You. He was about to say something, but Siyu stopped him. They're all half-ancestors. There was a qualitative difference between half-ancestors and emissaries like them. Even if the mental network was limited, a half-ancestor could still easily deal with them. Then what do we do? Give up on progenitor Chen's tomb? Hui Kong said unhappily. Ku Rong said, fellow half-ancestors, we can't replenish our astral sources right now. We hope to unite and find another way to fight. Progenitor Chen's tomb is also something we must explore. Back then, progenitor Chen used his giant clone to cultivate his battle force to the extreme. We also want to try and fight against the Eternals. Han Axian turned around and looked at Ku Rong. You want to cultivate your battle force to the extreme? There's no need to find progenitor Chen. I can teach you. Ku Rong and the others were shocked. Senior, you cultivated your battle force to the extreme? Han Axian didn't say anything. A formless energy expanded and enveloped everyone in the court of 7 words. The void burned and boiled. This was the Warring States. Hui Kong and the others felt this incomparably terrifying aura and felt as if they would evaporate at any moment. The Warring States only appeared for an instant before disappearing. Han Axian looked at them calmly. Stay. I can teach you. Thank you. DCF Heavenly Slayer Caramel Roddy, thanks for your support. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thanks for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2052. Ku Rong looked at Hui Kong and the others with a complicated expression. Without the astral source, they would need to try all sorts of methods to deal with future battles. Even without the Eternals, they would still need to find other ways to fight. Otherwise, they would be surpassed by other powers. Now that the Warring States cultivation method was right in front of them, they could learn it, but the price was to listen to orders. Hui Ji was the first to speak. I'm sorry, but I can't stay. Next, Ku Pu, Yu Kersin, Su Lao Yen, and Xia Ahua all spoke up. No one was willing to stay behind and listen to Hingxin's orders. White Ghost stared at them coldly. If you don't want to stay, then scram. Don't get in our way. Hui Ji and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. They reluctantly looked at progenitor Chen's tomb, but they could only leave. Only Xia Yi and the other cultivators from the Xia family were left behind. Xia Meng's expression was unnatural. The court of 7 names had completely fallen apart. From now on, it would no longer be known as the court of 7 names. Just a bunch of trash, White Ghost said disdainfully. Without a half-ancestor, these people were nothing in his eyes. Hengxin frowned. He actually wanted to control the court of 7 names, but now wasn't the right time. If he used force to suppress them, it would only attract the Hall of Honor's attention. Furthermore, he didn't want to use force to suppress them. He wanted to find a way to make everyone submit to him. In the distance, after leaving progenitor Chen's tomb, Hui Ji and the others discussed where to go. It wasn't that they didn't have a place to go, as they could find anywhere in the Neoverse. Their main goal was to find other ways to fight other than the astral source. Before this, they didn't care much about battle force, domains, and spiritual force. At most, they would cultivate them for fun, but they hadn't specifically collected records about them. Now that they wanted to learn the best. Actually, I have an idea. We can learn the cultivation methods of the warring states without being restricted. At least with our abilities, we have the right to raise conditions, Kupu said. Everyone looked at him. He slowly said, Great Eastern Alliance, Luin. Everyone was shocked, and Elder Yen was the first to object. Luin is too ambitious. What's the difference between us and those half-ancestors from earlier? Don't forget that if we want to have a place in the fifth mainland, we need a half-ancestor to oversee it. The Glory Realm and the Great Eastern Alliance both have half-ancestors. We also need the protection of a half-martial ancestor. Otherwise, we'll be finished once the Eternals send out a half-martial ancestor. Yuku thought. Huiji frowned. I don't really want to look for Luin. This kid. He was about to say something when he suddenly sensed Huikong's unfriendly gaze. He paused. This kid doesn't follow the rules too well. What rules do you want? Huikong was dissatisfied. Huiji was speechless, as he hadn't even said anything bad about Luin. Luin hasn't even reached the warring states period, so why should he help us? I think it's a good idea to look for Brother Lu. Brother Lu built the fifth pagoda, and the first level already has battle force and domain cultivation methods. He also mentioned the empty god realm of the warring states and domain, so he should be able to help us. Moreover, Brother Lu also has a half-ancestor behind him, and his relationship with Elder Chan and the others is quite good. Xia Ahua smiled and said, I also agree. Alliance leader Lu is actually very disciplined. So Elder Yen spoke in a low voice. Running from the Neoverse to the Outerverse is like going back in time. Siyu shook his head. What's the difference between the Neoverse and the Outerverse? We still can't replenish astral sources. Huiji said, even if we look for Luin, we need to think about the conditions. We can't rely on him, right? Of course not. Kupu glanced at everyone. We need to at least form an alliance, just like he did with the Mavis family. I agree, Yu Kursin said. Everyone discussed for a while, and in the end, they all agreed to look for Luin in the Outerverse. However, there was one thing that they didn't mention. Luin had been able to go to the Cosmic Tree Realm without the Hall of Honor's help. Even if they couldn't protect the fifth mainland, they might be able to use Luin to escape to the Cosmic Tree Realm. The division of the seven courts was inevitable. Xia Ji had sided with Xia Da and wanted to return to his family, so the Xia family had no reason to participate in the seven courts. They didn't need to work together to protect progenitor Chen's tomb, as they could do it on their own. Meanwhile, in the Cosmic Sea, outside Kuan's swamp, Zhu walked out and looked at the surging aura of death. He was excited. Found it. It really is death. He then stepped in. Not long after, the giant castle within Kuan's swamp shattered, and Lord Pig frantically fled while howling. Zhu stood calmly above his head. You're not bad. Originally, I could have let you follow me and let you cultivate death energy. Unfortunately, you're of the giant bloodline, and you were created by the ancient Tao Master. Just looking at you makes me hate you. After speaking, Zhu lightly moved his feet, and the Hell Master's head was heavily smashed into the distance, causing him to faint. Against a half-ancestor like Zhu the Zhu had no way of retaliating. Not far away, Green Tea watched in horror as Zhu slowly approached. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she couldn't move at all. Zhu walked in front of Green Tea and lifted her chin. Aside from that brat, you're the second person I've seen in this era who cultivates death. Follow me, and I'll let you walk a different path. Green tea was terrified of Ju-yi, but due to her loathing of death, she said in a hoarse voice, I don't want to be a member of the Spectre clan. Ju-yi frowned. Yet another traitor. How interesting. Are there so many traitors in this era? If you don't want to cultivate, then I'll make you cultivate. The more you want to betray the death god, the more you can't. I want you to personally spread death throughout this era. Green tea was filled with hatred. I won't. Ju-yi sneered. That's not up to you. Now, I want to know how you cultivate death. The death aura entered Green tea's ears, and she quickly became sluggish like a puppet. Not long after, Ju-yi looked up. The Eternal Kingdom. The successor of the death god actually defected to the Eternals. How embarrassing, but that death aura can't be wasted. He then grabbed green tea and headed towards the Neoverse. He wanted to find clues about the Eternal Kingdom, and that was the most suitable place for him. Glory Realm, Original Boundary Mountain Ruins. It was now a wasteland, and because of the battle with the 7 sky gods, the Arbiter world had collapsed. Fortunately, the Lockbreaker world and Starlink world were still there. When the Eternals invaded, the Boundary Mountain ruins became their largest stronghold. Many cultivators from the 7 courts, the 3,000 great worlds, and even outside the Glory Realm gathered here. Even though the Boundary Mountain was gone, the wasteland was quickly filled with mountain peaks. Just now, the Board of Governors had finished another meeting. The Board of Governors dealt with many complicated matters in the 5th mainland's human domain, especially now that the 5th mainland was in chaos. Not only were there Eternals, but there were also ancient powerhouses. The Board of Governors had not stopped discussing how to deal with the situation. When the discussion finally ended, Big Sister Lei Qingqing looked at the table full of delicacies in front of her and began to eat crazily. This time, her appearance had changed to that of an absolute beauty, but her belly was extremely large. It was extremely uncoordinated with her body. In simple terms, she was pregnant with 100 babies and would never be able to give birth. Of course, he did not dare to say this in front of Big Sister. Ever since Big Sister had become a director, the atmosphere of the entire Board of Governors had changed. The original Board of Governors was serious, cautious, and full of the dignity of a superior, but now, Big Sister had led them astray and turned them into a wet market. Although the style had changed, the power had not. Decisions that affected the human domain were made by the Board of Governors. Again. Big Sister began to eat crazily. Ever since she had become like this, she had almost starved to death. She was hungry all the time. She was surrounded by a group of cultivators who were waiting on her, and they trembled in fear. Director Lei, Director Sanliang requests an audience, someone reported. Big Sister waved her hand. Let him in. Soon, Sanliang arrived. Looking at the table full of food, he swallowed his saliva and said carefully, Big Sister, there's something I want to say. Don't be in such a hurry. Finish eating first. Big Sister picked up the wine jug and took a sip. Her stomach heaved up and down, and Sanliang felt nauseous. He had no choice but to stare at Big Sister's face. To be honest, her face was very beautiful now. It was much better than the bearded and coarse woman from before. Sanliang waited here while Big Sister continued to eat crazily. At some point, the cultivators who had been waiting on them had all left, leaving only Sanliang and Big Sister. Again. Big Sister was dissatisfied and kicked the table away. What's going on? Didn't you say that you don't want to stop? Suddenly, she looked around, and her eyes trembled. Where was everyone? Sanliang was awakened by Big Sister and coughed. Big Sister, are you done eating? Big Sister gestured for him to remain silent and stared at Sanliang. Sam Liang felt his hair stand on end and was about to speak. Big Sister asked, "Who are you?" Sam Liang was confused. "What's going on? Big Sister doesn't recognize me." He was about to say something when a pleasant voice sounded out from behind him. "Long time no see. I didn't expect you to become like this." Sam Liang felt his hair stand on end, and he quickly turned around, but he didn't see anything. Big Sister's eyes narrowed, and a tyrant blade that resembled Heizage Lian appeared in her hand. She took a step forward and slashed out with the blade. "Who are you?" A white cloud appeared in front of Big Sister, and it did not dodge the tyrant blade's attack. Big Sister's blade slashed at the white cloud, but it did not advance at all. Big Sister's pupils shrank. She was an enlighter with a power level of nearly 400,000, but her attack had been completely useless. "You don't remember me." The white cloud slowly spoke. "I'm a fated daughter. Have you forgotten?" Big Sister was confused. "What fated daughter? Who are you? You've really forgotten?" The fated daughter was astonished, but it was still a white cloud that did not reveal its appearance. Big Sister stared at the white cloud and frowned. "You're from the ancient era." The fated daughter calmly replied, "I've discovered many old friends, and the first one I came to find was you. Unfortunately, it seems like you've really forgotten. Since that's the case, I'll help you remember." "What are you talking about?" Big Sister did not understand. "I'll take you in as my disciple." "How about it?" the fated daughter suddenly said. "Thank you. DCF Heavenly Slayer brother, thank you for your support." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2053. Big Sis gripped her blade tightly. "No need. I'm a half-ancestor. In this era, apart from progenitors, no one is my match. I can even teach you destiny, so you won't lose out if you become my disciple." Big Sis sneered. "You've got the wrong person. Destiny? You should go to the Starsabil sect. I don't believe in destiny, only this blade in my hand. It's the same as before. Come with me, I'll find the right person." With that, a white cloud surrounded Big Sis. At this moment, someone shouted, "Who's there?" Elder Chan walked out and stared at the white cloud. "Who are you?" "It's none of your business," Destiny said plainly, and the white cloud vanished. Elder Chan was furious. "Let her go." 3 suns ancestral chi shot out from behind him and crashed into the white cloud. The white cloud vanished completely, and Elder Chan's ancestral chi hit nothing but air. He stared at the spot in shock. Who was it? With that power above his head, unless he was like an ancient god, it was impossible to display strength far surpassing that of a half-ancestor. However, that thing had vanished without a trace. What was that? Why did it capture Lei Qingqing? Thinking of this, Elder Chan immediately contacted the Heavenly Master. Lei Qingqing was a member of Leon's Armada, which was also a member of Eternal Sky Island. Currently, the Fifth Continent's network was intermittent, so Elder Chan had to rely on wireless goo to contact the Heavenly Master. When Elder Chan told the Heavenly Master about this, the Heavenly Master quickly went to find Heizage Lian. What? Qingqing was captured? Heizage Lian was greatly shocked. His face was filled with rage, and his aura became unstable. The Heavenly Master was curious. The one who captured Qingqing is definitely an ancient expert. Even Elder Chan couldn't stop him, and we don't even know his identity. What did Qingqing have to attract an ancient expert? Heizage Lian panted heavily and gritted his teeth. Master, do you remember Qingqing's constantly changing appearance? There's a problem with her cultivation method. I asked you to bring her here, but you didn't, the Heavenly Master said after some thought. Haizij Lian shook his head. It's not a problem with her cultivation technique. It's a problem that Qingqing was born with. When I first found her, I was shocked as well. Her appearance was constantly changing, and I couldn't find the reason for it. Those changes weren't just on the surface, but rather her entire being. It was as if she had become a completely different person. The reason why I didn't show it to Master was because Qingqing didn't want others to know about it and treat her as a freak. The Heavenly Master's expression was solemn. If that's the case, then Qingqing might not be as simple as she seems. She might have some other identity if she was able to attract the attention of an ancient expert. Master, please save Qingqing, Haizij Lian begged as he looked at the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master felt helpless. If I knew where Qingqing was, I would have tried. But I don't even know where she is right now. How am I supposed to save her? Haizij Lian grew anxious. That's right. How was he supposed to save them if he didn't know where they were? With Everlasting Sky Island's influence, it was impossible to find Qingqing. Haizij Lian thought about it and then sighed. He could only tell Lu Yin and have the Great Eastern Alliance search for her together. In the Outerverse, Lu Yin opened his eyes. It had only been a few days since he had gone into seclusion, and the backlash from his innate gift had already been dispelled within the time-stop space. However, he still could not leave, as Lu Bujing would definitely notice something. Lu Yin did not dare to completely trust his third uncle until he understood the man better. Can we go in and replenish our astral source? Lan Xian asked Nine Yao. Nine Yao shook his head. With our strength, once we enter, it will take a long time for us to come out. Furthermore, it won't be convenient for us to enter in the middle of a battle. Lan Xian's eyes lit up. You want to get the astral source out? Nine Yao thought for a moment. Don't let any of the futons out, and no one is allowed to enter. It's meaningless for those envoys to replenish their astral source. The astral source there will be left for us half-ancestors to use. The fifth mainland seems to have a futon as well. Let's not talk about the others, but that Lu Yin has one, Lan Xian said. Nine Yao did not mind. As long as we control the futon, so what if they know about the astral source? Can Lu Yin absorb all the astral source there? But he can lend his futon to those half-ancestors, Lan Xian said. Nine Yao frowned. If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. Although the fifth mainland did not have many futons, as long as there were enough, those half-ancestors would be able to enter, and their numbers would surpass theirs. Furthermore, with a half-ancestor's ability, once they replenished their astral source, the entire Tao Source sect's ruins might not even be enough for one half-ancestor. Get ready. We'll enter and replenish our astral source as soon as possible. He then looked at Lan Xian. Why did you help Lu Yin in the first place? Lan Xian hugged San Xian, and her eyes shone brightly. I need his blood. What about the medicine immortal? Nine Yao asked. Lan Xian replied, how would I know? You should ask him. Nine Yao shook his head. My sixth mainland and the fifth mainland have been enemies for generations. Without the threat of the Eternals, we would definitely have a war. If you want that brat's blood, then forget about it. But if you have other ideas, then don't blame me for being merciless. Thank you. DCF Heavenly Calamity Brothers support, thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2054. Within the Tao Source sect's ruins, Lu Yin had been absorbing astral energy for half a month within the 9 cauldron space, and the cauldrons were close to shattering. However, during this time, no one had come. He found it strange, as the people from the sixth mainland should have known that there were astral sources here, and more people should have come, so why hadn't there been any? Unless someone was controlling those cultivators and preventing them from coming. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If he were one of the 9 luminaries' half-ancestors, then he would have thought of a way to control the other cultivators and prevent them from coming. He would have turned this place into a forbidden area for them to replenish their astral sources. Lu Yin's face turned cold when he thought of this. Since that was the case, then he would immediately lend his futon to Kuei Luo and the other half-ancestors so that they could replenish their astral sources first. Right now, he was racing against time, and he had to let Kuei Luo and the others enter before the 9 luminaries did. There was still more than half a month left. At that moment, someone entered, and Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Someone had finally arrived. A figure entered the 9 cauldron space. It was a man. The moment the man entered, his gaze immediately landed on Lu Yin's cauldron. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and his mind went on alert. An expert, this was definitely an expert. The man looked at the floating cauldron with astonishment and curiosity. He took a step forward and appeared at the edge of the cauldron. He lowered his head and saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not move, and his head remained lowered as he absorbed the cauldron's aura. However, he was prepared to act at any moment. This person had instantly sensed Lu Yin's position, which meant that his strength was not to be underestimated. Could this person be an expert from the 6th mainland who had undergone 5 or even 6 or 7 origin tribulations? This person's aura did not seem like it. Although Lu Yin was wary, this person's aura was similar to his own, and it felt more like someone who had undergone 1 or 2 origin tribulations. If such a cultivation could make him wary, then did the 6th mainland have such a person? There's actually someone who has cultivated the 9 yang cauldron transformation, the newcomer said. His voice was gentle like jade, and it was filled with curiosity and surprise. However, it could not hide his arrogance. Although he was surprised that someone had cultivated the 9 yang cauldron transformation, he did not seem to care. When Lu Yin heard this person's words, he became even more wary. He knew about the 9 yang cauldron transformation, but who was this person? Everyone who had entered the Daosaur sect's ruins knew that the combination of the 9 cauldrons battle techniques would allow one to become invincible, but no one knew of the 9 yang cauldron transformation battle technique's name. However, this person actually knew of it. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of a possibility. Could this person have come from the era of the Above Heaven sect? Even in our era, no one cultivated the 9 yang cauldron transformation. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather that they couldn't comprehend it. These 9 cauldrons have existed for a very long time, and I never thought that someone would actually cultivate them in this era when humanity is at its weakest. If that old man knew about this, he would be very comforted. The newcomer seemed to be talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was talking to Lu Yin. I know you can hear me. I'm looking forward to seeing the power of your 9 yang cauldron. Remember, my name is Chu Yuan. Lu Yin looked up at the void. Rumor has it that only when one's control over a certain power has reached the pinnacle can such an effect be created. Even I can't get close to them, so they must be at least peak enlighters, or perhaps even imprints. Those 2 are imprints. They're so young. The others exclaimed. The middle-aged man felt bitter, as these 2 were truly innate geniuses. They were truly young, but their strength was incomparably terrifying. Let's retreat. We can't get close to them. They haven't even made a move yet, and once they do, we'll be instantly reduced to dust. The situation here was completely ignored by Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis. The middle-aged man was right, as Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis were indeed controlling the space around them in order to probe each other. To them, this was just the beginning, and it wasn't even a warm-up. Chu Yuan smiled, and his gaze swept past He Luo Mavis to look at Lu Yin, who had been following Luo Mavis all this time. Geniuses of this era, come out and meet us. Luo Mavis wasn't surprised, as she had long since known that Luin was following them. In their eyes, regardless of whether it was this era or the era of the above heavens sect, only Daozi were worthy of their attention. Even though Luin had the strength of an envoy and even cultivated the 9-yang cauldron transformation, as long as he didn't prove himself, they wouldn't treat him seriously. Daozi had their own pride, and this pride was something that they had fought for themselves, but it was also something that had been bestowed upon them by their era. Every era had to have a leader, and within the progenitors, the 3 realms and 6 Daos were the leaders. Amongst the half-ancestors, the 12 Elysian gates were the leaders, and amongst the younger generation, the Daozi were the leaders. Everyone below the Daozi were ants. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2055. Lu Yin didn't try to hide himself, and when he heard Chu Yuan's words, he naturally walked towards the main hall. In the distance, those people hadn't noticed Lu Yin yet, but when they saw him, they were shocked. It's Lu Yin, elder. It's the 5th mainland's Lu Yin. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. This is troublesome. Lu Yin knows that there's a star source here, and everyone will know once we leave. Elder, Lu Yin won't attack us, right? Someone asked fearfully. This person had participated in the 6th mainland's invasion of the Outerverse and had followed the Autumnfrost family. The middle-aged man shook his head. He doesn't care about us at all. Lu Yin approached the main hall step by step, and then, in the eyes of those in the distance, he easily stepped through a force field that they couldn't approach. He walked step by step until he was between Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis. Both of you are Dao disciples? Luo Mavis looked at Lu Yin. After I woke up, I learned about this era, and you should be considered one of the top geniuses of this era. It said that you control the power of the Grim Reaper, and you've just cultivated the 9-yang cauldron transformation. I'm very curious, just how far have you reached? You might be the only one in this era who is close to becoming a Dao disciple. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why close? Can't I be a Dao disciple? Luo Mavis was cold, and her delicate face was even more petite than Yuhua's, but she was even more arrogant. Dao disciple, you are invincible among your peers on this continent. You might be the strongest among your peers on this broken 5th mainland, but that doesn't mean that you can be the strongest on a complete continent. The 5th mainland has the Lu family, and only the top descendant of the Lu family can be called a Dao disciple. Suddenly, Luo Mavis paused and frowned at Lu Yin. She seemed to have thought of something. You're also surnamed Lu. What's your relationship with the Lu family? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sorry, but I'm a descendant of the Lu family. Luo Mavis was shocked. Chu Yuan was surprised as well. I've heard about you before, and since you've awakened in this era, there's no way I wouldn't know about you. I never expected you to be from the Lu family. Interesting, this is interesting. He looked at Hello Mavis and said, let's make a bet. Let's see who can make him fall the fastest. Not only can we test our strength, but we can also see the value of this era's top geniuses and compare the difference between the 2 eras. Luo Mavis' eyes lit up. Alright, he's a descendant of the Lu family after all. No matter how weak this era is, a descendant of the Lu family should be able to last a few moves. She then looked at Lu Yin. I'll give you some time. Lu Yin looked at Luo Mavis, and then at Chu Yuan. He laughed heartily, and it was a genuine laugh. How long had it been since someone had looked down on him like this? Half-martial ancestors would not lower themselves to compete with him. Below the half-martial ancestor level, only experts with 6 origin tribulations or higher had the right to speak to him in such a manner. However, they were all experts of the older generation. Even the older generation did not dare to look down on him, let alone the younger generation. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. Ever since the fourth young ancestor had been easily defeated, no one in the same generation had been able to compete with him. Who would have thought that there would be so many people here? Skycloud Jalan looked at them with disdain. These two people had the same arrogance as Skycloud Jalan. You two are very confident. How about this, I'll make a bet with myself. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his expression turned solemn. Let's bet on how long it will take for me to make you fall. He Luo Mavis sneered, even Lu Tianyi didn't dare to speak to us like this back then. The Lu family is getting more arrogant with each generation, so I won't hold back. Chu Yuan, I'll make him fall within 10 moves. Chu Yuan, his lips curled up, interesting. Then, I'll use 5 moves. He Luo Mavis snorted, you're even more arrogant. After all, you're a descendant of the Lu family. He then stared at Lu Yin, summoned the generals. There's no need to deal with you two. Lu Yin snorted. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's arrogance made him feel the desire to battle that he had not felt in a long time. Let's see what the so-called Dao children of above heaven era are like. He then waved his right hand, causing a shockwave to spread out in all directions. He took a step forward and faced the two with a clearski palm. There were 2 clearski palms, one aimed at He Luo Mavis and the other at Chu Yuan. Lu Yin's battle intent was overflowing. He wanted to fight 1 against 2, and he wanted to prove this era's name. Who said that the people of today could not compare to the people of the past? Since the ancient powerhouse lockbreaker, Lu Yin's disdain, mockery, and arrogance towards this era would be completely returned to these two. Lu Yin's clearski palm was something that no one in the same generation as him could withstand. Even Yi Wang, an expert with 4 origin tribulations, had to absorb Lu Yin's physical strength beforehand and use his own special abilities to withstand it. Both He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's expressions changed when they saw the clearski palm. They were no longer children, and they could tell at a glance how terrifying it was. It contained unimaginable strength, battle force, and spiritual force. Anyone with weaker spiritual force would be heavily injured, and it was also extremely fast. It was almost impossible to see. He Luo Mavis raised her arms to block in front of her, but the clearski palm smashed into her wrists and sent her flying back 1,000 meters. Her legs left 2 deep trenches in the ground. Lu Yin was shocked. He had thought that this attack would be enough to heavily injure her. His clearski palm's power was unimaginable, but He Luo Mavis had actually managed to withstand it. Although she had been pushed back, she hadn't been injured. On the other side, Chu Yuan was even stranger. The clearski palm didn't even touch him, and it simply disappeared in front of him. He Luo Mavis didn't look at Lu Yin, but rather at Chu Yuan. Formless. It's said to be able to nullify all battle techniques. You and I have fought against enlighters when we were hunters, but now, this technique has become even more troublesome. Chu Yuan smiled as he looked at He Luo Mavis. Your body has become tougher as well. He Luo Mavis snorted and looked at Lu Yin. She praised, that's a pretty good palm strike. You can even compare to Wei An's. Back in our generation, you were qualified to be called a genius of your generation. Unfortunately, it's far from enough to deal with us. It's time for us to attack. If we say 10 moves, then 10 moves. She then bent her legs and her body suddenly disappeared. She didn't move in another direction, but instead appeared right in front of Lu Yin's eyes. She raised her right arm and raised it up high. At this moment, He Luo Mavis was just like Ascension Mavis when she had broken through to become an emissary. The two of them fought in the same way. This was Mavis' unparalleled strength. Lu Yin raised his head and punched out as well. Boom! The void exploded, and the entire space shattered and scattered in all directions. The few people who had been watching from afar were all sent flying, and even the middle-aged and lighter was no exception. He was unable to resist the pressure of this strength. At the same time, Chu Yuan appeared in front of Lu Yin and reached out to grab him. Lu Yin resisted the pressure of He Luo Mavis' strength and moved his feet. He was clearly retreating, but his body was moving forward, disrupting the void. He Luo Mavis' fist, which had been suppressing Lu Yin, missed, and he almost fell to the ground. Lu Yin met Chu Yuan's palm and similarly reached out to grab it. He had never been afraid of anyone in close combat. Chu Yuan was shocked. Reverse step. Lu Yin grabbed Chu Yuan's wrist and unleashed his overlaying stacks, pushing it out along Chu Yuan's arm in an attempt to shatter his shoulder. His shoulder. However, there was an invisible force on the surface of Chu Yuan's body that disintegrated the overlaying stacks. Lu Yin recalled what He Luo Mavis had said. Formless. Chu Yuan twisted his wrist, and an invisible force pushed Lu Yin's hand away. His palm landed on Lu Yin's shoulder. It's over. He then clenched all 5 of his fingers, and only his index finger pointed out towards Lu Yin's neck. They were too close, and Chu Yuan did not think that Lu Yin would be able to avoid it, even with reverse step. This was not the first time he had fought against someone who practiced reverse step, and he could even see through the void. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Over. What a joke. A star chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he was just about to withdraw his move when a tree branch wrapped around Chu Yuan's index finger and stopped his attack. You want to end it? What a joke. He Luo Mavis interfered. I want 10 moves, so be it. Just as he finished speaking, the grass beneath Lu Yin's feet grew wildly, exactly like Ascension Mavis technique. The wildly growing grass was like a sharp spear that stabbed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin reached out with his left hand and activated the flow diversion diagram. All of the grass pierced through the diagram and shot out in all directions. The force of the grass was enough to easily kill a 3rd-stage origin tribulation cultivator, especially at such a close distance. Even a 4th-stage origin tribulation cultivator might not be able to dodge it. It was just like how Chu Yuan's finger had dealt with Lu Yin. They both believed that they could injure Lu Yin at close range, and the only reason they had limited the number of moves was because they were competing against each other. Chu Yuan wanted to win in 5 moves, but He Luo Mavis wanted Lu Yin to last until 10. In the end, this was a battle between He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan, and Lu Yin was nothing more than a wooden dummy in their eyes. However, Lu Yin's first move had been extraordinary, so both He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan wanted to injure him severely. At the very least, he would not be able to escape. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would be able to block He Luo Mavis's killing move at such close range? As He Luo Mavis blocked Chu Yuan, she looked at Lu Yin in shock. Not bad, the 3rd move. The grass beneath Lu Yin's feet grew crazily again, but this time it didn't stab at him. Instead, it turned into a human figure that was none other than He Luo Mavis. A total of 5 He Luo Mavis attacked Lu Yin from all directions, sealing off all of his escape routes. Each attack was earth-shattering, and each one of them was a threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin hadn't seen this move from Ascension Mavis yet, and seeing that his surroundings were sealed off by He Luo Mavis, he tried to use reverse step to avoid them. However, Chu Yuan could see through it, and so could He Luo Mavis. No matter which direction he tried to use reverse step, he was blocked off by He Luo Mavis. It wasn't that reverse step was weak, but that Lu Yin had yet to comprehend it to the point where he could truly reverse spacetime. He was facing a Tao disciple from the above heaven sect from the primordial era, who also knew about reverse step. Bang! 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 A total of 5 punches landed on Lu Yin's body without any resistance, sending him crashing into the ground. In the distance, more cultivators from the sixth mainland had heard the commotion, but they didn't dare to make a sound when they saw this scene. They recognized Lu Yin, and even he had been beaten to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. Their shock was indescribable. "He's too heavy. He might not be able to stand up," Chu Yuan said calmly, his fingers still bound by the tree branches. It seemed like Luo Mavis had restrained him, but in reality, he hadn't continued to attack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2056. Luo Mavis replied coldly, "Then let's count it as 5 moves. Including the first punch, I used 6 moves, and you only used 1. What if he can't stand up?" Chu Yuan asked. Luo Mavis replied indifferently, "If he can force me back with 1 palm, then he can stand up, but he won't have the strength to retaliate after that. After I defeat you, I'll give him 4 more moves. If I say 10 moves, then I'll give him 10 moves. Not 1 more, not 1 less. So, it's our battle next." Chu Yuan smiled. Luo Mavis raised a brow, "Are you afraid?" Chu Yuan's lips curled up, "Are you sure those 5 punches hit him?" Luo Mavis was stunned and subconsciously looked down. He was no longer there, having used a teleportation array to dodge at the critical moment. How could that be? Luo Mavis was shocked and looked into the distance. Lu Yin patted the dust off his clothes. Luo Mavis was patting his clothes, but he moved his arms and said, "Is it strange? Those 5 punches didn't hit me, they hit him." Luo Mavis looked at Chu Yuan, "You interfered." "That was formless." Chu Yuan smiled, "I also said that I had to defeat him in 5 moves. I couldn't have let you break it, but..." He paused and looked at Lu Yin, "I didn't think that you would be able to dodge it yourself." "A sourcebox array, huh? Not bad." Luo Mavis's eyes trembled. This Lu family descendant had used a sourcebox array to escape, but Chu Yuan had used formless to replace him. The two had unintentionally worked together to deceive her. "Don't forget, you still have 4 moves left, and so do I." Chu Yuan's index finger shattered the tree branch. Luo Mavis snorted, "4 moves is enough." Lu Yin laughed and rubbed his wrist. "I've seen countless people throughout my cultivation, but few are as arrogant as you guys. 4 moves, right? Fine, I'll use 4 moves as well. Let's see if I can make you guys lie on the ground." Chu Yuan smiled, "Your era hasn't improved at all. You're still using the power of our era, and we're already standing at the peak of our era. How can you win?" Lu Yin solemnly replied, "Are you proud of your era? You're looking down on our era. Fine, I'll use the power created by the heroes of our era to deal with you." After saying that, his body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the withering ancestors' battle technique. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis watched in amazement. What kind of battle technique was this? Lu Yin quickly shriveled up like a corpse, and he pressed down with his hand. 80,000 stars suddenly appeared and circled around him, turning the area into a universe. Luo Mavis snorted. What a mess. Her eyes flashed green as she used her innate gift, Vitality's rhythm. She stared at Lu Yin in a futile attempt to influence him, but it was to no avail. Lu Yin stood firmly in his original position, though his body had suddenly recovered a little. Lu Yin stared at Luo Mavis. Her innate gift was different from heaven's emergence, and it had directly affected him. Luo Mavis was extremely shocked. How could it be that it was useless? Chu Yuan waved his hand and grabbed at the surrounding stars. Suddenly, all of the stars converged, as if the entire universe had shrunk. Lu Yin instantly appeared in front of Chu Yuan and used Sirius's palm to summon the stars. Chu Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he retreated until he was less than a meter away from Sirius's palm. However, Sirius's palm could not get any closer, and Chu Yuan could not dodge any further. Lu Yin's eyes widened when he saw that Chu Yuan's body was covered in a layer of formless energy. This was formless, and the stars that came into contact with Chu Yuan's body would immediately circulate. It was no wonder why Chu Yuan was able to nullify all battle techniques. Since that was the case, Lu Yin retracted his palm and the stars reappeared. He Luo Mavis punched out from beside him, and at the same time, the surrounding void began to burn. This was Sengoku. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen such a young person use Sengoku, and it was incomparably tyrannical. Even Lu Yin himself was afraid of that one punch. When he had faced Sengoku's fist during his origin tribulation, he had used his Akalanth the elephant to forcefully receive it. He could still do the same now, but the elephant belonged to the Lu family and was not something that had been created by the geniuses of this era. If Lu Yin wanted to restore the name of this era, then he could not use the elephant to increase his strength. Thus, he might as well forcefully resist. He Luo Mavis's fist landed on Lu Yin's chest, and at the same time, 80,000 stars converged into a sword. Sirius's sword technique swept out in all directions, including both He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan. This was the sword sect's 14th sword. Lu Yin did not know which era the 13th sword belonged to, but it should not have reached the above heaven era. Even if it had, it should have been the 14th sword from Emperor Lu. Chu Yuan attacked at the same time, using a strange method to tap Lu Yin's abdomen from afar. This finger seemed ordinary, but if the Sirius stars continued to revolve, they would discover that this finger had avoided all of the stars' revolutions, allowing Lu Yin to see through the movements of Sirius stars in the shortest time possible. Lu Yin was punched in the chest by He Luo Mavis, but he did not dodge this time. He could not avoid it, and the punch sent him crashing into the ground. Chu Yuan's finger descended at the same time, landing on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's 14th sword also landed on He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's bodies. The 14th sword was very strange. It did not cause any external damage, but it destroyed everything from the inside. The 13th sword could be used as a sword as long as one had emotions, and the 14th sword was pain. It was the pain of Emperor Lu's imprisonment. When the sword slashed down, it did not feel anything. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan looked at each other. Impossible. Even if this person was not their match, that sword should have done something. The next moment, He Luo Mavis felt an intense pain in his body, as if he had been stabbed from the inside. He unconsciously coughed a few times, and Chu Yuan did the same. The two looked at each other in shock, an alternative way of the sword. I didn't think that there would be someone in this era who could comprehend this way of the sword. The way of the sword has not declined, Chu Yuan said in astonishment. He Luo Mavis replied, it's very difficult to be the first to comprehend this way of the sword, but once you do, countless people will follow suit. This is why the way of the sword has not declined, but very few people from the Lu family practice it. Chu Yuan looked down. He might not be able to stand up after taking our attacks. He Luo Mavis was indifferent. He's worthy of being a descendant of the Lu family if he can hurt us. I still have 2 moves left. She had used her innate gift of life and Sengoku's punch, which equaled 2 moves. Chu Yuan's lips curled up. He had just attacked once, and had seen through the movements of Sirius stars. I still have 3 moves left. I also have 2 moves left. Lu Yin's voice came from underground, shocking both He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan. How could he be fine? Even further away, a group of cultivators from the 6th mainland looked on nervously. Lu Yin's battle had pushed them further and further away, and they could no longer see clearly. However, they could still vaguely make out that Lu Yin had been beaten into the ground again. Lu Yin was actually being suppressed like this. Lu Yin stood up from underground and slowly floated to the surface. He had used to things develop in their opposite to wither his body, but now that he had mostly recovered, he could at least recognize his appearance. He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan looked at him in confusion. What the hell? If one did not learn that things develop in their opposite, they would never be able to understand the wonders of this technique. As long as he Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan's attacks could not break through Lu Yin's limit, their attacks would only help him recover and become a source of strength that he could use. This was what things develop in their opposite meant. Ancestor Ku had created this incomparably mysterious technique. Who said that the era was waning? The above heaven-sex era had been very powerful, with endless battle techniques and techniques. The path of cultivation had blossomed, and astral sources were not the only path. However, this era had also produced geniuses like the symbol progenitor, Progenitor Qin, and Ancestor Ku. Their strength had been dazzling even in the above heaven-sex era. Chu Yuan looked at Lu Yin in amazement. What technique is this? If I'm not wrong, you're using our strength to nourish yourself. Lu Yin grinned. Smart. I don't mind telling you that if you want to beat me, you'll have to use attacks that exceed my limit. Otherwise, they'll only help me recover. Do you have that ability? Chu Yuan praised, good technique. Even our era didn't have this technique. Although the era is waning, there are still some geniuses. You're Lu Yin, right? I acknowledge you. If you can survive 5 moves from me, then you'll be the Tao child of this era, standing shoulder to shoulder with us. He Luo Mavis sighed, enough with the nonsense. What's so difficult about using attacks that exceed my limit? She stared at Lu Yin. Don't blame me if you die. Lu Yin clenched his fists. You don't have the ability to beat me. With that, his body withered once more. Things develop in their opposite direction again. He Luo Mavis's expression changed, and a giant tree appeared behind her. Green spots continuously fused into her body, causing her aura to surge. Even though he couldn't see the rune lines, he could sense that the current He Luo Mavis was much stronger than before. He was no stranger to this scene. It was similar to the Lu family's visualization technique. Back in the Sovereign Tournament, Luo Mavis had used it as well. He remembered that she had called it limitless strength. Crack! The ground cracked open, and He Luo Mavis looked up at Lu Yin. She clenched her right fist, causing the void to tremble and ripple in all directions. Her strength had exceeded the limits of space, and even without attacking, it was enough to cause the void to explode. What was even more exaggerated was that the void around her had been set ablaze. The Warring States era had descended, and it was incredibly domineering. As He Luo Mavis attacked, the void was pushed apart layer by layer, as if she was closing the distance between them. This punch was incredibly powerful. It contained both the Mavis family's limitless strength and battle force. Even a cultivator with 4 origin tribulations might not be able to withstand it. Lu Yin's clenched fist opened up, and he sent a palm towards He Luo Mavis. It was still the clear sky palm, and there was nothing special about it. The clear sky palm had been powerful enough to force back the previous He Luo Mavis, but the current He Luo Mavis couldn't even touch her before she shattered it with a single punch. Then, a tyrannical punch landed on Lu Yin's body. He Luo Mavis had thought that this punch would be enough to send Lu Yin flying, and that it had exceeded his limits. However, Lu Yin stood in place without moving, and only his withered body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. As long as it didn't exceed the body's limits, he would be able to withstand it. But what was the limit of Lu Yin's body? Even he didn't know. Thank you, DCF Heavenly Calamity Caramel Roddy can't sleep enough. Brother's tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I've been updating for 4 days now, and I've added a total of 5 chapters. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a break. Thank you for your support.
The apex. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2057. Before his tribulation, Lu Yin had broken through 3 stages, which allowed him to deal with a third tribulation powerhouse. His physical defense was terrifying, and although he had sealed the 3 stages after his tribulation, he had still undergone 4 tribulations, which had greatly increased his strength. Although his battle force couldn't withstand a single punch from Heluo Mavis, Lu Yin's physical defense was shockingly strong. Heluo Mavis was the first person from the above heaven sect to experience this. Her punch had only helped Lu Yin recover, but it hadn't harmed him in the slightest. She couldn't believe this result. At that moment, Chu Yuan appeared above Lu Yin's head. He did something that caused all of the energy that had been scattered to the surroundings to gather in his palm, and he controlled it like a whirlpool as he slammed it down at Lu Yin. This attack wasn't any weaker than Heluo Mavis' punch, but the difference was that Lu Yin had already recovered and could no longer absorb the energy in the opposite direction. This was the moment Chu Yuan had been waiting for. He believed that Heluo Mavis had the ability to unleash an attack that exceeded Lu Yin's physical limits. If it exceeded Lu Yin's physical limits, then Chu Yuan would lose this match. But if it didn't, then he could take advantage of the opportunity to land a palm strike that would be enough to end the battle. Heluo Mavis hadn't expected Chu Yuan to take advantage of her, and she couldn't stop the incoming attack. She looked at Lu Yin anxiously. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he faced Chu Yuan's attack and slowly raised his hand. Heluo Mavis' expression changed. Don't court death. He comprehended the primeval Tao technique and absorbed all of my energy. Don't take it head on. Lu Yin acted as if he hadn't heard her and continued to grab at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was astonished, and a flash of vigilance appeared in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't help but retract some of his strength. The next moment, Chu Yuan's palm collided with Lu Yin's right palm. It should have been an earth-shattering collision, but the terrifying energy gathered in Chu Yuan's palm was directly suppressed. Lu Yin grabbed Chu Yuan's hand and viciously flung it to the ground, causing Chu Yuan's body to sink into the ground with a thump. At that moment, Lu Yin's body disappeared and reappeared above Heluo Mavis, pressing down with both hands as he used the limitless clear emptiness palms. Palm after palm pressed down on Heluo Mavis, who tried to evade, but as soon as she took a step forward, her body abruptly returned to her original position. This was a teleportation array that Lu Yin had set up when he had attacked Chu Yuan, and he had been waiting for this moment. Heluo Mavis couldn't react in time and was hit by dozens of limpid emptiness palms. She was also pressed into the ground. The range of the limpid emptiness palms included Chu Yuan. This was the first time that Heluo Mavis and Chu Yuan had been completely suppressed. Lu Yin soared through the void and suppressed the entire area. In the distance, the 6th mainland's cultivators were aghast when they saw this scene, as the tables had turned too quickly. They had all thought that Lu Yin was finished, but they had never imagined that Lu Yin would be able to take on 2 opponents by himself and suppress both of them. The dozens of emptiness palms released all of the power that Lu Yin had absorbed from the 2 of them, including his own power. It could be said that no one in his generation was qualified to make Lu Yin take action like this. Only experts who had reached the 4th or 5th origin tribulation could make him do this. Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked down at the dust that had enveloped the world. His wrists were a little sore, the limpid emptiness palms were fierce and gave him some pressure. He just didn't know how the 2 of them were faring. The dust on the ground slowly dispersed, revealing that the terrain outside the main hall had completely changed. There were now 2 bottomless pits in the ground. Lu Yin stared at the ground and frowned. He could feel that the 2's auras were actually very stable. Had the limpid emptiness palms not caused any damage? He exhaled. As expected of a Tao child from the era of above heaven.
It was no wonder why they were so confident that they could not defeat them with just this little trick. In the universe, it was already difficult for a cultivator with 1 or 2 origin tribulations to challenge someone with 3 or 4 origin tribulations above their realm. For example, once the 10 arbiters broke through to emissary, they would be qualified to challenge someone with 3 or even 4 origin tribulations. Those who could challenge someone with 5 origin tribulations were few and far between. Lu Yin had been able to challenge someone with 3 origin tribulations before becoming an emissary. Once he became an emissary, even someone like the Sea King, who was at the peak of 4 origin tribulations, would not be his match. Lu Yin was one of a kind in this universe. Now, there were a few more such existences, and they were the Tao children from the era of above heaven. The ground cracked open as Luo Mavis propped up a piece of land and walked out. She casually tossed it to the side, causing a huge explosion. She looked up at Lu Yin and saw that he was in a rather sorry state. Not far away, Chu Yuan walked out as well. He was much quieter, but he also seemed to be in a much worse state than before. His gaze was no longer as gentle as before. He had just been smashed to the ground by Lu Yin by the arm, something that had never happened even in the era of above heaven, let alone in this era. Although Chu Yuan's expression was calm, there was an unprecedented chill and pressure in the depths of his eyes. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Luo Mavis suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Yin looked at her strangely. Why was she so happy after being beaten up? Luo Mavis laughed out loud, pointing at Chu Yuan as she continued to laugh. Chu Yuan was calm. Is it that funny? Luo Mavis laughed until she was out of breath and clutched her stomach. No, I never thought that you would have such a day. Chu Yuan, have you ever thought that this day would come for you? Ha ha ha. Chu Yuan frowned and looked at Lu Yin. You've surprised me. Before Lu Yin could reply, Luo Mavis laughed again. Too funny, ha 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 ha, too funny, too funny. If only those fellows were here. Lu Yin descended and was puzzled. What's so funny? Luo Mavis clutched her stomach and pointed at Chu Yuan, unable to hold back her laughter. Can you imagine how funny it is for a dignified Tao disciple to be flung to the ground? Can you imagine how funny it is for the only person who was received by the progenitor to be flung to the ground? He has an extraordinary bearing and is known as the Chosen One. Ha ha ha, too funny. Lu Yin was flabbergasted and looked at Chu Yuan. The Chosen One. Chu Yuan was indifferent. It's just a meaningless title. He stared at Lu Yin. You've indeed surprised me. Even in our era, you would have been able to compete with a Tao disciple. But I still have 2 moves left, and they're enough to defeat you. Luo Mavis's previous indifference was replaced by mockery. Still pretending. You're the best at it in our group. She then looked at Chu Yuan. I still have 1 move left. Let's work together and beat him up. This woman had changed greatly, but not because of her personality, but because she had acknowledged him as her equal. Her way of speaking was completely different now, and she no longer acted high and mighty. She even hoped to drag Chu Yuan down. She had followed Chu Yuan from the start to see what he was up to, and her goal had not changed. She had just gained an expert. Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan. That's a tempting suggestion. Chu Yuan was calm. It doesn't matter. 2 moves for 2 people is enough. Ha 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 ha. Luo Mavis laughed again. Chu Yuan raised a brow and looked at her with dissatisfaction. He was speechless as well, his battle passion had been extinguished by this woman's laughter. Luo Mavis pointed at Chu Yuan and laughed. Still pretending. Why don't you take a look at yourself before saying that? Your face is covered in dust. Don't you feel embarrassed? He didn't even use death energy or the Lu family's general appointing platform. He defeated you in one move, ha ha ha. Chu Yuan frowned, and the void around him distorted as he prepared to attack. Lu Yin's body dried up once more. He had just thrown Chu Yuan to the ground and then used the limitless clear emptiness palm, which could only be counted as one move. He also had one move left, but it would be difficult to win by relying on the battle techniques of this era. The Death God's transformation, the Sis secret art, the Yu secret art, and the primogenitor scripture all belong to the primordial era. Even so, it was unrealistic for Chu Yuan to defeat him in one move. He did not plan on teaming up with Luo Mavis, and he wanted to try taking one of Chu Yuan's attacks and see if he could defeat both of them at the same time. He had made a bet with Lu Yin that he would be able to defeat both of them within 5 moves. Luo Mavis stopped laughing, and a tree appeared behind her as she prepared to attack. Chu Yuan only had 2 moves left, while Lu Yin and Luo Mavis each had 1 move left. If Chu Yuan wanted to attack them at the same time, he would only have 1 move left. Just as the 3 were about to attack, a stern voice rang out. "Stop!" Lu Yin and the others looked to the west and saw a figure walk out of the void. The figure exuded a boundless pressure that forced them to stop. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis exchanged glances, and they both frowned. This was the strength of a half-ancestor. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer, and his heart sank. 9 luminaries. He's actually here. The news of the Dao Source sect's ruins containing an astral source would definitely spread to the upper echelons of the 6th mainland, but Lu Yin had not expected 9 luminaries to arrive so quickly. With 9 luminaries' strength as a half-ancestor, the moment he spoke, Lu Yin and the others naturally stopped attacking. The 3 of them combined could not even compare to a single finger of 9 luminaries. "Who allowed you to fight here? Tell me who you are." 9 luminaries looked down at the 3 of them, and his appearance calmed the 6th mainland's cultivators who were watching the show. Chu Yuan frowned, and when he saw 9 luminaries staring at him, he slowly said, "The 1st mainland's Dao Source." Opposite him, Luo Mavis also spoke up. "The 2nd mainland's Dao Source." 9 luminaries' gaze finally landed on Lu Yin. He did not recognize Lu Yin because Lu Yin had used things move in the opposite, and his entire body had withered away like a corpse. Lu Yin spoke up. "The 5th mainland's Dao Source." Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis glanced at him in astonishment. "The 5th mainland's Dao Source?" There was no Dao Source in this era, but there was no way to refute that. This person was equivalent to a Dao Source in this era. From Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis' point of view, Lu Yin's self-confidence in his status as a Dao Source was a little wrong. However, from what 9 luminaries had heard, these 3 people all came from the above heaven sect era. "So, you're heroes from the primordial era." 9 luminaries swept his gaze over the trio. "I am the 6th mainland's 9 luminaries. Welcome to this era, and welcome to my 6th mainland's Dao Source sect as guests. However, these are the ruins of the 5th mainland's Dao Source sect, so it would be best if the 3 of you did not stay here for too long." "Where's Skyblue?" Luo Mavis asked 9 luminaries. 9 luminaries replied, "He's in my 6th mainland's Dao Source sect. If you wish to see him, I can send someone to fetch you." The Apex. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2058. No need, I'm not interested in meeting him. Since half-ancestor 9 luminaries doesn't want us to fight here, then we'll leave first, Lu Yin said. He wanted to leave 9 luminaries, not because he was afraid that 9 luminaries would attack him. At this point, it was unlikely that 9 luminaries would attack him. Lu Yin was afraid that Lan Xian would recognize him and demand his blood. Although he didn't know why Lan Xian wanted his blood, it couldn't be a good thing. I hope that the three of you can leave the Dao Source sect's ruins as soon as possible. Also, don't spread the news that there is an astral source here. Can the three of you do that? Luo Mavis raised an eyebrow and said coldly, so what if I can't do it? It's our freedom to come or not. Nine Brilliance's face darkened. Luo Mavis had acknowledged Lu Yin, and her attitude towards him had changed. Although Nine Glories was a half-ancestor, from Luo Mavis's perspective, he was only a higher realm than them. If he wasn't a half-ancestor, then Nine Glories wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand on the same level as them. Besides, she also hated the people from the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin was speechless. This Luo Mavis had a very bad temper, and she was completely different from the other Mavis clansmen. Although Yuhua Mavis had a fiery temper at times, she was usually very ladylike. It was best for him to leave quickly, as he did not want to provoke the Nine Luminaries right now. I agree. Don't worry, I won't announce this to the outside world. He could announce to his own people that the people from the Great Eastern Alliance were his own people. Nine Brilliance's expression softened when he heard Lu Yin's words, and he shot a cold glance at Luo Mavis. If it weren't for the fact that the humans were united against the Eternals, he wouldn't have been so courteous. He would have captured all of these Tao disciples and forced them to hand over their ancient inheritances. Half-ancestor Nine Luminaries, I'll take my leave first. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened here, Lu Yin said before walking away under Nine Luminaries' calm gaze. There was a teleportation beam there, but he didn't know where it would teleport him, so it was best to leave first. Nine Lights did not stop him. Chu Yuan took a deep look at Lu Yin, as he could tell that Lu Yin was avoiding the Nine Luminaries. This person had purposely mentioned that he was a Tao disciple of the Fifth Mainland in order to mislead the Nine Luminaries into thinking that Lu Yin had come from the above heaven sect era like them. Although he could tell, Chu Yuan did not expose it. There was no need for him to show goodwill to the Nine Luminaries. His appearance was as gentle as jade, but he was actually as arrogant as Luo Mavis, Sky Jiaolan, and the others. He looked down on the people of this era. So what if they were half-ancestors? Given enough time, he would definitely become ancestor, let alone a mere half-ancestor. At this moment, the void distorted, and Lan Xian walked out. Half-martial ancestor Nine Luminaries, what's wrong? 3 Taoists from the era of above heaven are fighting, so we can only let them leave first. Lan Xian nodded. If it had been in the past, these people would not have been able to escape. However, it was not the right time to attack them now. Not to mention the threat of the Eternals, those ancient powerhouses were difficult to deal with. Who knew what kind of people had come? Those Elysium sect leaders were not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Lan Xian saw Lu Yin walking towards the teleportation beam. His back. Stop right there. Lan Xian barked as she stared at him. Lu Yin turned around, and his withered corpse appearance startled Lan Xian. She stared at him. You're Lu Yin. Lu Yin. Nine Lights was shocked. Lu Yin's heart sank. I'm a Tao child of the Fifth Mainland. In the distance, a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland shouted, reporting to the half-progenitor. He's Lu Yin. Nine Glories was enraged when he heard this. Bastard, he actually lied to him. He didn't hesitate to charge towards the teleportation beam, but he was still less than 2 meters away. This distance wasn't too far for him, and it was even less for Lan Xian. He saw his surroundings. Cherry blossoms filled the sky, and the sound of a 3-string drum filled his ears. Lu Yin was aghast, this was troublesome. Within his inner world, he shouted, Lan Xian, don't you want my blood? Those two's blood are even more precious. One is a descendant of the primogenitor, and the other is a descendant of the mother tree. Lan Xian was astonished, and she subconsciously looked at Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis. Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis were at a loss. What descendant of the primogenitor? What descendant of the mother tree? With Lu Yin's strength, it was impossible for him to escape from a half-progenitor's inner world. Fortunately, he had been prepared, and he had brought along the sticks before entering. The sticks was very strange. It looked like a river and was liquid, but it was also solid. It could be grasped in one's hand or hidden in one's bosom. Lu Yin stepped onto the sticks and instantly disappeared into the teleportation beam. He had upgraded the sticks 3 times, and its maximum speed was not any slower than the second Night King's. The second Night King was a peak emissary second only to a half-progenitor. Even Lan Xian couldn't stop Lu Yin from escaping. He couldn't escape from a distance of 2 meters, but he could use the sticks' speed to escape. 9 Glories had originally wanted to attack, as he didn't have any ill intentions towards Lu Yin. He was just angry that he had been tricked. However, when he saw Lan Xian's inner world, he thought that he had a good chance of succeeding. He hadn't expected that Lu Yin would still be able to escape. Where did this brat get so many strange external objects? Lan Xian was annoyed, as she had been distracted by Lu Yin's words. His words had been too shocking, as he had mentioned the primogenitor and the mother tree. She stared at Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis with an unsightly expression. Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis were currently in Lan Xian's inner world, looking at the brilliant cherry blossoms. They were absolutely beautiful, but also very dangerous. Gentlemen, is Lu Yin speaking the truth? Lan Xian stared at the two. Chu Yuan didn't understand. What does this half-progenitor mean? Who is the primogenitor's descendant? Lan Xian asked. Ever since she had become a half-progenitor, she knew that the primogenitor was not just a legend. There was a statue of the primogenitor in the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect. Of course, she had once suspected that the primogenitor had been fabricated by the later generations and that this statue was fake. However, ever since people from the era of the above heaven sect had appeared, she knew that the primogenitor truly existed. There were also cultivators from the era of the above heaven sect in the 6th mainland, and some of them were from the 6th mainland as well. The more she understood, the more excited Lan Xian became. If one of these two was truly a descendant of the primogenitor, then the value of his blood would be much higher than Lu Yin's. Chu Yuan calmly replied, "The primogenitor has no descendants. If there is one, it would be a descendant, not a descendant." Lan Xian frowned. "Lu Yin lied to me." Hulua Mavis snorted. "This is the first time I've seen someone who can lie so easily." "Then, who is the mother tree's descendant?" Lan Xian asked again. Hulua Mavis rolled her eyes. How could the mother tree have a descendant? Lan Xian was furious, as she had been tricked. The words primogenitor and mother tree had been too shocking, and her attention had been diverted. "Since you knew that he was Lu Yin, why didn't you say anything?" 9 Lights angrily rebuked and glared at the two. Chu Yuan remained calm. "Who he is has nothing to do with us. I acknowledge him as the 5th mainland's Dao child. I acknowledge him as well, Hulua Mavis added. Nine Lights was furious as well, as these two's unreasonable arrogance had allowed Lu Yin to deceive him. Pass down my orders. Have the person who left as soon as possible pass down the message. Distribute futons to all imprinters so that they can enter the Dao Source sect's ruins to replenish their astral sources. Lu Yin stepped forward to reveal that the Dao Source sect's ruins contained astral sources, and the total amount of astral sources here exceeded the amount that he and Lan Xian needed to replenish. Rather than benefiting the fifth mainland, it would be better to let the sixth mainland's cultivators replenish their astral sources. Nine Lights grew angry when he recalled Lu Yin's words. That bastard had said twice that he would not announce this to the public. Only a fool would believe his words. Lan Xian looked deeply at Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis. I heard that you're both Dao children. Does that mean that your families aren't too far off from the Lu family? Even if they aren't, it shouldn't be too far off. Hulua Mavis proudly replied, My Mavis family is the family at the helm of the second mainland, while the Lu family is the family at the helm of the fifth mainland. Our statuses are equal. Lan Xian looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was much more cautious than Hulua Mavis. Considering Lu Yin's words before he had escaped and Lan Xian's strange attitude, he calmly replied, I'm just a normal person. Hulua Mavis sneered. Chu Yuan, when did you become so humble? You're the only Dao child among us who has been received by the progenitor. Your innate gift is extraordinary. Nine Lights and Lan Xian were shocked. He had actually been received by the progenitor? Chu Yuan's expression turned ugly. Could this foolish woman not see the situation clearly? It was no wonder that she was known as the most arrogant person in the history of the Mavis family. Lan Xian smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. Although Lu Yin had managed to escape, these two weren't bad either. The Mavis family was a race that the sixth mainland had always wanted to capture. When the sixth mainland had invaded the fifth mainland, the sixth mainland had issued an order to capture the Mavis family members. It was rumored that the Mavis family could control all the plants in the universe, and their bloodline wasn't any weaker than the Lu family's. However, the other Dao child had actually been received by the progenitor. Regardless of his background, just his innate gift alone was enough to rival everything. Lan Xian slowly descended and faced Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had arrived at a barren mountain through a teleportation beam, and he didn't even look back as he searched for the next beam to escape. He didn't know if Lan Xian would chase after him, but if she did, then he wouldn't be able to escape. A mere few meters required the sticks to accelerate in order to escape. Even if this distance was extended to 10 meters, it still wouldn't be enough for him to escape from Lan Xian's inner world. There were some dangerous places in the Dao Source sect ruins, but with Lu Yin's current strength, these dangers were nothing to worry about. After passing through several teleportation beams, he arrived at the seaside, where the mountain and sea inheritance lay. He exhaled and looked up. Zhou Yao and Lan Xian had arrived, and they had also recognized him. They would definitely think of a way to replenish the sixth mainland's astral sources. If the Eternals hadn't been trapped outside the Starfall Sea, then they would have shared the astral sources here with the fifth mainland's half-ancestors in order to deal with the threat posed by the Eternals. But now that the Eternals were trapped outside the Starfall Sea, the crisis had been temporarily alleviated, and the human race's internal conflicts had erupted, so it wouldn't be so easy for the fifth mainland's half-ancestors to recover their astral sources here. There was still more than half a month before Lu Yin left the Dao Source sect ruins, and that was enough time for the sixth mainland's experts to recover their astral sources. Even if they had enough astral sources, it might not be enough for Kuei Luo, third uncle, and the others to recover. Since that was the case, Lu Yin could only try the method that he had previously thought of. When he had been absorbing the cauldron chi in the 9 cauldron space, Lu Yin had come up with an idea. The essence of the 9 yang cauldron transformation was to gather astral sources and use the cauldron chi as a guide to release the astral source's explosive power. Before that power was released, the astral sources were still astral sources. In that case, could he use the 9-yang cauldron transformation battle technique to gather astral sources and not release them? This conjecture was somewhat whimsical, but Lu Yin still wanted to try it out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2059. Throughout the history of human cultivation, ever since Xing Yuan, who would have thought that the Grim Reaper could create death qi? Could fate see through the past and the future? Who would have thought that the symbol ancestor would be able to create rune lines? Who would have thought that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme? The civilization that humans possessed all came from creation. Creation came from wisdom. To put it bluntly, it was whimsical. The more absurd an idea was, the more miraculous it would be if it succeeded. His predecessors had been able to create all kinds of powers, so it was not impossible for him to try some bizarre ideas. Since he had broken 5 cauldrons by absorbing the cauldron aura, he had yet to absorb the cauldron aura from the 6th cauldron. Therefore, he could only execute the 5 suns. It had been a long time since he had used the 9-yang cauldron transformation, so he took out Mount Supreme first. Even if the 5 suns could gather astral sources, they could not be directly stored in a cosmic ring. Only Mount Supreme could. As the astral sources converged, he raised a hand, causing 5 dazzling suns to form in his palm and continuously absorb the surrounding astral sources. 9 suns cauldron, 5 suns. The 5 suns gradually grew bigger and rose into the sky. They were as dazzling as the 5 suns, gathering the stellar sources around them. When Lu Yin had first used the 9 suns cauldron transforming 1 sun, he had used up more than half of the star energy in his body. At that time, the 1 sun had not been able to withstand too much power, and there had been a limit to it. But after the appearance of 2 suns, 3 suns, and especially the 4th, the power of this battle technique had changed. It now had a feeling that even Jia Xian's chief could not describe, as if something was watching him from the unseen world. The appearance of the 4th sun had not only changed this battle technique, but it could also continuously absorb energy from the stars, whether it was star energy or astral sources. After Mr. Mu had taught him the 9-yang cauldron transformation, he had become even more aware of the potential of this battle technique. Its might was limitless. This was the 9-yang cauldron transformation. Lu Yin had originally been worried that absorbing too much stellar source universe would attract the attention of the stellar source universe, but now that the stellar source universe had been devoured by the liquid, the amount of stellar source universe that he had absorbed was not enough to trigger the stellar source universe. Gradually, the total amount of stellar source in each sun had reached more than half of the total amount of stellar source in his body. The 5 suns added together were equivalent to the sum of the 4 stellar source cyclones in his body. This was only the beginning. The 5 suns continued to absorb stellar source and continued to grow. The 5 suns were expanding at every moment, and the total amount of astral source within them had already far exceeded the total amount of astral source within Lu Yin's body. From Lu Yin's point of view, they were already comparable to the second Night King. One of Lu Yin's astral source cyclones was already much more powerful than those of the same level. Even with the addition of the 4 cyclones, the total amount was still far from the current 5 suns. One could only imagine how much astral source the 5 suns contained. If this attack were to be released, it would be enough to cause the scalp of an elite with a combat power of 1,000,000 to go numb. No, he had to continue. Since he was going to snatch the stellar source, he had to do it thoroughly. But then again, the amount of stellar source that he had snatched was nothing in the eyes of a half-martial ancestor. The absorption of the stellar source in the legacy land of the mountains and seas began to affect other areas. Throughout the ruins of the Tao Source sect, ripples began to appear in the void starting from the Mountain Sea legacy land, and they spread out throughout the entire Tao Source sect. Just as Lu Yin was using the 5 suns to absorb the astral source, the ruins of the Tao Source sect began to tremble, and many places started to crack open. Beneath his feet, the sea began to boil, and the mountain range broke apart. Even further away, the scripture pavilion, the initiation enlightenment platform, the Bao burial ground, and so on all began to crack apart. The space within the 9 cauldrons also began to crack apart, and the remaining 4 cauldrons began to sway. Lu Yin was shocked. What was going on? Could it be related to him? He only absorbed a bit of stellar source. It couldn't be. Within the ruined main hall of the Tao Source sect, Zhou Yao and Lan Xian had ugly expressions on their faces. Lu Yin stared at Chu Yuan, who was still within the main hall, as the ground around him began to shake and crack. Get out here! Zhou Yao barked as he reached out to grab Chu Yuan. Blood trickled down the corner of Chu Yuan's mouth. You want my blood? You think you're worthy? After he finished speaking, a misty voice distorted the void, as if it had traveled through time to reach the Tao Source sect. It transformed into an indescribably vast force that caused the entire Tao Source sect to collapse. Since ancient times, the Tao Source sects of the 6 mainlands had always been at the pinnacle of their continents, and they had been supported by the Heavenly Pillar. The 5th mainland had been defeated in a battle with the 6th mainland, and the Heavenly Pillar had transformed into Realm Mountain, which had become the Hall of Honor's location. The Tao Source sect's ruins had mysteriously entered the boundless void and never appeared again. No matter where the Tao Source sect's ruins were, they had always existed on the 5th mainland. After such a long time, the Tao Source sect's ruins had finally reappeared. On a normal day in the 5th mainland, the Blood Ancestor and 4 other half-progenitors stood guard at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. In the Outerverse, the 6th mainland's cultivators had secretly gathered their futons. In the Eastern Weaves, Lu Bujing stood guard outside Lu Yin's secluded cultivation area. The ancestral tortoise would occasionally close its eyes, as if it wanted to sleep. In the distant Neoverse, Elder Chan was flipping through ancient texts in an attempt to find some information regarding the sect above heaven. This should have been a normal day, but in the midst of it, a sudden clap of thunder streaked across the entire 5th mainland sky, causing countless people to look up and see the distant Tao Source sect's ruins. The ancient jade in Elder Chan's hand that he had been carefully reading turned to dust, and he stared blankly in the direction of the Innerverse. Were those the Tao Source sect's ruins? How could the Tao Source sect's ruins appear? Similarly, in the Neoverse, where the 7 courts had been, Han Axian and the other half-progenitors looked into the distance in shock. Are those the Tao Source sect's ruins? Xia Ji blurted out. Ni Huang was shocked. That's right. Those are the 5th mainland's Tao Source sect's ruins. How could they suddenly appear? Han Axian stood up with a solemn expression. To ancient powerhouses like them, the Tao Source sect was not that far away. Let's go. Perhaps we'll find what we're looking for there. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the Blood Ancestor looked into the Innerverse and was stunned. The 5th mainland's Tao Source sect's ruins. The Medicine Immortal was shocked. We don't even know where the Tao Source sect's ruins are. How could they appear here? At this moment, countless people looked at the Tao Source sect's ruins. They were clearly within reach, but if they really wanted to touch them, they would find that they were extremely far away. The moment the Tao Source sect's ruins appeared in the 5th mainland sky, they began to split apart. The mind web covered them, and the liquid began to frantically absorb the astral sources within the Tao Source sect's ruins. Within the Tao Source sect's ruins, Lu Yin looked at the overlapping heavens and did not understand what was happening. However, he could still feel the surrounding astral sources being absorbed by a tyrannical force. He hurriedly tossed the 5 suns into Mount Supreme and looked over apprehensively. The 5 suns floated above Mount Supreme, but they did not explode or show any signs of instability. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, as there was hope. He quickly warned everyone within Mount Supreme, don't approach these 5 suns. Don't blame me if you die. Within Mount Supreme, the crowd looked up. Were those suns? In reality, there was no need for Lu Yin's warning. The moment the 5 suns appeared, an indescribable yet intimidating force had already caused everyone to not dare to act rashly. These were not condensed star energy, but rather 5 suns formed by astral sources. They possessed enough destructive power to shock even powerhouses with power levels in the millions. Just a single glance at them was enough to make everyone tremble. However, even though they were trembling, there were still some who refused to accept this. Long 7, get the hell out here. Long 7, this princess wants to fight you one-on-one. Long 7. Xia Tyli shouted, her face flushed red. She had been trapped within Mount Supreme for a long time, and she was not someone who could control her temper. Lu Yin ignored her. Within Mount Supreme, Xia Tyli became even angrier when Lu Yin did not respond. Just because you said I won't touch them doesn't mean I won't. I'm going to touch them no matter what. She then flew up to touch the 5 suns. Lu Yin frowned and moved his finger, about to attack. But before he could, Xia Tyli was stopped by someone. She wasn't afraid of death, but others were. Seeing that Xia Tyli was about to go crazy, Wang Dushui hugged her leg. Sis, please let us go. We don't want to die. Those things are not to be trifled with. Just listen to 7th bro, sis. Xia Tyli kicked Wang Dushui away. Scram, you damn dog. I don't believe you can't do this. If you don't let me go, I'll poke those 5 things. She then flew up again. At this time, several figures attacked and forcefully knocked Xia Tyli down. It was Wen Di, Prince Gui Qian, and Long Shi. Wen Di spoke up, Princess Tyli, those 5 suns have unfathomable power. If we're not careful, all of us will be implicated. Calm down, we haven't gone crazy after being trapped here for so many years. Xia Tyli glared at him, you're saying I'm going crazy. Gui Qian replied coldly, if you don't listen, I'll disfigure your face. Xia Tyli was furious and glared at Gui Qian, but when she thought of what had happened in the sovereign realm, she endured it. Gui Qian was on the same level as the 4th junior ancestor and wasn't someone she could deal with. Besides, Wen Di and Long Shi were there as well. Long Shi stopped Xia Tyli not because she was afraid of death, but because she didn't want Xia Tyli to destroy Lu Yin's things. She was starting to think of Lu Yin as Lu Shaoxian, even though they were 2 completely different people. Outside Mount Supreme, Lu Yin relaxed. Although some people had gone crazy, most were still sober. It was fine as long as someone could restrain Xia Tyli. This crazy woman had to be released sooner or later, or who knew when she would go crazy again. With her around, the Xia family would keep an eye on her. However, it wouldn't be easy to release him. Xia Ji had betrayed the 5th mainland and joined the Xia family in the starry sky trees. From Lu Yin's standpoint, he had to acknowledge his ancestors, but from the 5th mainland standpoint, he had made a grave mistake. Furthermore, with everything he had done, Lu Yin had no intention of letting him go. So what if he was a half-ancestor? If he couldn't defeat him with one origin tribulation, then he would try a second one. If that failed, then he would try a third. In any case, he had time stop, so he wasn't afraid of his innate gifts backlash. One day, he would be able to defeat a half-ancestor and truly have the qualifications to speak on the battlefield. Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme, and the surrounding mountains and seas split apart. In the distance, golden characters flew out in all directions. These were the ancient characters of the scripture pavilion. When he saw this, Lu Yin knew that things weren't looking good. He quickly looked around and searched for the space of the 9 cauldrons. There were still 4 cauldrons that hadn't absorbed the cauldron chi, and once they scattered, he didn't know when he would be able to find them again. Even though Lu Yin wanted to collect the remaining 4 cauldrons, it was already too late. Before he could even think about it, the 4 cauldrons had already scattered in all directions of the 5th mainland, just like the ancient golden characters. The 9 luminaries was furious that the astral source in the Tao Source sect's ruins had been absorbed by the liquid. He hadn't even had the time to replenish his astral source before it was gone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2060. Lan Xian was also helpless, as her goal had been too obvious. She had immediately asked for a drop of blood from Chu Yuan, and no one would be willing to give it to her. Chu Yuan immediately erupted with power, as he was not Lan Xian's opponent, and he also did not have the ability to escape from Lan Xian's inner world. Fortunately, they had not been too far away from the main hall, and she had used a method that no one had thought of to bring the Tao Source sect's ruins back into the world. Although these Taoists from the era of the Tao Source sect were far from being a match for a half-martial ancestor in terms of absolute power, they still had many strange techniques. This was especially true in certain realms, such as the Tao Source sect, as the Tao Source sect's 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 Dash Chu Yuan wasn't the only one. Even he Luo Mavis had used a rare treasure to escape into the main hall. Following the appearance of the Tao Source sect's ruins, the mind net had covered the heavens, and the 9 luminaries and Lan Xian's strength had been restricted. However, this did not prevent the 9 luminaries from attacking Chu Yuan. "Junior, you're courting death." 9 Brilliance stepped into the main hall and grabbed at Chu Yuan. This hand landed on Chu Yuan's shoulder without any hindrance. With the absolute difference in strength between 9 luminaries and Chu Yuan couldn't dodge at all. However, 9 luminaries failed to injure him either. Chu Yuan's tattered outer clothes shattered, revealing a white robe with golden edges. It was exactly the same as Jiao Lan's, and it was this white robe that blocked the 9 luminaries. 9 Brilliance was astonished. It was soft to the touch, and his palm force was unable to penetrate the white robe to harm Chu Yuan. What was this? On the other side, Lan Xian had also attacked He Luo Mavis. Similarly, He Luo Mavis's white robe was exposed under her tattered green dress. However, compared to Jiao Yao, Lan Xian's attacks were much lighter. She was more interested in fresh blood. Although the 2 half-martial ancestors were unable to injure them, they were able to capture them. Chu Yuan's formless and formless could not withstand the absolute difference in strength between him and the 9 luminaries. However, even if he was caught by the 9 luminaries, he was not worried. His life would not be threatened. The Daoist was the future of the continent. Even in this era without the above heaven sect, it was unlikely that a demi-ancestor would kill a Daoist. "Come with me." 9 Brilliance grabbed Chu Yuan's shoulder and was about to take him away. Suddenly, the void was split into 2 by a violent force. 9 Brilliance's expression changed as he hurriedly pushed it away and let go of Chu Yuan's hand. A slash appeared between him and Chu Yuan. It passed through the void and stopped in the void, gradually taking the form of a human. 9 Brilliance's expression turned solemn. This slash was no small matter. Although the astral source had been devoured by the liquid, the power of the slash still made him feel apprehensive. His hair stood on end. "Who is it?" Chu Yuan stared at the figure in front of him, which had taken human form. He was shocked. Senior Leng Qing, leader of the Heavenly Knife sect, one of the 12 heavenly gates. In the distance, Lan Xian's attention had also been drawn by the slash. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a large tree appeared behind He Luo Mavis. She raised her right fist and roared at Lan Xian. Although Lan Xian did not cultivate her physical body, she was still a half-martial ancestor who had undergone so many origin tribulations. Every origin tribulation had cleansed her body, so even if she did not specialize in this Tao, her physical strength was not something that Luo Mavis, a second origin tribulation cultivator, could compare to. Luo Mavis' fist was directly blocked by Lan Xian, and she was unexpectedly unable to force her back a single step. Lan Xian attacked, slapping her palm towards Luo Mavis's forehead. Luo Mavis's eyes widened. The tree behind her almost materialized and instantly merged into her body. Just as she was about to attack again, a slash suddenly came from afar. Lan Xian hurriedly changed the direction of her palm wind to meet the slash. There was a tearing sound, and Lan Xian's sleeves were torn apart, revealing her pure white arm. She retreated several steps. Luo Mavis sighed in relief. "Thank you, sect leader Ling Qing." The 9 luminaries were flabbergasted, as that slash seemed to have a mind of its own. Normally, it would not be a slash, but rather a person who had become one with the slash. This person's use of the blade had already surpassed their understanding. Among the half-martial ancestors, only Xia De and Xia Ji of the Xia family were proficient with the blade, but those two were far inferior to this person. Outside the main hall, the ruins of the Daosaur sect were collapsing, and even the mountains and seas were falling apart. Lu Yin found the main hall and looked at the only place that did not show any signs of collapse. It was no wonder why Chu Yuan had not gone to the mountains and seas inheritance and had instead come here. There was definitely something strange about this place. The main hall was very large, and it could not be seen from the inside. However, from Lu Yin's perspective, the main hall was not just a hall, it was connected to the surrounding mountains and rivers. The fact that the mountains and rivers had not collapsed was definitely related to the main hall, or perhaps even a part of it. At this moment, within the main hall, the 9 luminaries and Lan Xian were facing off against that slash. Lu Yin lost interest after a single glance, and he stared at Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis. The two had actually started fighting, and they had left the main hall and were heading deeper into the ruins. Lu Yin stared at Luo Mavis, who was speaking. Because they were too far apart, he could not hear what she was saying, but she was still chasing after Chu Yuan. The first time they had met outside the main hall, she had asked Chu Yuan why he had come here, but he had not given her a direct answer. She had mentioned the primogenitor, so could there be something related to the primogenitor in the main hall? Also, how had the ruins of the Daosaur sect appeared? Lu Yin thought about it for a moment, and when he saw Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis disappear from his sight, he suddenly charged towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, the 9 luminaries did not want to fight against this slash, but this person was not willing to give up. He had even said that the Taoists were the future of this era and that they needed to be protected, which left the 9 luminaries speechless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2061. At the same time, in the outside world, many half-ancestors were heading towards the Daosaur sect's ruins, but they were summoned by the blood progenitor midway. The entrance to the Starfall Sea was in a state of emergency, and the Eternals had mobilized several 12 marquises and even progenitor realm corpse kings to attack the entrance. When Elder Chan and the others received the news, they hurried over to the Starfall Sea. Nothing was more important than that place, and even Ni Huang and the others had to go. The main hall of the Daosaur sect's ruins shook more and more violently, but no one noticed that a layer of multicolored light had appeared outside the main hall. It was difficult to see clearly with the naked eye, as it seemed like a membrane had wrapped around the main hall. Beneath the main hall, Lu Yin suddenly moved away from where he had been standing. A statue had appeared where he had been standing, and it slowly floated up. The three stared at the statue. Progenitor! Chu Yuan exclaimed. Luo Mavis was astonished. Is that the progenitor's statue? Lu Yin looked at the statue, which depicted a middle-aged man with a refined appearance and a faint smile. A python coiled around his waist, and a divine eagle perched on his shoulder. The statue was incredibly lifelike. The statue did not look very large, and it was about the same size as a normal person, but for some reason, Lu Yin felt an indescribable sense of reverence when he looked at it. He had heard Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis' conversation. Was it really the progenitor? According to legends, the progenitor had opened up the heavens and united the 6 continents. He had founded the Daosaur sect and established the human cultivation system. He had brought about the above heaven sect's golden age, and all humans worshipped him. Lu Yin had originally thought that this was just a legend, but after the ancient powerhouses of the above heaven sect's era had appeared, he had realized that it was not just a legend. When the progenitor's statue appeared, none of the 3 moved. They watched as the statue slowly rose into the sky and shattered the ground above, connecting the main hall from top to bottom. Lu Yin and the others could see the 3 half-ancestors of the 9 luminaries from underground. On the first level of the main hall, the progenitor's statue floated up. The 9 luminaries were shocked when they saw it. Progenitor. Lan Xian's expression changed, and she looked at the progenitor's statue with a respectful expression. The Sky Blade sect master, Ling Qing, recovered her body and bowed respectfully at the statue. Ling Qing greets the progenitor. The progenitor's statue slowly floated up and then stopped in midair. The statue's progenitor's absorption speed surpassed that of the liquid's absorption speed, and even the astral sources that should have been absorbed by the liquid's progenitor's absorption. The devouring power of this stellar source was far more tyrannical than that of a liquid. Not only did it devour the stellar source of the universe, but it also devoured the stellar source of the cultivator's stellar source Qi whirlpool. The first to be devoured was 9 luminaries, who was the closest to the statue. 9 luminaries was shocked. The stellar sources in his body came out and turned into a river of stellar sources that flowed towards the statue. My star source, no. 9 glories hurriedly tried to stop it, but no matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. Next was Lan Xian, followed by Ling Qing. Ling Qing maintained his respectful posture. Even though the stellar source in his body had been devoured, there was no change in his expression. Zhou Yao and Lan Xian were different. They both rushed towards the outside. No matter what, stellar sources were the foundation of their power. Without stellar sources, they couldn't even use their inner worlds. Once they encountered an enemy they couldn't resist, they wouldn't even have the chance to use their inner worlds to be trapped by the mind net. Devouring the stellar source in one's body was equivalent to giving up one's life. However, both of them were blocked. An invisible force had appeared outside the main hall at some point in time, preventing them from escaping. On the lower level of the main hall, the stellar source of Lu Yin's stellar source Qi whirlpool was also being forcefully absorbed. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. His stellar source Qi whirlpool kept shrinking, and that devouring power even broke through the 3 seals that he'd originally sealed, devouring the stellar sources of the other 3 stellar source Qi whirlpools. Lu Yin's expression changed. How could this be? This was his greatest secret. How could his 4 stellar source Qi whirlpools be devoured? He leapt up and tried to rush out of the main hall, but he was unable to do so, just like Zhou Yao and Lan Xian. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis were in the same situation. Compared to Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis's expression was much better. Her fundamental power wasn't stellar source, it was just one of the powers that the Mavis family cultivated. Lu Yin also cultivated death energy, and losing his stellar source did not mean that he would lose his cultivation. However, the 4 stellar source Qi whirlpools in his body had been absorbed, and he was unwilling to accept it. Zhou Yao immediately attacked the statue. He had not experienced the era of the above heaven sect and did not understand the greatness of the primogenitors, so he did not have much respect for them. Even though he usually worshipped the primogenitor statue, that was only because he had followed the martial ancestors. This generation's cultivators had no impression of the primogenitors, and even the Grim Reaper and Fate were considered legends. However, Jiu Yao's attack was useless, as his attack was directly devoured by the primogenitor's statue. No matter what attack he used, he was unable to damage the statue. On the fifth mainland, countless people stared at the ruins of the Daosaur sect, as the only main hall that had not collapsed was actually devouring stellar source. Many people wanted to approach it, as they thought that the main hall would be able to replenish their stellar source after devouring it. However, after an emissary approached the main hall and had his stellar source forcefully devoured, no one dared to approach. In the outerverse, the ancestral tortoise looked at the main hall, and his enormous eyes became respectful and docile. The astral river was unusually calm, and all of the colossi within it, regardless of whether they were visible or invisible, had stopped in their tracks and were facing the main hall. Animals were far more perceptive than humans, and they could sense the primogenitor's pressure. In the distant astral beast domain, Skymender Imperial Preceptor looked at the human domain and clenched his fists. He had also sensed that supreme power, but it did not make him feel respect. Instead, it made him feel hatred. The primogenitor had created the golden age of humanity, but he had brought about the darkest era of enslavement for these astral beasts. They would definitely get their revenge. Within the main hall, the first person whose stellar source had been completely absorbed by the statue was Luo Mavis. She had the least amount of stellar source in her body, which was not surprising, as the Mavis family did not specialize in stellar source cultivation. During the above heaven sect era, the primogenitor had encouraged humanity to create their own powers, which had led to the emergence of death energy, fate energy, Mavis, and other powers. The next person whose stellar source had been absorbed was Chu Yuan, as he specialized in stellar source cultivation. After all, he had been received by the primogenitor before, and he wanted to use stellar source energy as a starting point to create another power that could rival the Three Realms' 6 Daos. However, he would have to wait until he was at least a half-ancestor before he could create other powers, and so far, he had only been cultivating stellar source. In terms of the amount of stellar source he possessed, he believed that he was not inferior to any of the other Dao children. Among the Dao children of the 6 continents, the one with the most stellar source was the Lu family's Dao child. Whether it was star energy or stellar source, the Lu family's consumption and absorption of stellar source far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. However, Chu Yuan was confident that he could compete with the Lu family's Dao child. During that era, he had indeed competed with Lu Tianyi, and the two of them had roughly the same amount of stellar source. Chu Yuan had originally thought that with his second tribulation origin stage cultivation, the amount of stellar source he possessed would surpass Lu Yin's. Even if Lu Yin was powerful enough to fight against a Dao child, there was still a gap of a minor realm between them. Lu Yin should not be able to defeat Lu Tianyi, which meant that Lu Yin would not be able to defeat Chu Yuan. However, while Lu Yin's stellar source was still being absorbed, Chu Yuan's had already finished. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. This person had a lot of stellar source in his body. As expected of someone from the Lu family. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as this was troublesome. His first stellar source cyclone was about to dry up. Once he ran out of stellar source, how would he be able to increase his cultivation in the future? Hold on, he looked at his cosmic ring. Mount Supreme still had 5 suns, and the amount of stellar source within should be close to that of a half-ancestor. He had enough stellar source to recover, but it would be difficult for him to break through. Fortunately, he had condensed the 5 suns beforehand, which meant that he still had a way out. Since he could not escape or avoid the stellar source cyclone, he might as well not care about it anymore. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Yao and the other 2 half-ancestors, who had also completely given up on trying to escape. They allowed the statue to devour stellar source as they could not avoid it. Sensing Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis's gazes, Lu Yin looked over. Are you out of stellar source? How much do you have left? Chu Yuan asked, as this was the first time he had ever been curious about Lu Yin. Even when Lu Yin had displayed the strength to fight against a Dao child, Chu Yuan had not been too curious. No matter how powerful this person was, as long as he appeared, he would definitely be the leader of an era. He Luo Mavis also looked at Lu Yin curiously. It was common knowledge that the Lu family's cultivation required a lot of stellar source and stellar source. She was curious about how much stellar source cyclone Lu Yin still had, and whether or not he had more than Lu Tianyi had. Lu Yin did not know how to answer. Could he say that his first stellar source cyclone had not dried up yet? Could he say that he still had 3 stellar source cyclones? It was obvious that he could not, but it also seemed like he would not be able to hide it. Time slowly passed, and the cultivators who had originally wanted to approach the Dao Source Sect's ruins all distanced themselves, as they were afraid that the star energy in their bodies would be absorbed. As a result, no one dared to approach the ruins' main hole. Lu Yin's first stellar source cyclone had completely dried up, and his second stellar source cyclone was almost done as well. The amount of time that Lu Yin's stellar source cyclone had been devoured was twice as long as Chu Yuan's. Chu Yuan's expression turned ugly. Just how many stellar source did this person have? Was he still being devoured? It was not just Chu Yuan, Zhou Yao, Lan Xian, and Ling Qing had also noticed Lu Yin. Within the main hall, only the 4 of them had their stellar source cyclones devoured. They were all half progenitors, and the amount of stellar source they possessed was not something that an emissary could compare to. However, Lu Yin was still being devoured, which meant that the amount of stellar source cyclones in his body was quite shocking. Lan Xian's eyes flashed, as Lu Yin truly lived up to his reputation as a member of the legendary Lu family. After a while, Lu Yin's second stellar source cyclone had dried up, and half of his third stellar source cyclone had been devoured. Chu Yuan and the others looked at Lu Yin with strange gazes, as they felt that something was amiss. How could a single origin tribulation contain so many stellar source cyclones? However, this person was truly at the first origin tribulation. Was he a monster? Even Chu Yuan could not help but think of this possibility. Lu Tianyi, who had competed with him in the past, had only possessed a third of Lu Yin's stellar source cyclones, yet Lu Yin's stellar source cyclones had still been devoured. Within the main hall, several people stared at Lu Yin, wanting to see just how many stellar source cyclones he had hidden away. Lu Yin felt helpless, as he had been discovered before his 4 stellar source cyclones had even erupted. Honestly, he did not wish for this to happen. Right, it seemed like there were more than 4. If the death chi was included, then he should have 5 cyclones. Time continued to pass, and Lu Yin's 3 stellar source cyclones had dried up. It was now time for the 4th. Chu Yuan's expression sank. In the beginning, he had been able to easily deal with Lu Yin and he Luo Mavis, but now, he felt threatened. This person had actually hidden so many stellar source cyclones in his body. This was ridiculous. This person's stellar source cyclones were almost comparable to a 6th origin tribulation cultivator. Just how had he cultivated? The apex. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2062. You're a monster. He Mavis exclaimed, looking at Lu Yin warily. She could tell that he hadn't been using his full strength, and that he was even more dangerous than Chu Yuan. This era couldn't compare to their era, so why was there such a monster here? Chu Yuan could tell as well, and he stared at Lu Yin. You're Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him, don't you already know? Chu Yuan took a deep breath, it's an honor to meet you. He Mavis was astonished. Chu Yuan's arrogance had been well known in his era, and he didn't care even if they were both Dao children. This was the first time he had said such a thing to someone of the same generation. Wait, this person looked younger than them. It's an honor to meet you as well, Lu Yin. I've underestimated you before, Mavis said. She didn't plan on teaming up with Lu Yin, as this person was even more powerful than Chu Yuan. Even if they could defeat Chu Yuan together, she wasn't confident in facing him. When the three of them fought, it was always the two weaker ones working together to deal with the strongest one. Even she couldn't tell who was the strongest. In the previous battles, this person had used the power of this era, and he seemed to have death chi as well. He also had the power of the above heavens era. She hadn't paid much attention to him before, but now it seemed that he had hidden his strength deeply. It was no wonder why he had dared to boast about defeating them in 5 moves. Chu Yuan thought about how his body had suddenly weakened, and he looked at Lu Yin with even more fear. Just how much was this person hiding? That wasn't astral source power. After a while, the 4 cyclones in Lu Yin's body were completely exhausted. He sighed. It was finally over. The others sighed as well, as he was finally done. Not long after Lu Yin's astral source was absorbed, Lan Xian finished as well. She had a limited amount of time compared to Lu Yin. This fact shocked Chu Yuan and the others once again, as Lan Xian was a half-step ancestor. The amount of astral source in a half-step ancestor was terrifying, and they had never thought of comparing themselves to her. Even with Chu Yuan's arrogance, he didn't think that he could compare to a half-step ancestor under 5 tribulations. Even if he was a half-step ancestor who hadn't broken through the 3rd stage and didn't have an origin item, Lu Yin was close to that at the 1st tribulation. When he saw Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis' gazes, Lu Yin couldn't take it anymore. Don't look at me like that. She's been through multiple battles, and she's lost a lot of astral source, and she hasn't had the time to replenish it either. No matter how exaggerated it is, I'm just a cultivator who's undergone 1 origin tribulation, so there's no way I can have as much astral source as a half-progenitor. Chu Yuan and Siu looked at each other and thought that it made sense. I've replenished quite a bit of astral source, and I'm not too far away from the total amount of astral source, Lan Xian said as she looked at Lu Yin with a bright and crafty gaze. Lu Yin was speechless. What did she mean by that? Chu Yuan and Lu Yin's gazes changed again. This guy was still planning on hiding. She was almost fooled by him. This time, Lu Yin didn't bother to explain himself. It was pointless. He glared at Lan Xian. Why do you need someone else's blood? Zhou Yao also looked at Lan Xian. He had asked this question before, and Lan Xian had only said that it was related to cultivation techniques. However, what kind of cultivation technique required the blood of others? In particular, she did not even care about the blood of a half-martial ancestor like him. Instead, she wanted the blood of the Lu clan or the blood of an ancient Taoist. Lan Xian hugged San Xian and stood quietly in a corner of the main hall. In response to Lu Yin's question, she slowly replied, "Won't you know once you give it to me? Ask them first." Lu Yin pointed at Chu Yuan. Especially him. He's the above heaven sex Taoist navigator, and he's the only one who's been accepted by the ancestor. He has the greatest bloodline of that era. Chu Yuan raised his brows. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any great bloodline. Lu Yin replied seriously, even an ordinary person would become extraordinary if they could meet the ancestor. Hold on. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and sized Chu Yuan up. What's your relationship with the ancestor? You're not his descendant, are you? Chu Yuan's eyes widened. Brother Lu, don't make irresponsible remarks. I'm not the only one who met the ancestor during that era. But you're the only one in the younger generation, right, Luo Mavis? Lu Yin turned around. Luo Mavis nodded. Of the younger generation, only Chu Yuan has met the ancestor. Chu Yuan frowned and gave Lu Yin a deep look. This person had purposely mixed the concepts of meeting the ancestor and bloodline, using He Luo Mavis words to prove the greatness of his bloodline. This was a way to attract Lan Xian's attention. At the same time, he had purposely mentioned He Luo Mavis' name to attract Lan Xian's attention. Chu Yuan, I heard that this name also came from the ancestor? Lu Yin asked curiously. He Luo Mavis nodded again, but she suddenly felt that something was off. She had unknowingly teamed up with Lu Yin again, and she immediately became vigilant. She didn't want to team up with Lu Yin right now. One was Chu Yuan, and the other was Lu Yin. Who knew which one was the real monster? Chu Yuan stared at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, I originally thought that you were crafty, flexible, and cared more about power than cultivation. But now, it seems that your total astral source is comparable to a half-ancestor's, and you have endless battle techniques. We were wrong about you. If this had happened in our era, the one who would have met the ancestor might not have been me, but you. Lu Yin raised his brows. Brother Chu, you're exaggerating. Perhaps it's because I'm too far away from the statue that it's absorbing the astral source in my body at a much slower rate than the three of you. This was true, as it seemed that Lu Yin was the furthest away from the statue out of the three of them. The three half-ancestors were even closer to the statue than the two of them. The statue was currently on the first level of the main hall, while they were still on the second level. Lu Yin was the furthest away. No matter how far away you are, the absorption shouldn't be that slow. Brother Lu, the time you took to finish is comparable to a half-ancestor's, Chu Yuan said. At this point, the 9 glories ended, and not long after, Ling Qing finished as well. The statue was still absorbing the surrounding astral source, and it looked even more lifelike than before. I already said that the half-ancestor used up a lot of astral source. She didn't want to admit it because she didn't want to be looked down upon, Lu Yin said. Chu Yuan retorted, it's just a consumption, it's not like it was low in the first place. What's there to not admit? The two of them went back and forth, trying to use each other to attract Lan Xian's attention. Ling Qing suddenly shouted, shut up. You don't have the right to spout nonsense in front of the ancestor's statue. Lu Yin and Chu Yuan looked at each other and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. He Luo Mavis could also see their intentions, but she was hot-tempered and impulsive. Her words were far inferior to the two of them, so she didn't interrupt. The statue was becoming more and more lifelike. A figure suddenly rushed in. The main hall could only be entered, but not exited. This person passed through the 9 glories and directly rushed towards the statue. At the same time, a visible astral source was being swallowed out of the statue's body and into it. When he saw who it was, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Forgotten Ruins deity. Ling Qing raised her hand and slashed at the Forgotten Ruins deity, becoming one with her blade. The Forgotten Ruins deity raised his hand and struck out with his palm, using the meditative forgetting technique. The meditative forgetting technique also used astral source, but it was forcefully swallowed by the statue the moment it struck out. The Forgotten Ruins deity hadn't expected the statue to be so tyrannical in devouring astral source, and he couldn't react in time. His body was struck by Ling Qing's attack, and he crashed heavily into the layer of multicolored light that covered the main hole. The Forgotten Ruins deity wasn't injured, and he didn't hesitate at all. His eyes became incomparably deep, and a dark red current descended with a hair-raising chill. Lu Yin had experienced this power before. It was a power that the Eternals had bestowed upon the Forgotten Ruins deity, and they called it divine force. The Forgotten Ruins deity didn't say a word and simply raised his hand to strike Ling Qing. He was still using the meditative forgetting technique, but with divine force, he wasn't affected by the statue. Ling Qing raised her arms and slashed down with her blade. He no longer had any astral source in his body, but the power of being one with the blade was still considerable. However, it couldn't compare to a half-ancestor, and he was sent flying by the Forgotten Ruins deity's palm. The Forgotten Ruins deity rushed towards the statue again, not saying a word from beginning to end. He was completely different from the person Lu Yin had seen before, and he only had eyes for the statue. Chu Yuan was shocked. "Stop her. Don't let her touch the statue." He took off his white robe and threw it out in a futile attempt to stop the Forgotten Ruins deity. Even though the Forgotten Ruins deity was wary of the mind net and didn't use his true strength as a half-ancestor, he still wasn't someone who could be stopped by a white robe, even if it had the power to resist a peak envoy. The 7 sky gods were all monsters, and the only one who could truly fight against a half-ancestor's body was the Elysium sect master. Even Ni Huang was slightly weaker. The white robe was torn apart by the Forgotten Ruins deity, but fortunately, it managed to stop her for a moment. At that moment, Ling Qing attacked again, becoming one with the blade as she slashed towards the Forgotten Ruins deity. He Luo Mavis' voice rang out. "Chu Yuan, are you looking for that statue as well?" Chu Yuan's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin glanced at him and thought to himself that the Forgotten Ruins deity was indeed looking for that statue. What was so special about it? There was a loud bang, and Ling Qing was sent flying again. Without his astral source, he was no match for the Forgotten Ruins deity, who had used his divine force. The Forgotten Ruins deity grabbed at the statue. No one in the main hall could stop him. Lu Yin stared at the Forgotten Ruins deity, his palms sweating. At the same time, at the entrance of the Starfall Sea, the hand that had been blocking the Realm Mountain and the horizontal black hole moved, reaching towards the 5th mainland and extending infinitely towards the mental web. The mental web descended, attempting to trap the hand. The surface of the hand was entangled by the mental web, but it still crossed the heavens and appeared in the inner verse, outside the main hole. At that moment, the hand descended and grabbed at the main hole. The Forgotten Ruins deity grabbed at the statue at the same time. At that moment, whether it was the 5th mainland or Lu Yin and the others in the main hall, they all saw the incomparably huge hand pressing down, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. This was the power of a progenitor, and it was no ordinary progenitor's power. Suddenly, the main hall disappeared. The hand grabbed nothing but air. Countless people looked at the heavens and saw that the main hall had suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only the empty hand. At that moment, no one knew where the main hall had gone or what kind of power had taken it away from the hand, except for those in the main hall. The violent shaking almost caused Lu Yin and the others to fall. He grabbed onto the stone wall beside him and tried his best to look around. The main hall was pitch black. Had they been taken away by that hand? Suddenly, a violent energy rushed into his body, replenishing the 4 astral origin cyclones that had been exhausted. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.